over his health. He also denies falling asleep during events like this one you see here, saying he's simply, quote, blinking. While at the same time, he admits he's, quote, never been a big sleeper at night. Now, we also learned the president will not be exercising as part of his New Year's resolution.
We also learned
he called it boring. CNN's Elena Treen starts us off today. And Elena, let's step back for a moment. What are some of the specific concerns the journal outlines that people close to the president have had related to age?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. One, I mean, the falling asleep.
Don't listen to the doctor, Trump.
Particularly people in the press, but I think the American public too, wondering if he's being fully transparent and sufficiently.
And feeling.
Does that make sense? Yeah. And you're like, well, I mean, I guess sort of the way you're explaining it, yes, but not according to the medical. Okay, we're just going to let this one go. This is his theory of the case. He believes it, and that's why he does what he does.
He also said, which is very true about Trump, he said, I'm very superstitious, which we know. Trump is a very superstitious man. He said, I've always been taking aspirin. He always believed it would help him prevent a heart attack, and so he's sticking with it.
It was a great piece. It was a thorough piece. By the way,
golf is a sport for rich people to claim their high status. Yeah, but the reality is if you're like 80 plus years old like Trump is, any kind of walking that you're doing on a golf course is pretty solid. Like a lot of people at that age are not doing anything, right? I know he uses a cart, but the moments that he's even standing up and walking around, that's still better than other people his age because we forget how old he is. Guys, he is very old. You're forgetting how old he is. For someone who is that old, that's a decent amount of activity. He's not as sedentary as other people his age are. 79-year-olds are not, doing anything.
The president engaging on the piece actually made the piece a lot better, a lot more fulsome.
Absolutely.
Something the Biden team could have probably done in the 4 years prior. Let's discuss now with Dr. Jonathan Reiner, professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University. He's also a CNN medical analyst. Doctor, really appreciate your time. Just last month, you said you were seriously concerned about the president's health. What's your level of concern after hearing from the president who says he's in perfect health?
Well, I'm mostly concerned that the public really hasn't been told essentially anything meaningful about the president's health here. So let's turn the clock back and look what's gone on over the last 9 months. The president had a physical exam, a comprehensive physical.
See, my grandpa golfed and he lived to be 98. There you go. There you go. Look how slender he looks too. He looks hot. I believe him. I think he should do whatever he's doing and not listen to the medical professionals. Okay.
To read, and they listed a bunch of studies which were essentially all normal. The president was great, and there was nothing else to see. Over the summer, the president developed really greatly swollen ankles, which prompted another series of tests. They called that chronic venous insufficiency, despite the fact that just a few months earlier during his comprehensive exam, the president's physician said he had no swelling of the leg. So it doesn't sound so chronic to me. It sounds more acute. And then something happened in the fall. Something happened in October that prompted an off.
Oh, yeah. I run a Trump golf tracking website. He visited his golf club several times, but didn't golf at all in December. This was the first month he went without golfing. So something could be a problem for Trump. When he stops golfing, that's when there might be an issue. Because remember, there was a point where he stopped golfing because he was worried that he's going to get assassinated. Like there was like a month-long period after Ryan Ruth, and he just looked so sad. He had to go into energy saving mode. Yeah, he had to put the battery on low battery mode. Lower the brightness a little bit, make sure that he's not firing off on all cylinders. So we'll see.
Cycle series of tests by the president's medical team. And when the results of those were released to the public, they used some basically euphemisms to describe what the president, the test the president went through. And the euphemism was advanced imaging. And they didn't describe whether it was a CT or an MR. And then later on, a few days later on Air Force One, the president basically said he had an MRI. Couldn't describe what body part, but he said he had an MRI, which prompted the president's physician again to release another statement, at which time he again did not describe the specific test the president underwent and said that, again, everything looked fine. And now we learned that the president didn't have an MRI. He actually had a CT scan, which explains why the president's physician didn't describe the test after the president disclosed his MRI, because he didn't have an MRI. So as best we can tell, the president had a cardiac CT, or what looks like a CT angiogram, which is basically a non-invasive way to tell whether the president has any significant coronary artery disease. And in his statement to...
Okay, is he going to die or not, man? What does that mean?
Wall Street Journal, the president's physician, Dr. Sean Barbabella, basically said the test looked great. There was no abnormality, which actually doesn't correlate with what Dr. Ronnie Jackson told the public in 2018 when he disclosed that the president had a similar CT scan that showed the presence of coronary calcium, which is a marker of coronary artery disease. So I'm
Boo. 325 milligrams is what they give someone during a cardiac event to help. Yeah, well, what if Trump is having a cardiac event every day? Checkmate, atheist. My grandfather smoked, ate McDonald's all day, never exercised, and he lived to be 700 years old. Nice skinny blood. The best kind of blood. I'm so skinny, just like my blood is. You don't understand it. You're wrong.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
Donald Trump is literally every day being like, oh, I'm going to hit Venezuela. I'm going to strike Venezuela. I'm going to do CIA covert ops in Venezuela. I love striking Venezuela. It's my favorite thing. I go to sleep thinking about hitting Venezuelan targets. And then one news report comes out from the Wall Street Journal being like, they're actually gearing for war against Venezuela. And they're like, no. Where did you guys get that idea? I don't know. Maybe people got that idea from everything you've said thus far. And also moving a aircraft carrier to the coastline of Venezuela. Perhaps that's the reason why we got that idea, because we've been hearing you say it. Sky News verified satellite imagery that shows the position of USS Iwo Jima, the ship where these live shooting drills were happening. The imagery shows the ship under 200 kilometers away from the coastline of Venezuela. How do we get here? A new guided missile cruiser, the USS Gettysburg, has arrived in the Caribbean, adding to the U.S. military buildup in the region. After this buildup, it would be harder to back off unless something happened. They're going to have to do something unless Maduro steps down or does something dramatic enough that Trump could claim a success, former Pentagon official said to The Hill. The warships are now approximately 124 miles from Venezuela. This was yesterday. The warships are now approximately 124 miles from Venezuela's La Orchila Island, home to one of the country's key air bases and radar facilities. Their approach places them within immediate operational range for amphibious or precision strike missions, according to Newsweek yesterday. Everyone remember how Putin said he won't invade Ukraine? Low key, Donald Trump has said more about invading Venezuela than Putin did about invading Ukraine in the military buildup that took place before the invasion of Ukraine took place. You're right. You're not wrong. That's a perfect comparison. One that I, of course, also was duped by as well, famously. Something that people never let me live down. But it's like Donald Trump is straight up saying like, no, we're going to strike Venezuela. I want to do a land invasion of Venezuela. Is words that have come out of his mouth.
Are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control.
I don't think it's all that crazy for people to assume that he is going to do that. The anti-war candidate, by the way, 7 peace negotiations I've succeeded in putting together. I've done too much peace for far too long. The world has been too peaceful. We must actually end up doing more war so I can do another peace process. I can do another peace treaty. Yeah, and then Trump's like, I'm going to invade Venezuela. And then everyone's like, dude, you're going to invade Venezuela? He goes, me? Well, huh? Me? Talking about me? Ah, never. Why are there aircraft carriers on the coastline of Venezuela? Why are there so many goddamn naval vessels? Why did you say that you would do covert operations by the CIA, that you sanctioned covert operations on the CIA? At least Russia did the side and Donbass stuff that we aren't even pretending to come up with a reason for this. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Like Russia had in the buildup, there was so much. There were military exercises that happened on the border. Russia had at least like a comprehensive messaging campaign as to why they had to intervene in Ukraine. We're not doing that at all. And even then, it was obviously still bullshit. Make no mistake. There is no justification for invading Ukraine, as I've said time and time again. But we're not even doing that. We didn't even try. We're just like, drugs, I think. They literally came out and were like, drugs or whatever. Who gives a shit? Yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of people. That's unironically what it has looked like so far. Look at all these boats we're blowing up. Isn't that awesome? And everyone's like, I don't know about this, actually. This doesn't seem like a good idea. And they're like, oh, well, Maduro's bad, I think. Come on. Come on. Incredible stuff. Yeah, not even the farce of Tonkin. Nope. We used to be a proud nation. We used to, at the very least, try to create like psyops and to get the people on board. Nowadays, democracy is not worth the price of the paper that it's written on, okay? It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just doing vibes-based global war on terror initiatives now. It's crazy. Yet another glaringly obvious example of the deteriorating conditions, including the deterioration of democracy. You don't even have an investment or an interest in trying to get the people on board, knowing full well that you could just kind of get away with it and people are too busy focusing on the 17,000 different snap benefit rage bait AI videos that they're watching on the timeline or whatever the they're predisposed 2026 is limiting to only accepting 7,500 refugees, and almost all of them are white South Africans, by the way. The white genocide that's taken place in South Africa and the refugees that we will only accept from South Africa. This is the most Twitter administration of all time. So much so that Donald Trump also recently posted about Nigeria and how they're waging war against Christianity in Nigeria. Like, the white genocide in South Africa narratives were already cooked up by white nationalists under the first Trump administration, and it reached the ears of this current administration, and now they're actually taking the initiative on this like totally made up nonsensical story. And then they're also talking about doing this. I don't know what they're gonna do in Nigeria, but the very fact that they're like geared up and making an issue out of this in a place like Nigeria implies that they are once again hyper focused on whatever narrative gets cooked up on the internet. That's why it's not an accident or weird when you really think about it that JD Vance is over here duking it out with like groypers wearing MAGA hats at the Turning Point USA conference, or talking about, Kaya being abused or something. It's because they are unimaginably online.
Maduro is now turning to Russia and China for help. The Washington Post reports Maduro is, quote, requesting defensive radars, aircraft repairs, and potentially missiles from Vladimir Putin, and expanded military cooperation from Xi Jinping. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has a carrier strike group on its way to the Caribbean as it ramps up attacks on alleged drug boats.
Yeah, it's not Zog, dude. Like the neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic, like Zog, Zionist occupied government is POG. It's podcaster occupied government, okay? It's not Zog, it's POG. And the opportunities for are endless under POG, podcaster occupied government.
And Shannon, you'll want to pay attention to next week on Capitol Hill, because Republican Senator Rand Paul is apparently joining forces with two Democrats, Adam Schiff and Tim Kaine, to potentially force a vote on a bill, a resolution to stop the president from unilaterally declaring war on Venezuela. Shannon?
Okay, so Aisha, also a federal judge just blocked the president's efforts to tighten up voter registration. It's been an ongoing issue for this president. What do we know about it?
Another alarm bell was the military guy that just like quit, like he resigned. The head of the U.S. military Southern Command is stepping down. Admiral Alvin Halsey is leaving less than a year into his tenure, and as Pentagon escalates attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea. The military commander overseeing the Pentagon's escalating attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea that the Trump administration says are smuggling drugs said on Thursday that he was stepping down. The officer, Admiral Alvin Halsey, is leaving his job as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees all operations in Central and South America, even as the Pentagon has rapidly built up 10,000 forces in the region in what it says is a major counter-drug and counter-terrorism mission. It was unclear why Admiral Halsey is suddenly departing less than a year into what is typically a 3-year job, and in the midst of the biggest operation in his 37-year career. But one current and one former U.S. official, both of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personal matters, said that Admiral Halsey has raised concerns about the mission and the attacks on the alleged drug boats. In a statement on social media, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made no mention of any friction with his 4-star commander. On behalf of the Department of War, said Mr. Hegseth, using the name of the department he now prefers, we extend our deepest gratitude to Admiral Alvin Halsey for his more than 37 years of distinguished service to our nation as he plans to retire at year's end. Nor did Admiral Halsey publicly voice any policy objections, urging his command's 1,200 military service members and civilians in a statement, keep charging. But the other officials of the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill said the praise masked real policy tensions concerning Venezuela that the admiral and his civilian boss were seeking to paper over. Prior to Trump, I can't think of a combatant commandeer who left his or her post early ever, said Representative Adam Smith of Washington, a senior Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, was even more poignant in his criticism. At a moment when the U.S. forces are building up across the Caribbean and tensions with Venezuela are at a boiling point, the departure of our top military commander in the region sends an alarming signal of instability within the chain of command. Since early September, U.S. Special Operations Forces have struck at least 5 boats, and since then the number has gone far higher than that. This was in October 17th, I believe, a couple weeks prior to this, and it's not a good sign when you have a career admiral who is overseeing the entirety of your operations resigns after 37 years of service right before you end up going to war, a war that he was supposed to oversee. Not great. Don't think it's great.
So this is a big win today for Democrats in civil rights groups. They sued over the president's executive order, which required voters.
Like in the past, that right there, paired up with like the boat strikes, would be a month-long media cycle. Okay, even like 10 years ago, this would be like of members of the police. There was reports of even a firefighter being lit on fire, mosques being attacked, even though the past iterations, and including this one, of protests and mass discontent that has led to violent protests in general, like violent response from the administration, from the regime in general, has often been talked about on geopolitical terms, whether it's like Mossad-backed, CIA-backed, and there's truth to all of that. Ultimately, I mean, there is a valid reason for why a lot of the youth in Iran especially are protesting. As I've said over and over again, in as far as how these things go, the American government is obviously very impactful as far as destroying the Iranian economy, and the Iranian economy has been thoroughly destroyed. The inception point for these protests came from the rial losing almost all of its worth, and shopkeepers not being able to stock their own stores. That initially started off as a smaller protest on the economy has exploded into this massive thing. And there are obviously numerous reasons for it, as I've talked about over and over again. One of the major factors, of course, is the sanctions that are specifically designed to destroy the Iranian economy so that Iranians mobilize against the administration. So in that regard, there is a lot of Western involvement. Having said that, however, to say that the administration's own responsibility here in terms of not leaning into any reforms or whatsoever is not playing a major role in the discontent would be silly. Let's be real. This is something I've talked about before as well, over and over again. One of the biggest issues with the Islamic Republic is the repressive nature of the regime. Iran, contrary to what people think about it, contrary to what people know about it, is actually an incredibly educated and somewhat very woke society. And by that, I mean the Iranian population is very woke and very educated. I mean, they have, I think I saw one of these guys who's not like exactly aligned with me. I forget what his name is, but I saw a post about like how people misunderstand how the Iranian society operates, how Iranian people operate, that basically said, you know, the Islamic Republic wants women to wear the hijab, but they want the hijabis to build the rockets. And I think that's a pretty solid way to summarize the situation, where they want female engineers. They just want the female engineers to be hijabi. And of course, there are a lot of people who don't want that. A lot of people in Iran that don't find that to be, that find that level of repression to be unacceptable. And as far as, oh yeah, this is it. People don't here. This was the take. People don't understand the mindset of the Islamic Republican in the slightest. They are not looking for personal enrichment, Assad. They are not a sponsored state like North Korea. They're not a foreign clan ruling over an occupied country. They are a homegrown ideological movement with a large base of support. Exactly. Approximately 1/4 of the country is firmly committed to this support. They're firmly committed to this ideological movement. This is why it's a little different. They are motivated by nationalism, anti-Westernism. These first two draw their leftist and secular supporters inside of Iran. This person is not talking about outside of Iran. He's talking about people inside of Iran that still find themselves in support of the current administration in Iran, and a desire to cultivate a society that is both modern and Islamic. This last part is where most people get lost. They can imagine that Iranians want true sovereignty, or that they hate the West like other global Southerners. It's hard for Westerners to understand that Iranians are not the Taliban. They don't want to deprive women of education. They want a hijabi to design the missiles. This is why Qasem Soleimani was to Ardeshir Zahedi a soldier of Iran nationalism, to third worldists and anti-imperialists, and to people in Iran fighting for values. This is the reality. Iran is an incredibly complex and incredibly diverse country, okay? Many different sects, different religions, and many different ethnic groups exist under one nation's boundaries. A nation that is built around thousands and thousands of years of shared history. No matter who, quote unquote, runs Iran, there is always going to be a tremendous amount of difficulties, especially considering that there is the Balochistan independence movement. You got the Kurds, you got the Turks, you got the Azeri Turks, you got the Persians, right? You have Iranian Jews, which are much tinier, obviously, in numbers, I believe around like 11,000. But ultimately, this is the reason why it's a very difficult country to, and Arabs, Uzbeks, yes. It has had a very, bro, that tweet is obviously pro IR. No, this person is not pro Islamic Republic, brother. Actually, that's the reason why I said he's not, he probably doesn't align with me on some of But from what I can see, this is a part of the problem. Beyond the economic instability, there is a real element within Iranian society, specifically the Iranian youth, that don't like the Islamic Republic for a multitude of different reasons. And especially for the youth, a big part of the reason is the repression. I feel like you overblow that aspect. There are far more people pro whatever social norms the IRGC imposes than those against it. It's a Muslim country. The major cities are already relaxed. It's usually diaspora members or paid agitators or politically naive youth who are the biggest proponents. I agree the economy is a major factor. I don't think you're right about that. I don't think you're right about that at all. I think that there are people who are even normally supposed to be a part of the base that have said enough is enough about the sanctions and its impact. But then there are also plenty of people who are not a part of the base of support for the Islamic Republic that are very frustrated about the repressive elements. And then also add on to the pile the obvious paid agitation, Western intervention, both from the diaspora communities, but certainly from the CIA and also Israel, and you create a powder keg. From my understanding, the way these protests are different is because the base of the Islamic Republic is on the side of the protest, ethnically Persian business owners. It feels like you're attributing your education and Islamic initiative to yielding more pro-liberal takes. It makes no sense to me. Women technically have more freedom than American women to be educated debt-free. Even if they liberalized, you'd have the same problems of instability down the line. No, I don't think so. I think part of the reason, at least from my assessment, and I do have my own personal biases growing up in Turkey, obviously, which is a secular country, right? And a secular country that actually saw a fairly conservative movement take hold and develop a regime of its own, the Erdogan government, using protection of Islamic liberties, Islamic practices as a rallying cry. And that change that took place in the country culturally, and that change that took place in terms of like repression, nowhere near to the same degree as like, you know, what people experience in Iran, has led me to at least have some level of bias in terms of living under a rule where there's like, you're like what you could possibly experience as freedoms you do not get. You're not recognizing how much that plays a role for especially a lot of young people, and simply discarding that as, or casting that aside as the silliness of youth is not correct. But to what end? Do you want them to become like France? No, that's not what I said at all. What I said simply was giving people it's already happened in bigger cities. Like the liberalization has already happened in bigger cities. Just do it across the board. It's that simple. That's it. And not only after like massive discontent and massive protests, but do it as a mechanism of survival. But I do think that because the Islamic Republic derives its legitimacy from being anti-West, and in that side of the world, the most effective way to showcase your anti-Western bona fides is by being Islamist. That is the most uncorruptible force. That's the way it's seen. Any sort of giving up on that mentality will be met with resistance from your base. And that's basically what I'm trying to explain, which is they're stuck between a rock and a hard place in many instances, where if they were to let up on that, they could potentially lose some of their own base, and then they couldn't justify their existence any longer. As a matter of fact, this is part of the problem right now, because the economic situation has gotten so bad that they're actually losing their own base of support. This is, I believe, the major reason as to why Trump and Israel didn't strike Iran this time around. Because they entertained it, they talked about it, but I felt like if they were to actually strike Iran in the midst of these protests, it would have actually whipped up public support back in the direction of the administration, because that is what happened last time around. Because it's not like the Iranian people are oblivious to Western intervention. They're very aware of it. Maybe some don't remember a life before the Islamic Revolution, especially because the Iranian Revolution, especially because they were not around back then. But there was a reason for why the Iranian public, got together and deposed of the Shah. Yeah, also, for the record, another fact about Iran that a lot of people don't understand is that the Iranian nation has some of the highest density, highest share of college-educated populations. And on top of that, the female-to-male ratio at university is the highest in the world. That's why I always laugh when people are like, oh, the Iranian women are like, they're being kept behind. Like, you just don't know anything. That's not the case at all. That is where we're at as far as this iteration of the Iranian protests. For me, if I was the Ayatollah, I would, number one, develop nukes instantly. And number two, work on, I mean, obviously this is stupid. And state, I presume, would collapse into a balkanized unit, or maybe like warring factions and numerous different smaller failed states. Now, of course, that might not be a problem for America or certainly for Israel, but that is a very reality if someone is not holding everything together. Is 99.4% Muslim? That's a unifying factor? Yeah, okay. Is 99.4% actually happy with the rule, like the Islamic rule or the version of Islamic rule that they exist under? Come on, dude. Clearly, Islam or Islamic rule has been the connective tissue that has held it together for as long as it has, in spite of all the Western intervention. But obviously, with Western intervention, the economic instability born out of sanctions and the rule that is perceived as repressive, especially for younger generations in Iran, it's not working. You can't keep having revolts over and over again and then, putting down hundreds of people, if not thousands of people at a time. It's just not going to work. Eventually, something's got to give. This is not a lib take, because the reality of the matter, as I also correctly pointed out, is that I don't know what the actual best path forward for Iranian sovereignty is anyway. You understand? A lib take would be to say, free Iran, free Iran. We need the Pahlavi. We need the Pahlavi family. We need the Shah to come back, and I'm going to go and dance in Israel. And then I'm going to first dance in Tel Aviv, and I'm going to dance in Tehran. And Iranians are going to be happy ever after. And we're going to eat Cuba Day. Okay. And I love the CIA, and I love the Mossad, and death to the Islamist rule, or whatever that's not what I'm saying. Some in the U.S. doubt that Iran is genuine about its ending its nuclear program, telling Trump that Tehran may be finding a way to buy more time and avoiding American airstrikes. Aides have briefed Trump on the benefits and pitfalls of renewed nuclear negotiations with Iran. Trump currently favors attacking Iran, but could change his mind depending on unfolding developments. Some officials said Trump may strike first and then seek serious talks with Tehran. We may have to act because of what is happening before the meeting, he said Sunday. Trump is also going to put a 25% tariff on any country that's doing business with Iran. This is why everything that you hear from Americans is inconsistent and fucked up. They do not care about Iranian sovereignty. Please, please, please do not fall for this bullshit. And if Iranians come in here and try to tell me like, no, you don't understand, we want these kinds of, we want our economy to collapse, you're basically begging for your own demise. There are plenty of Iranians who are protesting against the government, not because they are upset about the repression that they're experiencing, but more so because of the economy. And the economy is the way it is because of America. We are helping Iran by killing Iranians, either through direct military intervention in the form of bombings, or through indirect intervention in the form of starving them, by starving out the Iranian economy. President Trump says he's slapping a 25% tariff on goods from China, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, India, Russia, Iraq, Pakistan, Oman, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa, among other countries, because they're doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran. God, it's so devastating. It's just so Just the other day, an innocent young woman in the United States, an American citizen, a mother of three, was executed by ICE at point blank range. The U.S. administration labeled her a domestic terrorist, while President Trump called it a matter of self-defense. The Department of Homeland Security threatened Americans that if you lay a finger on a federal officer or agent, you will face the full extent of the law. Here in Iran, police officers are being executed by actual terrorists overseen by what Mr. Pompeo has openly called Mossad agents. And we have the receipts. Does this look like a protest for freedom, or the exact kind of scenes that the U.S. administration would never tolerate within its own borders? I'm not going to show you the video, but yes, that is, they light it on fire. Yeah, sorry, Arakshi, that's a bit of a whataboutism. You're doing the same thing ICE did. Okay, that's not even a whataboutism, okay? It's worse in some ways because obviously they killed a lot more people. If a similar situation occurred in America, we would be nuking half of the nation. There is no world where like American protesters take up arms and start burning like churches and shit, and then the American government doesn't assassinate like tens of thousands of people. I mean, let's be real. Sure, the security forces and the police are an extension of the regime in the eyes of a lot of people, and it's understandable that they are frustrated, and it's understandable that their protest goes beyond and does turn violent. But make no mistake, the only time that shit ever works is January 6th, okay? Get a bunch of fucking socialists or liberals even to come together and stand in front of ICE agents with their weapons drawn and kill a couple cops, and let's see how the American government reacts, okay? And that's really funny also because the very same, like I want a free and sovereign Iran. I want a free, democratic, sovereign Khamenei's defiant speech, much indicates that an extremely violent clampdown is in the making or has already started. If the calculations of certain quarters have been that once Tehran clamps down forcefully, pressure on Trump will grow to intervene militarily, I see several factors pointing in the opposite direction. There are pro-government marches too in Iran. It's not like being anti-government is in any way the majority opinion. Yes, because it's like 1/5 of the population. It's 90 million. 1/5 of the population is still a ginormous amount of people. But 1/5 of the population in the other direction is also a ginormous amount of people, if you know what I mean. Does that make sense? The images of body bags leave no doubt about the brutality of Iran's repression, and communication blackout is indefensible. Across the country, Iranians are protesting real economic hardship. Much of it is deepened by U.S. sanctions. From the UK, genuine solidarity means opposing these sanctions and the imperial strategies and aspirations behind them. At the same time, this unrest is being cynically exploited by Netanyahu's genocidal government as a pretext for military intervention and regime change, a path that must be firmly rejected. It must be clear. Only the Iranian people have the right to decide their own future. No outside power should dictate or interfere. Any serious politics require holding all these truths together. Regardless of the outside intervention, which is very real, okay? Which is very real, maybe even a little overstated with the way that they've been flexing about it this time around. There is still very clearly a lot of discontent, okay? That's it. It's palpable. It's not something that you can, what? Guy who thinks it's base to kill liberal protesters demands the government kill liberal protesters, talking about times running up when it comes to the Islamic Republic. That's awesome. This is the inconsistency, okay? This is what I'm talking about. This man was literally demanding that the American government kill people in the exact same way that he's criticizing the Iranian government. Like literally 1-to-1. How does nobody see this? He was demanding for the past month that the American government put a bunch of libtards in body bags in an effort to get them to understand that you must never oppose the Trump regime. When Asman Mole was asked to clarify if dead Muslim Iranian child equals bad and liberal white American woman equals good, he said no comment. Yeah, based. Violence in Iran creates messy imagery, and Trump is more inclined to intervene militarily when he sees an easy, smooth, and quick path to victory. When things are messy and challenging, he keeps a distance. In Yemen, against better advice, he went after the Houthis, but quickly changed his mind after the quick victory he was promised never materialized. And the Houthis took down 2 U.S. fighter jets. Even if the protesters look like they're winning, Trump will likely wait till the last and safest moment before he intervenes so he can secure credit at minimum cost. The violent clampdown might also leave Trump with the impression that once the regime has his back completely against the wall, it is more likely to fight back than to capitulate. Its clampdown up until last night was, by its standards, very restrained. But then it dramatically turned more deadly once the regime believed it fought for its survival. Tehran is likely signaling the same message to Trump. Yes, it has only struck back symbolically against U.S. attacks since 2020, but now it'll be different since it sees no exit if the U.S. attacks. Also, a lot of people are not understanding that internally you have the government, you have the Ayatollah, and then you have the IRGC. So there's numerous different factions within the government, and the IRGC works in line with the Ayatollah, even if they might have differences in opinion every now and then. Sometimes they might be even more militant, as a matter of fact. But the IRGC is where the Ayatollah derives his power from, both with its interventions in the region, but also internally as well. So there is that separate reality as well. So even if you were to do like a Maduro, first of all, you can't do a Maduro style thing to the Ayatollah. That would literally cause Iran to lose its mind, and then you would see what a more muscular or more militant IRGC would look like, and not the much more restrained version of that directed by the Ayatollah. But ultimately, it's not like you can't do a decapitation, right? You just can't do a decapitation of the head of state in Iran and then it's over. You know what I mean? And then you install your puppet. You can't really do that anywhere. You need to have like certain aspects of the military on your side. And I don't think that they have that in Iran anyway, like for Western intervention. So at most, a lot of the conflict is led on the sectarian infighting side. You know, you got the Kurds, you got the Turks. The Azeris are actually kind of on board, and so many of the Turks are as well, on top of the Persians. But then you also have, you have people with different interests inside of the country that are not very fond of, you have the Balochis as well. And yes, current Ayatollah is Azeri Turk. He might not be Turk, but I like to say that he is. The reformers perform well electorally among They just don't want a fucking sovereign Iran. Iran could be the gayest, most woke, most feminist place on the planet. And as long as they were sovereign and still had the same intensity and still had the same weapons and arsenal and weapons producing capabilities and wanted to say, hey, Israel sucks to suck. We'll show you what's what if you try to intervene in other countries' affairs in this region, then Israel would still want to nuke Iran because it has nothing to do with feminism. Why is Trainwreck so hot on Iran all of a sudden? He's literally Iranian, man. What are you talking about? He's Persian. He probably has family there, I assume. You need to understand something, okay? Maybe I don't have that many friends that I know that are Iranian, that are directly pro Islamic Republic. But even those who believe that the Islamic Republic is the only pathway towards maintaining sovereignty in Iran are still very upset with the government, okay? That's it. The only people that I've seen that are just like unconditionally offering support in this instance are or saying that everyone is a Mossad agent or everyone's a CIA agent. They're not Iranian. Like, let's be real. Like I think it's you can't kill this many people all the time, man. That's it. Like that's it. You can't do that. That's crazy. Obviously things are fucked up, and I understand why people's attitude is like some people will look at the Islamic Republic as like the only pathway to consistently apply pressure and harm to the state of Israel, and that is true. But that's technically not the only pathway. You don't know. We don't know what might happen in Iran. I don't think the Iranian population is going to magically turn pro-Israel overnight in the way that like people present it here in the Western world. Sure, there's a lot of people who hate what they perceive Islam to be, especially amongst the youth in Iran. But that don't mean they're going to be pro-Israel. But in any case, there is nothing more ridiculous than seeing all these people that have like advocated to starve the Iranian people over and over again, advocated for Israel to bomb Iran, okay, got Israel to successfully bomb Iran, celebrated it, got America to bomb Iran, celebrated that, turning around and being like, oh, free Iran, oh my God. It's like, bitch, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian people. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. If you are pro-Israel, you are not pro-Iran, okay? Everybody knows the game is up. We know you are Israel first. You're not America first. You're Israel first. If you're pro-Israel and you're Israel first, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian population. Get the fuck out of here. If you're America first, once again, you end up still being Israel first. Let's be real. And you definitely still don't give a shit about the Iranian population. It's so crazy. And it's funny because, like, as I showed you with the Asmongold situation, the motherfucker's not even America first. He's like, oh, let's free the people of Iran. It's like, bitch, you advocated to kill Americans. You advocated for this regime to kill American protesters. Fuck you mean? Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? Free Iran? Bitch, free America from Donald Trump and free America from you. And we got Matthew Petty. Matthew Petty says the point of the U.S.-Israeli investment in Pahlavi satellite channels, etc., is not to make the Iranian opposition more effective, but to make them more dependent and therefore useful bargaining chips. It's similar to U.S. policy in Syria, where they back rebel groups at first because they assumed Assad was going to fall no matter what, then later because they assumed the country would be stalemated and wanted leverage over the outcome either way. Yeah, it's the same reason why they quote-unquote back Kurds, both in Iran now as well, for the record, but also all around. They will back these groups specifically to get leverage over the Iranian government and try to get them to do their bidding. Let's look at this fucking demon too. To the Iranian people, your long nightmare is soon coming to a close. Your bravery and determination to end your oppression has been noticed by the POTUS and all who love freedom. Like, what are we talking about, dude? When President Trump makes Iran great again, Iran great again, it means the protesters in Iran must prevail over the Ayatollah. That is the clearest signal yet that, hey, President Trump understands Iran will never be great with the Ayatollah and his henchmen in charge. Those to all who are sacrificing in Iran, God bless, help is on the way. Incredible stuff. Thank you, Lindsey Graham. The Crown Prince's statement about the folly of negotiating with the Iranian regime and the need to act on behalf of the Iranian people is beyond reasonable criticism. They activated all the different groups. So you have people who are pro-Shah, and then you have people who are in the pocket of MEK. Bolton is an MEK advocate, an MEK acolyte, and so is Rudy Giuliani. And MEK has even less support than the Shah in Iran. And the Shah doesn't necessarily have a reasonable amount of support either. Because I need you to understand something, okay? These people have already successfully deposed of the Shah. These people, the Iranian population, already historically successfully deposed of the Shah. There is no way that they will entertain Western intervention, no matter how much they suffer. They are incredibly resilient, incredibly proud people. I just don't believe. Think about it this way. Turkey's forces and Iranian forces, like Iranian proxies and Turkish proxies, were literally fighting in Syria nonstop. How do Turks reconcile being so anti-American while being members of NATO? They don't. They don't even think about it. They don't even realize what it indicates. Because the pro-American, pro-NATO forces in the country are the nationalists. So it's not even like called into question. Everybody says they hate America. Meanwhile, we're we're a NATO vassal. We're a NATO country. Turks do not with American intervention at all, not realizing that half of the intervention that the Turkish government engages in is at the behest of America and American intervention in the region. But it is sold to the public as a security concern. It is sold to the public as a matter of national security. So people kind of bite into it, because even with the Kurdish stuff, Turks, in some ways, I think, understand that Kurds are seen as like a proxy, a militia force against Turkey led by the United States of America. But they don't really think about how like America literally says, OK, you can go and slaughter the Kurds now. We're done using them, over and over again. Khomeini in the 80s was the only actually existing non-aligned third worldist out there. Guy was killing thousands of Soviet-aligned communists, but at the same time blowing up hundreds of U.S. Marines in Beirut. He was the only one who really was against both the East and West. That's why both the U.S. and USSR were arming Iraq against Iran. That is true. He was the actual real non-aligned third worldist. It's an interesting perspective. I mean, but that's how Iran is. People are like, oh, why won't they align with China, myself included? And that's just how Iran is. I don't know how else to describe it. They literally don't do that. Like the only country that they have like long-standing commitments to in terms of security has been Russia so far. Straight up. But at the same time, they had no problems doing JCPOA with Barack Obama. So like if given the option, they would play ball. They would love to play ball with America. They just understandably hate Israel. America respects Erdogan's intelligent monetary policy and wants to keep him as great inspiration for the American century of prosperity. No, that's why he got Maduro. That's why he loves Erdogan, and also he arrested Maduro so that he could learn from Maduro's operations and how the central bank should be controlled by the executive. This is the brilliant mind of the United States of America leaning into the nation, the glorious century of prosperity for America. Yesterday, Asmongold mistook a massive pro-Iranian government rally for an anti-government protest. There are so many people, he says with amazement. This is absolutely insane. Iran is cooked. Then he moves on until a viewer tells him to go back and read the description. Right after, Asmongold marvels at an AI video of a fake protest. He's the perfect representation of how Americans mindlessly consume propaganda. Today, millions of Iranians protest against American intervention following threats from Trump. Like the rest of Western media, Asmongold will surely dismiss them like he did for the protests in Venezuela.
But you can see there are just so many people around here. This is absolutely insane.
Wait. This is Iran today. Absolutely massive crowds rising up against violence, U.S. Israeli-backed rioters and foreign interference, and not a peep from Western mainstream media, of course.
And so, yeah, exactly. Damn, exactly. So you're seeing a tremendous, like, as I said, guys, it's circling the drain. It's the beginning of the end. I mean, whenever you get confused between the...
I see. The Nick Shirley technique. I can't even shit on him because they did this in Cuba. And it was Fox News that did this in Cuba, if you remember, because it's like technique that foreign adversaries apply all the time, where they'll bring out the masses to the streets to protest against like American intervention. And I remember they literally did this during SOS Cuba, where they had like the pro-government protesters that had like the Cuban Revolution flag and stuff like that, and they straight up lied and said, look at all these Cubans that are taken to the streets. At least the Cuba opposition and government have the same flag. Wouldn't the giant Islamic Republic flag tip you off? No, he doesn't know what the Islamic Republic flag looks like. He doesn't understand what the difference is. What is the difference between this thing and a lion from where he's standing? Nothing.
Oh, that's really it. And wasn't that post-pro regime? I don't know if it was or not. Let me see what it says. Violent U.S.-Israeli backpackers. Oh, these are people. Oh, wait a minute. I see it. I didn't read it. I just assumed that it was one of the positive protests. But no, these are actually people that are supporting Iran. Well, these are all people. Look at this. Wow. And they're all in the, the robes and all of that. And they're all happy about it. So I did get it wrong. Okay. And so, yeah, it looks like there are a lot of people that do still support the regime, sincerely follow our leader. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Look at this. This is crazy.
think it's like there's a total casualty number that people are reporting, which it factors like security forces that have been killed, police officers that have been killed as well, because it's not like an American style protest, if you know what I mean. It's not even like a Greek style protest where those guys use Molotov cocktails and shit like that. This is beyond a normal protest because state violence is the standard here. If the state is more violent, then the response and the retaliation will be more violent. Add to that a country that is basically a leaky faucet with external actors as well that literally were able to build a drone facility inside of the Iranian nation state's capital. You're going to have opportunists. You're going to have real protesters with real anger and resentment towards the administration who are going to take up arms and shoot people, you know. It's closer to a civil war than a classic protest. I wouldn't say it's a class. It's not. I don't think it's a civil war necessarily. The reason why it's not a civil war is because like there isn't enough militant organizing, and the most militant organizing that comes from American involvement. Iran's protest, some people are saying is 2,000 people killed. Some people are saying it's 20,000 people killed. I don't know what the actual numbers are, and neither do you. But it is alarming that CBS News, led by Barry Weiss, the Zionist queen Barry Weiss, has decided it's actually 20,000. Iranian human rights monitors and most intelligence estimates that 2,000 people have been killed in the Iranian unrest, which is a insane number, by the way. That is an unacceptable number. CBS this morning runs a story claiming up to 20,000 have been killed, citing an anonymous source. I wonder who their source was. If Barry Weiss didn't spend the last several years acting as an asset for Benjamin Netanyahu, maybe we could believe that she had any credibility on Middle Eastern matters and actually cares about Muslim life, not just Israeli foreign policy goals, alas. One point that I will always go back to is that, you know, my heart is with the people as always, no matter which country that we're talking about. Having said that, however, I will never trust someone who is pro-Israel when they're communicating freeing Iran. I'm sorry, you don't want to free Iran. You want Iran to turn into Syria. You want Iran to turn into Syria. You want to destroy it. You want to turn it into a fail state so it does not have the military prowess or the capabilities of striking back when you decide to finalize your greater Israel project. Suck my dick. I know you don't give a shit when Muslims are dying because you've defended Israel. Okay? You've defended Israel over and over again. Is CBS pro-Israel? Are you kidding me? That's why they purchased it. Yeah, 2,000 is enough for it to be insane. Why do these people always have to make it even higher? Well, it's the same as like October 7. You could have just looked at October 7 and been like, this is a catastrophe. How do we get here? But it didn't matter. They had to be like, they're decapitating babies while raping them, you know? Like the truth is not enough. They have to literally they have to do atrocity propaganda. That's how it always is. They have to just be like, no, they killed, like Israel kills hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza. That's nothing. That's just, you know, the cost of doing business. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about that. Iran, on the other hand, they've killed 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, you know, however many thousands. Like it's like just report on it accurately. Report on it accurately. It's already an unimaginably cruel form of state repression that took place anyway. The very fact that it got to this point is already proof that, you know, there is a lot that's going on with the Iranian government that is unsustainable. It should never get to that point. Someone highlight this, please. Iranians are not Muslim. We are Zoroastrian. Islam was imposed on us through Arabs' invasion. Oh, brother, please. Oh, my Lord, dude. Dude, this is fun because chatters are about to find out what some of the most insane versions of LARP actually look like. Yeah, dog, you're right. Iran is still maintaining Zoroastrianism, the world's oldest, like, monotheistic organized religion. I think a lot of people don't understand this, and as a Turkish person, I sympathize with it maybe a little too much, and that's the reason why a lot of people make it seem as though, yeah, these idiots act like Islam came to Iran in 1979. This is a little bit of this is my like Reddit atheism coming out a little bit, which is how I used to be when I was growing up in Turkey. I definitely understand why people would not be fond of a lot of the repressive attitudes demonstrated by the Iranian government. That's it. Like, I get it. I know it. I get it. Anyone that sits they're not an external group. They have like real legitimacy from their base of support, but their base of support is also angry because of the economy. So good luck. You know what I mean? If your base of support is also crumbling due to the economy, and I know that there's like a lot of pro-government protests that are taking place right now, but if your base of support is also crumbling, like inevitably you're gonna experience the exact same thing that happened when they deposed the Shah the last time. A big part of the reason why that happened was because of the incredible cruelty. It wasn't just because it was obviously like a Western enforced ownership over the country in a puppet state. It happened partially because of the only ways, if you have a Western enforced puppet state, the only way that you can justify your existence is through repression, is through endless amounts of violence. And the more you increase the intensity of said violence, the harder it gets for you to justify your existence. And inevitably, something will give. The dam will break. There is still a lot of support for the Ayatollah in the country. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that this country is a very diverse country. It's a very large country. It's a very proud country, very resilient country. And they are eventually going to have enough mobilization that you will either have to assassinate, execute half the country. You can't do that. That's ridiculous. The state will collapse before that happens. It's also complicated by the dueling power centers. The civilian government, which is mostly publicly accessible, has no oversight of the security forces. The IRGC security establishment has different interests than the civilian admin, who has different interests than the clerical establishment. Very messy. I know. There is not a lot of unity between these different forces. Secularization on the real centers of power within the Iranian establishment, especially the security establishment, is a non-starter. It's just not going to happen because the connective tissue that holds that together is the mutual belief that they have in Islam, in Shia Islam. So there is no secularization taking place in that regard. But also at the same time, like, it needs to be top down, is what I'm saying. Like, either you need to, if the largest points of pressure is the government, is the state repression, is the economy, and external actors consistently trying to intervene in your affairs, you have to eradicate one of these three. You have to. One of these three things has to go, because if it doesn't, then you have this. If we're looking at the triangle of pressures that the Iranian people are experiencing, one of these things has to give. Oh no, bro, I'd rather support the side that provides Palestinians with sniper rifles, Yemenis with drones, and Lebanese with missiles. This side at this time happened to be the mullahs, so I'm from the survival of the mullahs. In 1929, Togliatti said that if Mussolini starts supporting Algerian guerrillas against France, Italian communists must not oppose this. It's the same with Iran and Hamas. No, I understand why so many people have this position as well. I get it. A destabilized Iran, a failed state in Iran, is not only going to be good for the Iranian people, but it will certainly not be good for any of the other countries that are being dominated, any of the other people that are being dominated by American imperialism and Western imperialism in general, and Israel first and foremost, which is an expression of American imperialism in the region. What should Iranians do? Just protest every day and die without internet? No country is not helping my people. No other country is not helping my people. No, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that something's got to give. So if those are the three major factors here at play, it's the economy, which is born out of Western sanctions, right? Like, Americans are actively starving the Iranian population. And if the other side of the pressures is internal repression, and if the left side of the triangle is consistent Western intervention, not even like from the economy side, but Western intervention in the form of like espionage and destabilization and things like that, you have to tackle one of these three issues. And I think the one that is the most tackleable is internal repression. The example I'll always use is, I mean, you look at the Gulf states, right? Infinitely less woke than the Iranian government really is. Let's be real, right? The Gulf states are way less woke, quote unquote woke, than the Iranian government is. And yet their people don't revolt. Why don't they revolt? Because they're not on the receiving end of unimaginable sanctions and have consistently been thwarted and destabilized. These are Gulf monarchies that are held together fairly stably with an entire like the civilians, the actual population they might have like their disagreements with the government, but they can't really do anything. They can't really say anything. It's a monarchy, right? But they don't feel the need to because they're still prospering. They have stable economies, all things considered. We woke isn't social liberties. Woke isn't the population is definitely, there is a very large number of people in Iran that are woke by our understanding, by like the Western understanding. It's a silly way to approach this subject. I'm not saying people deserve freedom only if they're living in the way that, you know, I think they should be. Okay. But there are obviously a lot of woke people, quote unquote, woke people in Iran. It's ironic because like more often than not, it's like the hogs in the West that are the ones who are going, look at how feminist these people are. Look at how woke these people are. Meanwhile, they want the Islamic Republic, but Christian style in America. Their ideological commitment to state repression with religious justifications is endless when it comes to the West. And yet they turn around and say, look how woke these people are. It's disgusting. It's gross. It pisses me off. In any case, there's obviously other elements of the state that is very not woke. Okay. Like you cannot be gay. All right. You cannot be gay in Iran. It's not happening. But then again, can you be gay in Saudi Arabia? Right. And this is not whataboutism. I'm just like comparing the way we interpret certain countries in the region and whether or not they are allowed, whether or not they are stable. Saudi Arabia is stable. Qatar is stable. Well, Qatar is like more woke than the rest of these countries, but regardless, they're stable. Okay. Qatar is stable. Saudi Arabia is stable. The UAE is stable. Iran, not so stable. One must ask the question, why? It's because Iran is seen as an adversary, a foreign adversary. If you are not seen as a foreign adversary, you are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to exist. You are allowed to maintain stability. No matter how repressive you might get, it doesn't matter. We'll turn a blind eye. We will not talk about it. We do not have a major diaspora community here of Saudis that are constantly demanding a secular democracy change the trajectory of the country. It doesn't work. There's no sanctions on Saudi Arabia in the same way that there is in Iran. This doesn't mean that like the people's demands are not just, for the record, in Iran. They are just. Do you think CIA and Mossad are involved, or is it a rebellion? It's both. There is very real anger and resentment in Iran. That doesn't mean that there isn't like CIA and Mossad involvement in it. Of course there is. That's why I said it's very difficult to have a real civil war at any point in this day and age. You cannot have like a real ass civil war. You cannot have like a real ass revolution at this point, because unless you have like overwhelming militancy in your organizing born out of a domestic population, it's going to be very difficult.
We have some horrific information coming in from Iran right now.
CBS 8 San Diego, over 12,000. ABC says over 2,000 casualties. CBS goes 12,000. Death toll is, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the actual death toll is. I don't know. But it is crazy to me that like the president is saying we don't know how many people have actually died. But apparently CBS knows. How the did they find out? I wonder.
Patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible.
Yeah, I'm going to be using this clip in a couple months when this is happening in America, okay? Just remember that. Just remember all the things that this administration is saying about the righteous protests of the Iranian people. They deserve to be free. All that. Patriots, rise up, okay? You have nothing to lose but your chains. When that shit is going down in America, then you'll see from the administration that brought you, if you don't obey, you die, comes patriots rise up and storm government buildings.
If the numbers are right, now I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But
oh, really? Because yesterday you said Renee Good was being really disrespectful, implying that she did deserve to die in the hands of ICE because of her disrespect. Oh, really? I mean, I agree. Even one death is too much. I agree. I think it's bullshit. What the Iranian government has done is bullshit. Having said that, very strange for the American regime to be saying these things in the process of mass apprehensions, door knocking operations, and dragnets taking place in Minneapolis. Very strange, Trump. What's going on here? It's odd. It's very odd. And I do see this inconsistency with all of the Republican commentariat. They all talk extensively. About how people deserve to die in America if they disobey commands from ICE. And then they turn around and talk about free Iran. As I said yesterday, bitch, what do you mean free Iran? Free us too? Free Iran. trying to move the country in his own vision. Everybody hates him for all of the things that he's doing at the domestic level. So he just keeps farming foreign policy. Anyway, I shouldn't be giving example. Like the analogy, using the France analogy here is probably not going to help people understand what I'm talking about, because you don't know what the domestic affairs in France looks like. But if you do know, then you understand. This is a one-to-one comparison in some ways.
Numbers are staggering. I mean, heartbreaking. I can't even fathom this as I'm reading this, but CBS News has just confirmed that sources are telling them at least 12,000 people have been killed in Iran amid these protests.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. Controversial opinion. Everyone will look at what I'm saying here and immediately lock in and say, oh, you're just a defender of the IRGC. You love the Ayatollah. You want Islamist fundamentalism, blah, 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 all this shit. Controversial opinion for the chatters here. I don't think American mainstream media should be doing Twitter level propaganda. Like even in the past, you know, we had this iteration in the first Gulf incursion, right? Where you know, they were talking about how like babies were being flinged off the roofs, and like you know, they saw it with their own two eyes, and it was a much more sophisticated version of like blood libel and propaganda that justified American intervention. This is not even as sophisticated. This is just like straightforward October 7 Hasbara level bullshit. Yeah, incubators in Kuwait. For those of you who don't know, this was a very famous story in the first Gulf War. So if not eggs, where should the news be covered? Lamont pointing a problem out without a solution is a mid-skill. No, first of all, Twitter didn't used to have this level of misinformation flying around. And not only that, but instead of like mainstream media basically picking up the slack and getting better at reporting accurately, they've decided to lean into Twitter-style misinformation with one of the major American news outlets, CBS, after the Ellison takeover. And I think that's really, really damaging. That is really, really devastating. And if you can't see why that's devastating, I don't know what to tell you. Like, are you kidding me?
12,000 people have been killed in Iran amid these protests. Possibly as many as 20,000 people have been killed. So this is according to CBS News. That's where we get our information. Our network has a lot of sources there, looking through all the videos, talking to several people. And unfortunately, this is the information we're getting. As you know, the internet has been cut off. Just recently this morning, phone calls have been back on, but only for people in Iran to call people outside of the country. People are not able to call into Iran from outside. And still the internet, it's shut off for so many. We've heard people having to go several hundreds of miles to just upload some of the videos that you're seeing from Iran. So a source inside Iran was able to call out to CBS News today, saying security forces were also visiting many of the private hospitals across Tehran, the capital, and they're threatening staff to hand over the names and addresses.
I don't think this is good. I think purely from an American perspective, selfish American here reporting, I think it's very bad that one of the major mainstream media resources is basically doing free press style coverage, like directly at the behest of Israel too. It is nutty. Like we already have enough of it, but at least the New York Times and all these other outlets have the decency to just, if they're going to lie in the direction of Israel, they will try to make that lie look more reasonable. This is completely insane. And just as there is price leadership in all of the corporate consolidated sectors, there is going to be a slop leadership here. And the more CBS produces slop, I think it'll cause CNN and New York Times to also drop what remained of their fucking standards at a time when we need mainstream media to be as accurate as fucking possible. Oh my Lord, this is really fucked up. This is really bad. When there is no reason to even lean into credibility so you can be more effective in doing propaganda at the behest of the State Department in times of need, when there's no need for that at all, when the media basically drops this shit completely and no longer needs to be reliable, no longer needs to be credible at all, and the audience is not responding to it in a negative fashion, we are fucked. It's only going to get worse. There will be no consensus reality. Just different biases being demonstrated over and over again.
The White House is itching to take some sort of action, but we don't really know what sort of action they may be considering. There are a number of options, of course. The non-kinetic options, the peaceful options, include more sanctions, using tariffs to try to isolate the government in Tehran.
There is no tariffing to isolate the government in Tehran, okay? It's just not happening. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing that you can do, and that's not the point of sanctions anyway. It's not peaceful. Sanctions are collective punishment. Oh yeah, we'll do sanctions on Iran. We'll do sanctions. This is the most peaceful way to operate. It's just, God, I fucking hate Western chauvinism so much. It is so clearly hypocritical. Oh, we must liberate the Iranian people. And by that, I mean we must starve them even further so that they have no other option but to engage in violent rebellion. Okay, we must peacefully starve the children of Iran. This is the only way forward. I'm wearing a suit, you see. I'm using, I'm very clearly enunciating the words. I'm pronouncing them in the way that I am. So you know that I actually have a much more sophisticated understanding of how we must starve the Iranian population. Yes, look at how dignified I am. Oh, very different than the monstrous Donald Trump. I'm a person in favor of liberating Iran. I want Iranians to no longer suffer, which is why my solution is starving them further. You see how stupid that is? These are not pawns in your fucking political game, okay? These are human beings with dreams. These are human beings that are worthy of dignity. And you're over here talking about starving them. Like, you're over here talking about starving them because if they starve even further, then they'll actually engage in like a violent revolution. What a insane attitude. What an insane attitude to demonstrate. What's your solution? Not starving them would be a good start. Remove the sanctions instantly. Sanctions only work on allies. Okay, sanctions are only effective on allies. This is why I am in favor of sanctioning Israel. Okay, ironically enough, because even the mere threat of sanctions or economic, like any sort of like pullback economically from Israel will cause the Israeli government to reconsider the way that they're approaching everything.
And if we think about military strikes, there are three types of target that would make a certain amount of sense to the United States. One type of target might be the nuclear facilities of Iran. There are plenty of them. There are many of them that the United States would still like to attack, and so would the Israelis.
If we strike the nuclear facilities, the nuclear power plants, by the way, if you strike the Iranian nuclear power plants, this would be very helpful for the Iranian population. Yeah, like they don't have grandparents in the hospital down the goddamn nuclear facility that's being powered by the nuclear power plant. What do you mean? Also, you can't hit those nuclear power plants because half of them are Russian anyway, and Americans are not going to do that. I think a lot of people forget that there was a reason why America did not hit any nuclear power plant beyond the designated ones, because I mean, we've moved past the point of how this is a war crime, right? And we only understand that it's a war crime when Russia does it to Ukraine. That's the only time people understand that that might be a war crime. But because the international law is completely over and there's no reason to even entertain it, we're just talking about hitting Iranian nuclear power plants.
A third sort of target might be the oil and gas infrastructure of Iran. And this would have an immediate effect, particularly in areas like Hag Island and Bandar Abbas. The South Pars gas field is the biggest single gas field in the world. It's shared with
Qatar. It's literally, it's the Qatari gas field. Dude, we're so dumb. I swear to God, dude, the West is so insane, brother. What are you saying? Yeah, there's no other way out of this. You are gonna starve, okay? If you're Iranian and you're like, please, like, can I have some food? Can I have a crumb of liberalization, a crumb of secular democracy? And the options are no, okay? Internally, the options are no. And they can just turn around and say, well, look, this is how they speak about you. This is what they want to do to you. What do you want? Not us? Who do you want to be in charge of all this stuff? The reason why it's not the new Syria, this is the Zoroastrian chatter, by the way. Just to answer my question for 1 second. Removing the sanctions will help the regime prevail. We, the Persian people, want the mullahs gone. We're done. We don't care anymore, and we don't want extremists ruling our country. Okay, you can actually have a more healthy and robust base of support that can organize against the mullahs if you aren't starving. It's that simple. You could say we all day, every day. But the reality of the matter is, the more there are crippling sanctions, the more anger people experience, the more repression comes. If your goal is to eradicate repression from the state, then you shouldn't be advocating for more sanctions. You shouldn't be advocating for Western intervention, because the more Western intervention comes in, the more the state becomes repressive in an effort to control and in an effort to maintain its sovereignty. I think speed analysis of this country is not fair to the people. I mean, I agree. The newly formed regime of Iran in 1988 executed 30,000 who were leftists, although these numbers may seem too high for you. I don't think you know the nature of this regime. No, I do. I do. Let's be real. The number one ops for the Ayatollah has always been the Iranian left, okay? They have been way more aggressive in stamping out any sort of any sort of socialist formation. Now, of course, part of the reason is because you got the MEK, which it's not dissimilar to how Erdogan used the real existing parallel state that Fethullah Gulen had cultivated in an effort to go after all of his liberal and left-wing enemies in the country. There is a good reason for why you engage in this kind of state repression when you have like a psychotic cult, for example, that presents itself as like a socialist formation that is directly propped up and backed by the American government. You know, it's a CIA operation in its entirety at this point, with no real base of support internally inside of Iran. I'm talking about the MEK right now, which is deeply unpopular inside of Iran. But beyond that, there are, Iranian communists, Iranian socialists, Iranian trade unionists, like plenty of academics that are very progressive, very leftist, that have been kept at bay over and over again, that have been on the receiving end of unlimited state repression, because those are the guys that could potentially build a real robust movement in the direction of secularization. Like, you have to understand, people who are in support of the Shah are not really seen as a major threat in the eyes of the Islamic Republic. They're not a real threat at all. People who are pro MEK are not a real threat at all. There's not really any fucking robust MEK movement internally inside of Iran anyway. It doesn't exist. And these guys are not a threat because they can always fucking point to that and say, hey, guess what? All of your allies are in America. All of the people that claim they want what's best for you are in America. They're in the West. And what has the West done to you? They've only delivered lead and economic despair and nothing else. As a very patriotic Iranian, I like to think so anyway, I'm completely against any Israel and US-backed intervention because no good can come of it in terms of long-term sovereignty. But I've also been exhausted as every attempt of internal reform has been shut down every time. It's a choice of two evils, independent but doomed, or a complete puppet state with some economic prosperity. Please respond if possible. Yes, this is, and it's going to get worse. No, I and next time it's going to be even more violent. Something's got to give. When I say something's got to give, what I mean is the administrative state. And they've already done this to a certain degree, but obviously not enough. Because like there's a reason why after the Masa Amini protest that took place, right? The government actually was more restrained as far as like having morality police in every corner in major cities. So there are parts of Iran where this like secularization did take place to a certain degree, but it's a constant push and pull. This is not me being like a Western chauvinist or a Western liberal at all. I'm saying this maybe because of my Turkish background, but I'm saying this as like someone who understands why there would be real animosity towards the state in this day and age, a modern world, in a modern universe where everyone has access to the internet. There is always going to be a lot of negative pushback against the state that is, you know, enforcing any sort of like religious repression. And let's be real, they did. First, they obviously stamped out all the protests in a very violent way, and then they turned around and scaled back on some of these initiatives in big cities. And that's precisely the reason why when you go to like, if you go to like a city like Tehran, there isn't a lot of like, people are able to walk around without having to wear a hijab or something like that. But you have to do that across the board. You have to do that across the board, and you have to entertain the needs of the masses. Something has to give. And if you don't do that, because that's the only thing in your power to do so, if you don't do that because you think the only way that you can enforce, the only way that you can continue leaning into your base of support, which from the you know, the Shia side that is invested in continuing the Islamic Republic in the way that it is, you're going to have all the other groups that don't like it get more and more mad because you have no control over the sanctions. You can't fix the economy because the American government wants to keep punishing you and punishing your people. The Iranian government has to make way for some reform. You're talking about people who don't even have internet access. Otherwise, this chat wouldn't be empty of Iranians telling you that you're wrong and spreading lies. What have I said that you think is an abject lie here? What, like, are you, I can't tell if this is like the pro-Ayatollah or anti-Ayatollah and thinks I'm not being anti-Ayatollah enough or something like that. Like, what do you, oh, you said the protests are over? Is that what you're saying? That is what I'm saying that the protests have largely, they're not completely over. That's why I said we shall see what happens. But this round of the protests are over because they violently suppressed them. This is not incorrect at all. What do you mean? This is why I can't understand if it's like someone who is assuming a much more campus position than I am, or someone who is saying I'm not going hard enough. We'll also talk about Russia's new, or maybe not new, but like old weapon that they utilized, which was the most insane thing I've ever seen. Yes, this Oreshnik thing is as nutty as people say. The answer is yes. The answer is not only yes, but the answer is fuck yes. It is one of the most insane things I've ever watched. It literally is a shotgun lightning blast. It looked like a shotgun lightning blast. I think the West is pretty far behind on hypersonics, like mid-range missile capabilities that like clearly Russia has focused tremendously on. It's not even, I don't even think what they used was a hypersonic there, but I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. America's like falling behind on drone warfare. Like all of the stuff that people use to exhaust the resources of the enemy, whether it be drone warfare or whether it be like hypersonics and you know, mid-range missile capabilities, shit like that. It's pretty wild. Please show us what you saw. Does anyone have a link to it? They basically lasered like a natural gas depot or something in the Polish border with Ukraine. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I know a lot of the NATO Andes and NatSec Andes will know a lot better than I'm a layman. I'm a layman. I'm a commoner. I'm a peasant. Like I have politics autism. I don't have missile autism, right? I'm not a missile autist. You know this. Like this is what I saw. And as a peasant with a peasant brain, when I saw this, I was like, this looks like divine punishment. Like this, I know everything about, you know, modernity. I live on the internet, right? I know technology. I have a decent understanding of like how weapons look like and how explosions look like. I've been looking at them nonstop for like the past 2 years, especially. I've never seen anything like this. Look at this. you know, let's be real, it kind of is, okay? It definitely is. But then you're like anyone and everyone that is like damaging America's impact around the globe in any way, shape, or form, or hemorrhaging American resources, exhausting American resources on my side is good for me. That's the reason why a lot of people feel the way that they do. Having said that, it's not an accident that like Duganists and all these other like pro-Russia people are also pro-Russia, pro-Tsar, they're Tsarists, they're pro-Russian Empire. They're not like they're anti-USSR, they're anti-communist. It's very stupid. Anyway, their ideology in this circumstance doesn't really matter, though. I was talking about something that is completely irrelevant to the conversation, which is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Like I said, that this is the drone swarm that they did in Kiev, which is, you know, that's drone swarms. But that's like what is surprising about this attack, I think, is that it, according to, Russia hits Ukraine with rarely used Oreshnik missile in fresh strikes. What is unique about this strike is that it kind of caught, from what I understand, it kind of caught people off guard. Like it caught the Europeans off guard as well. Why is Putin not giving Oreshnik missiles to Iran? Where's my based anti-imperialist? Give these missile systems to Iran. Give these missile systems to Venezuela. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Also, this was one of those moments that I think like missile autists love missiles so much that although most missile autists are like obviously all the MILSIM, all the NATO Andes, they all despise Russia. Even the missile autists that I see that hate Russia were in awe of the prowess of this thing, like whatever this is. Or I mean, I was surprised personally, but I'm an idiot. I don't know anything. But the missile autists love missiles so much that they were like, damn, this one was crazy. Even the OSINT LARPers were like, this is the most insane thing. What the fuck is going on? And it seems like none of the European, at least according to what they were saying, none of the European trackers actually saw this ahead of time. This is what I saw though. This footage is insane. Look at that. I'm telling you, this is the first time I felt like a medieval peasant. Watching this was the first time I, honest to God, felt like a medieval peasant. Like I literally, if I saw this happening in the real world, I would automatically get down on my knees and be like, I'm so sorry, God is real. And it turns out there's multiple of them. Zeus is very clearly mad. If I saw this happen in the real world, in my vicinity, I would think to myself, oh my God, oh my gods, didn't mean to offend. Clearly, monotheism is bullshit. There is no one God. There are multiple. One of them has the power of lightning. His name is Zeus. I mean, look. r/atheists hate this one simple trick. Yes. This is all from one missile too, right? It just like, I don't even understand exactly how this works, but from what I understand, it's just like, it straight up turns into like multiple warheads right before it gets to impact. Right before the moment of impact, it turns into like multiple warheads, right? It opens up multiple warheads. Sound travels about 700 feet per second, give or take a few feet. The article you had before explains it. So yeah, Russia had used the Oreshnik ballistic missile as a part of a massive overnight strike on Ukraine. 4 people were killed and 25 others injured in Kyiv on Thursday night, where loud booms could be heard for several hours, setting the sky alight with explosions. It's only the second time that Moscow has used the Oreshnik, which was first deployed to hit the central city of Dnipro in November 2024. Russia's defense ministry said the strike was a response to a Ukrainian drone attack targeting Vladimir Putin's residence in late December, which Kyiv denies carrying out. While the ministry did not specify what had been the Oreshnik's target, shortly before midnight, videos began circulating on social media showing numerous explosions in the outskirts. Wasn't the Putin attack fabricated by Russia? I mean, do they even need to fabricate a cause for why they're, striking Ukraine at this point? They literally do it every day. I don't know. I'm inclined to believe it. I'm inclined to believe that it's like because they just don't even need to like. At this point, they just do it. They just do it and they go, fuck you, we did it. I'm more inclined to believe that they did this as a response to like, I guess, America overtaking like a Russian flag tanker and flexing on them, and maybe even flexing on Europe potentially for if it's actually like a natural gas depot that was used for European gas, like transiting European gas, something like that. I don't know.
During its descent, the missile's fairing opens to unveil 6 highly sophisticated warheads. Each warhead is equipped with miniature thrusters at its base. These thrusters enable the warheads to maneuver dynamically
why we do that. It's the point. The point is no war, just peace. Just peace, no war for this reason, okay? This is the reason, because why would you entertain this kind of stuff? The weapons that you have are there so that you never have to use them. That's like supposed to be the principle. This is the principle, at least in state, in the development of states. The principle of mutually assured destruction is what keeps, additional war at bay, I guess, right? No war, just peace. And yes, we are, as far as I understand, we are very behind on our hypersonic tech, partially because if you look at it in like video game terminology, it feels like we just did cruisers, and hypersonics are like basically anti-cruiser technology, where it's like you want to keep cruisers at bay. So they were just like, we have aircraft carriers, who gives a shit? We have cruisers, aircraft carriers, we don't really give a shit. Like, this is our game is aircrafts. That's our technology focus. That's what our technology focus has been. And meanwhile, the hot battle in these sorts of conflicts have changed to drone warfare, exhausting, attrition, and hypersonics as well. Hassan, you don't know what you're talking about. Please shut the fuck up. Look, I don't know anything. I will readily admit I don't know anything. This is what I'm getting from people who do know things, okay? I'm not going to put you down. I'm going to shake you. You can tell me if I'm wrong. That's why I started off by saying I'm not entirely correct on this. Like, this is what I have heard. I think it's very biased to ask, worship, why don't they give nukes to other countries? They're anti-imperialism, but nobody else in the world gives nukes to help any other country. Everyone is the same. What the fuck are you talking about? There is one country that has definitely given nukes to other countries under what is known as NATO. It's the United States of America. There's literally nukes in Turkey right now in the Incirlik base. There are American nukes in Turkey right now. So no, you're actually wrong about that. I mean, obviously those nukes are not in the control. Those nukes are not in the hands of Turks or whatever, but like there's nukes in the Netherlands. There's American nukes all around the world. You're wrong. Also, there was at least missile systems and maybe even nuclear warheads potentially in other places that are fairly close to the United States of America in the past with the USSR. And it's not giving nukes. You guys are just placing them there. Yeah, I mean, whichever way you cut it. All right. Anyway, this is, briefly, I wanted to just talk about this, but yeah, it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And it truly made me feel like a goddamn medieval peasant when I saw this shit. That's it. That's all I wanted to show you. Oh, you see this? Ted Cruz is reposting Drew Pavlov, who's like taking clips of me talking to Raina. Hassan Piker just went full mask off at the Zoran election victory rally, declares it a tragedy the USA defeated the Soviet Union in the Cold War. AOC embraced him on camera just 2 minutes before he said this. Why are these guys still doing this? Like, who is this for, brother? Who's like, wow, we really got to purge these dangerous radicals from our ranks in the party?
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy made us a socialist?
Doing it like now, after like every norm in American politics is just shown to be like, no one gives a shit.
The Attorney General, my favorite politician in the country is the Attorney General
Jonestown
in Virginia, J. Jonah Jameson, baby. Okay,
who? Jay Jones.
Yeah, I love that because that was my biggest lock when we were looking at the text message when they first got released, and I was like, I think liberals are gonna look at this and go, I don't give a. I'm voting for him.
No, you cannot subject them to all this and then be like, why won't you rebuke Jay Jones?
Yeah,
I found out so much great stuff about him these last couple days.
Yeah, 2 bullets in the back of the dome, Jones.
Did you know that he got dinged for doing like 116 in his 70?
Oh yeah.
And he got community service, and his community service that he did was volunteering for his own PAC.
Yeah, respect.
I love him. Yeah. I love the guy.
I like that he's also going for Attorney General, which is like that's got to be a ding on your stainless reputation as like the top cop. And he's like, nope. Liberals are like, nope. This administration cut our salaries if you're a federal worker, or fired half of the workforce that live in Virginia. And then they've been starving the Virginians for the past month, and also doing, decades probably shouldn't text something like this to a Republican ever. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, no one has any weak moments or very angry moments, right? And they just like say some that they don't believe or whatever. But like it does kind of. He's the liberal driller.
Yeah, no.
He is.
We could probably place him in Florida.
Yeah.
In that Prius.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, this does show, like, to say this is someone who like, almost has like a political obligation to leak this.
Yeah.
That is the sign of like an insane person.
Yeah. You weren't simply asking questions and you know it. I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
That's like a Stalin quote. That's awesome.
Yeah, there isn't. I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes.
He's like... The best thing is like Jennifer. I asked like Spencer, he's a producer on her show, and he grew up in Virginia, and we were like, who the f is Jennifer Gilbert? He was like an extremely unimportant like house. You know,
like what was it? What
member.
Triggered this? Like, was it? I thought that it was because like there was like a gun violence incident or something, and she was like in opposition to gun control or something. Like that was the story that liberals were trying to put together. This still goes above and beyond.
No, I don't even think it's that.
Like,
it was.
Jay Jones would send Republicans to concentration camps, I think, or like to re-education camps.
Yeah,
he would be on board with that.
Like I think Jay Jones, American Perone, Mavis Baugh, his lovely wife, the American Evita. I think.
Yeah, John Brown.
He's like he has like the body language of an insane guy.
Yeah, the blood of the tyrants shall water our fields. Like that is like, I'm telling you, every leftist or hammer-sickle account on Twitter is like, oh, these guys are betraying the Revolutionary Vanguard because they want fast and free buses or whatever the they're sheepdogging everybody into the Democratic Party. Our movement is over. But then liberals are just like, yeah, we should just start arming every liberal so they can start shooting Republicans. I don't know what the going on.
I think it would be easy, maybe not easy, but doable to like bring Jay Jones along on some issue, like, you know, hey, you know who have grandkids? all the electric companies. Let's nationalize them. That's like killing them.
Yeah.
You know, let's same thing with all private healthcare in America. I think that is, you could probably get him to go along with like a lot of good things. Yeah, this is a crazy.
Yeah, that is
the look of a nut.
But also, yeah, he is black too, which is like extra crazy because like you don't get the same like breathing room in a white electorate.
Yeah.
If you're also a black guy who said this, you know what I mean? Like white guys, as we've seen from Grant Plattner, can be quirky.
Yeah.
And can sometimes do a little shore leave in Split in Croatia and get a totem off on their chest. And liberals seemingly don't mind that. But like when you're a black dude on top of that, it's like, that's crazy that they were just like, nah, it's fine.
I'm just like, people of all races like freak out, you know, everyone has their own way of freaking out. But the way he did it, it's like, it reminds me of the way that like an extremely like bullied white nerd does it. You know, we were like, oh, holy shit.
He does give off a little bit of a school shooter vibe.
But there's a confidence that, I mean, if he didn't win, like this would still be funny. But the fact that he won makes it hilarious.
So much funnier.
It makes it hilarious, and it makes it like a lot cooler, honestly. Because if you do this and you like each, like, okay, whatever. If you win by 6 points, or however much you won, boy.
Yeah. He had a decisive victory.
Cool. Yeah.
There was a point where he was actually outrunning Abigail Spanberger. I was like, that's insane.
I would have given anything for him to beat.
Yeah. What now, Matt Iglesias, with your moderation? They're gonna have like illiterate, like homeschooled people who are just like, I just want healthcare, man.
Yeah.
And every Democrat's gonna be like, that's my guy. That's the coolest candidate I've ever seen.
I think I am very interested in seeing what happens. Not just with Plattner's election, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But like him in the Senate is fascinating.
Yeah.
That is fascinating.
No, he's gonna. I don't know. I think the more time passes, like I think he had a decent take on like Dick Cheney and stuff. Like he clearly, regardless of his world experience, and there's a lot there.
His employment choices.
Yeah, his employment choices. Like his current political instincts are better than Kamala Harris. So what does that tell you about where the establishment Democrats are? Because Kamala Harris came out and ate shit on the timeline. I don't even think Barack Obama came out and talked about Dick Cheney. And Barack Obama loves doing that, right?
Yeah.
And even he had the wherewithal to be like, I'm going to sit this one out with Dick Cheney. Kamala Harris was like, oh, Dick Cheney was a wonderful ally, blah, 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 all this shit. And Grant Plattner was like, yeah, he sucks.
I get like.
What did he say? Let's see what he said.
Grant Plattner here.
Also, this outfit choice is a fire.
Usually when a
voice.
Yeah, he does.
That's one thing you have to give to the guy.
Yeah.
When a vice president passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy. But the only legacy that we have to remember is that he wasted thousands of young American lives, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq, accountable and get them out of office.
Yeah, not bad.
That is, like, please, anybody, like, anybody that says that is gonna run away with it. And it's not new. Barack Obama defeated Hillary Clinton with that. Like, that was it.
Yeah.
It's so fucking annoying that, like, Democrats keep trying to find a way to retriangulate where they're like, well, you know, we should be pro-Iraq war, kind of, at this stage, you know?
The thing that I think is really insane, I mean, you've seen like a billion, like Cory Booker and all these people, they've just like not mentioned Zoran. But of the Democrats that have mentioned him, weirdly enough, Hillary being one of them, it's always like, it's so great to see like new energy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The thing, I think like the biggest takeaway with Zoran, besides Israel, besides the fact that like he had a lot going for him, it was a brilliantly run campaign. And he's as good of a communicator as someone can really be.
Yeah.
Israel, the fact that like these people who wanted to vote for Democrat had someone who was not tainted by AIPAC, by Israel, who you know, had the same human reaction they did, but also he never condescended. There were like memes and bullshit around his campaign, but he was never doing them. He was never doing them. And the Democratic style of communication since 2024 has been so weird because it's always like, okay, I'm going to try to appeal to all the stupid people. Hey, stupid people, do you want to like buy a truck? Vote Democrat. Like Ruben Gallego did. And it's like, you realize they can hear the thing you're saying before. Like they can see how cynical this is. Maybe not everyone in the world, maybe not every voter in America fully gets the contours of every policy point or everything with Zoran, but they like that he didn't get on his hands and knees and go, I'm gonna put all the money in a cookie jar.
Yeah. Or even like, I mean, Zoran's new, so he has that benefit to him. But like when Democrats go back on previous positions that have been established as like the Democratic Party line on immigration, to be like, to turn around and be like, I think your assessment on this is really good, where you say like, you look like you got caught doing something bad for no reason when you go, oopsie, maybe we want to build the wall ourselves actually, and Donald Trump is actually hypocritical. He's not being serious about being the real immigration, the immigrant destroyer. We're the immigrant destroyer party. It's like, no one thinks that. Everyone thinks you lied for the last like 2 decades or 3 decades about how this is a nation of immigrants. And it's also a stupid position, because what do you think is going to happen when the Trump train starts rolling and those train tracks are directly going to concentration camps?
Yeah.
You don't ever want to be caught with your pants down like Chris Murphy did when he was trying to do, even in the beginning of the advent, when he was trying to do that weird triangulation where he was like, Joe Biden actually deported far more migrants than Trump has so far. It's like, oh my God, dude.
And how do you get off that ramp too?
Yeah.
Because if polls shift and it's back to like a 2017 environment, which
there are photographers present. Like, you can be on a private jet. You can be on a private jet. You can be on a PJ with Jeffrey and make sure we get flicked up, big dog. Make sure we get flicked up. Old people love scrapbooks. It's nuts, dude. It's so funny because especially in this one, Noam kind of looks like me on that one PJ with David Dobrik when I was leaving Coachella, and I turn around and I'm high as he's looking right at the camera like, oh, what's going on? Look at these two besties. I know. It's so cooked. It's so cooked, dude. It's so cooked. I saw someone say, not one person was like, guys, I don't think we should be taking so many photos, Lamau. Especially when you're in an environment like that. That is probably the highest likelihood that you are surrounded by at least one pedophile, okay? Like, statistically, if you're going to a billionaire super donor meal, you know, you are probably way more likely to be around someone who is genuinely evil. So why are you just like, oh, I can't wait to snap up. Hey, let's get flicked up, big dog. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for me. Let's go. We're all besties. And I've already talked about this before. Part of it is because, you know, this was Jeffrey Epstein's job, right? Was to be the network between all these people and also, you know, photograph everything. And the other reason why a lot of these people seemingly did not give a about being photographed smiling for an event like this was because they felt untouchable. They felt completely untouchable. They're like, who the gonna do anything? Just in House Oversight, Democrats have published fresh photos taken inside of Jeffrey Epstein's estate showing a Ukrainian passport, a censored image of Bill Gates with a woman, text referencing the delivery of girls, and a foot tattooed with a line from Lolita. Also, Bilbo Baggins. How many times was this motherfucker hanging out with Jeffrey, bro? When we first got an inclination that old Bilbo Baggins over here, old Bilbo bitch tits, not Bill Burr, was hanging out, it was his wife, his ex-wife, that kind of, you know, really called his ass out a little bit, okay? And was like, this is not great. Now, I thought she was using this as a way to just do a massive PR hit to Bilbo while they were going through this divorce, right? But what I find really strange is it turns out this mother was hanging out nonstop. He was all over Jeffrey. Every time you find out, it's same with Noam Chomsky. You find out Noam Chomsky at first, a couple years ago, you find out that maybe Noam Chomsky actually met with Jeffrey Epstein's butler when he was in France. And you're like, that's strange. How the did that happen? Why did that happen? And then it's never once, and it's never with someone that's just like kind of connected with Jeffrey Epstein. You're literally like every tranche that comes out, every new massive reveal that comes out, there's another photo with Noam Chomsky and Jeffrey Epstein. Then there's a photo with Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon. Then there's another photo, but this time Noam Chomsky's on the Chomo Express. How is that possible? What's next? Are we gonna see Noam sucking on Jeffrey's toes in the next photo? Him sitting on the dentist chair in just his tidy whities? Like, what the is happening? Noam Chomsky hanging out with Ehud Barak in 2015. Chomsky choosing to stain his legacy by befriending an Israeli war criminal via Epstein is sad, but also contemptible in light of his undercutting of the BDS movement. Good memories, Chomsky to Epstein and Barak. Bro, stop answering every email. I mean, it's too late. He's like 950 years old. I don't even think he's able to answer emails now, but like, what the hell, man? Some emails you don't answer. Stop. You guys are such ass. Jesus Christ. You can accuse me of many things, but you can't accuse me of being a libertarian in any way, shape, or form. I am not an anarchist. So that's the one thing. Multiple angles, bub. Y'all are such ass, dude. Y'all are such douchebags, bro. Why do I need haters, man? I got 33,000 of the worst haters in here right now. Oh, come on. You know how sometimes people will be, how many angles did you make? Sometimes people ask me the question like, what percentage of your audience do you think are actually hate watching right now? I have the answer. It's called 100%. 100%. Y'all need to stop. You guys make jokes like this, and then my haters take them, and then they blast them everywhere. And in this day and age, because people are so stupid, they believe it, dude. They straight up believe it. Not our fault you were on the plane, little bro. Wow, I'm a new viewer. This is very damning. How many photos did you take? But yeah, the point is, when you find out anyone, and I mean anyone, is in any way, shape, or form publicly connected to Jeffrey Epstein or was around Jeffrey Epstein at a public event or something, just know that there is going to be probably 15 more photos minimum. I just saw on Barry Weiss's The Free Press that you were on the plane with Chomsky and Jeffrey. Do you have a defense? First of all, if I was on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky, Barry Weiss would be coming to my defense. Okay, make no mistake. The Free Press would be promoting me as like a hero and how one of the more tolerant voices that is somewhat critical of Israel, but not that critical ultimately. And we should actually open space for a diversity of opinion. The Epstein story, count me out. Not so fast, David. House Dems will release more photos provided the oversight committee from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. What is this? Here's a weirdest picture with Jeffrey Epstein and some women. Oh my God, brother. What the hell? More Bill Gates, more Bill Gates, more Bilbo. I swear to God, dude, these guys, it was so exciting for them, I think. Because it's like, you do it once, you're like, oh man, I'm hooked. I have to hang out with the pedophile sex trafficker, dude. He is such great company. This kind of blows my mind, dude. How does one man have so much time to do so many social functions? Like, I don't even understand what this guy's social calendar looked like. Bilbo, when he was outed as being connected to Jeffrey Epstein by his now ex-wife, by the way, straight up turned around and was like, oh, we just met one time barely. Don't even know the guy. Hate the guy, actually. Hate the guy. Please do not assume that I was pictured in a million different photos with Jeffrey Epstein, the prolific international sex trafficker of children as well as adults. This is a Lolita tattoo on the foot of someone with the Lolita book in the background. For those of you who don't know, obviously Lolita is a story about pedophilia. That's also part of the reason why it's titled Brace Belden with Jeffrey Epstein. TrueAnon responds, at the time, I was faculty at MIT Media Lab, working on what would become the online downloadable radio. Epstein funding was crucial for our work. I only met him 36 times. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, a real hero. He invented podcasts, and so did Jeffrey Epstein, I guess, by way of Brace Belden. Here's Jeffrey dressed up in the garb. Photo of the island temple that's very suspicious. There is a selection of Lolita-themed body drawings taken from the new Epstein release. She was Dolores on the dotted line. What is that word? Dolores is the girl in Lolita. I did not read it. She was Polly at the school. She was low, plain low in the morning, standing 4 feet 10 in one sock. Dolly, D brother. You know what's crazy about this, for the record? We know Jeffrey Epstein was straight up illiterate and could not read or write. So the very fact that the one book that he seemingly read and wrote quotes from on the body of someone was Lolita is enough to put him in prison, okay? If you know a motherfucker who can't read or write, but seemingly they can't drop this copy of Lolita that is definitely well read. I mean, look at the damage on this. Yeah, you can't even spine check that bitch. That thing has been crumpled up multiple times. Probably some pages stuck together, if you know what I'm saying. This guy really read the out of that book. The one time he read a book was Lolita. Geez, was it a smut book? I wouldn't say it's like, I don't know. I don't know that if the intention was for it to be a smut book, but if you are a pedophile, I think you can get that out of it, seemingly as Jeffrey Epstein did. Yeah, it's supposed to be an indictment of pedophilia. My anti-pedophilia work is now being celebrated by pedophiles all around the world. The thing about Lolita is it's supposed to be a very scathing indictment of a pedo, and pedophiles take it and are like, oh my God, wait, this is so hot actually.
We just got 5 more pictures from the Epstein estate, courtesy of Democrats who are eager to keep the story in the headlines. The photos were provided without context. CNN's MJ Lee is here. MJ, can you tell us what these images show?
Yeah, Dana, first of all, I'm really glad that you said that these photographs have been released without any kind of context. We shouldn't be reading into them. What we can do is simply describe what we are seeing here. And certainly we can talk about the political context that is behind all of this as well. The photos as...
Oh, parapower mapping, absolute clock. Hey, I just noticed something. Oh my God. I mean, it could be a total coincidence, but contextually very, very strange. Hassan, you're being very uncharitable. These clips are out of context. What if in all of these photos, the moment afterwards, they put their thumbs down and said boo? Yeah. While they were writing this Lolita reference on the body of a woman, they were actually shaking their head in disagreement. And it doesn't actually show that, and that's why it's out of context. They were actually trying to, much like Lolita, make a statement about how pedophilia is bad and wrong.
And then we have two photos, one of philosopher Noam Chomsky on a plane with Epstein, and then Bill Gates posing for a photograph with a woman, but the woman's face has been redacted by the House Democrats. They've been doing this to, they say, to make sure that they are protecting the identities of potential Epstein victims. And I should just be careful to note that Gates has previously said that he regrets.
I like how they're not using any of the 4chan slang that QAnon acolytes believe the Epstein's trafficking ring used. Yeah, because they were making that shit up, because their conspiracies are just conspiracy theories and they're far-fetched and they're stupid. Apparently, the real international sex trafficking of minors ring that was taking place in the highest levels of American society was straight up like, hey, do you want to do on children? Here are the 18-year-olds classifications or whatever the they were doing. Like it's literally, they were just doing it in broad daylight. Okay. There is no like, you know, cheese pizza or hot dogs, no code words, only photos, literally photographing every part of this process. Okay. Total impunity. Who's going to get us? Who's going to say anything? That is, I think, one of the greatest ways of destroying the QAnon style conspiracy theories was the idea that these like societal elites would actually feel the necessity to do OPSEC, that they would actually try to simultaneously send these sorts of emails on the company email, which they apparently were, for the record, or at least they were using their personal emails. Personal email. For the record, in terms of her own personal connection to the story, worth noting, Jeremy Bash, former chief of staff of the CIA and the Department of Defense, and the ex-husband of CNN host Dana Bash, had dealings with a top Israeli spy who stayed for weeks at a time at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment in New York. They continued to coordinate privately together for years, just so you know. And to be fair to Dana, this was a relationship or a marriage that lasted from 1998 to 2007. So I believe this happened after they were married. She then married CNN co-host, co-anchor John King from 2008 to 2012. The whole, like, it's a big club and everyone is just like somehow involved in it is, you know, it's a part of that. But like I said, I am not saying that Dana Bash was knowledgeable on everything that was going on. I'm not implying that. I'm not saying that at all. Like I said, she was married to this person up until 2007. So many people accidentally hanging out with post-conviction Jeffrey Epstein, just slipping on banana peels and falling into his Manhattan apartment. Once again, a statement followed the New York Times because these photos came out of David Brooks, who had conveniently written an article about, you know, this Jeffrey Epstein stuff, count me out of it, not really interested in it, and you shouldn't either. He wrote that for the New York Times. So of course, when these photos came out, everyone was like, you're photographed at an event with the pedophile that you are telling people to stop paying attention to. That's kind of strange. And so their statement was, as a journalist, David Brooks regularly attends events to speak with noted and important business leaders to inform his columns, which is exactly what happened at this 2011 event. Mr. Brooks had no contact with him before or after the single attendance at a widely attended dinner. This is the other thing that I wanted to talk about. This is the exhaustive proof that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were very close and cooperated extensively in their sexual pursuits. This is from the piece from the New York Times. Trump said, here's some choice quotes from it. Trump sent Epstein modeling cards to peruse like a menu. In an email among those released by Congress in November, Mr. Epstein boasted he gave Trump a 20-year-old woman whom Mr. Epstein dated in the 90s. During a flight together in the early 90s, Mr. Trump came on to another Epstein employee traveling with them, telling her that he could have anyone he wanted, according to a different Epstein worker who learned of the incident. A separate Epstein employee from that era recalled that Mr. Trump would occasionally send over modeling cards for Mr. Epstein to peruse, like a menu. She remembered one call in the mid-1990s on which the two men discussed how much pubic hair a particular woman had and whether there was enough for Mr. Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another, Mr. Trump told Mr. Epstein about having sex with another woman on a pool table, the former assistant said. But this is the most damning part of this. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife. This is Trump's wife, the one that he like buried under the golf course, okay? The one that I believe also accused him of sexual assault. Trump's wife, to the mother of a 14-year-old model, said, "Do not let her near my husband." During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's wife, whom they had met earlier. Oh wait, no, this is Marla Maples. This is not the one that was. This is not Ivana, who is Ivanka's mother, was the one who accused him of sexual assault. This is wife number 2. I apologize for getting the wives wrong. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hands, Miss Coleman recalled, and looked her in the eye. "Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband," she told Miss Coleman. "Protect her." This is the mother of the often forgotten ugly duckling Trump, Tiffany's mom. Donald Trump actually avoids mentioning Tiffany completely, as a matter of fact, despite the fact that Tiffany Trump actually had a blossoming career in music and was way ahead of the game with her ambitious music project that she put together alongside the rapper Logic, available on Amazon Prime Music.
You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen?
It's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
The Department of Justice releases a trove of Epstein files. Let's take a look at what some of the high-level notes are. I've heard that there's a lot of redacted stuff in there. Oh my God, there is a. You just sent me a Ghislaine cleavage photo. That is crazy. That is crazy with the feet and everything. I've seen a photo similar to this on the Epstein flight before.
From the rich and famous, it's not just Donald Trump. It wasn't just the former Prince
Great
Andrew.
files, man.
Yesterday we saw pictures.
The U.S. Department of Justice begun to release all
magician,
files related to the
Woody
case
Allen,
against convicted sex offender trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
The comedian, U.S. TV personalities, and so on.
acted. Is it just not loading? I don't understand. What am I Ain't no way they were like, here are the Epstein files, 55 pages of redaction, full-blown redaction. Thank you. What an incredible release here. More photos. They're Polaroids. Give them a minute. There are, this is the photo sets, right? That they recovered. Hundreds of pages are 100% redacted. Obviously, some of the redactions are made because they are, they have victims, the faces of victims, and that's the reason why they don't show that stuff. But then there's also going to be redactions because there are probably high profile people that they don't want to involve in this, and maybe even Donald Trump. Like, there's information, not just photos, but like information that they're redacting, and I think not all of these. Wait, what photo from Epstein's home in New York City has Bill, MBS, and Trump? Oh yeah, we've seen that. I mean, I've seen these photos before, but this is a clearer picture. Creepy photos from what the Epstein's bedroom in New York City. Jesus Christ, this guy had so many strange artifacts in his house. Photos of him and Trump. Photos with Bubba. Photos with MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The Pope. There's a short plane video. Who's the guy on the right? Oh my God, that's Steve Pinker. Wait, is this AI or is this real? That's Steven Pinker. He's a famous Harvard professor. I mean, there is a photo of them together for the record. Yeah, Pinker is a known associate of Jeffrey Epstein for the record. It's not even like a new thing. But I don't think I don't think we've ever seen a video of them together. CSAM not scanned. Wait, what? Okay, this means that there are different levels of redaction. So the black bars that we see are just like to hide people's identities and stuff. But then there's one extra level of redaction, which is when it's directly child sexual abuse material, where they don't even upload it. They don't even scan it. And they just have the hard evidence, and they don't even copy it, which makes sense. Photos provided by interview of redacted. This is what, like, evidence filing, right? This is evidence filing. Photos provided by redacted. Might be LNU, may have moved to Florida. LNU used to be roommate, moved back to Brazil, still in New York. Younger than. Friends of Bleep Friends, big Brazilian group, Dominican darker skin, looks Amazonian, brought towards end, desperate time, maybe 1 to 2 years older, not sure, desperate time, running out of girls. Friends with Bleep's boyfriend's friends. Didn't want Spanish or dark girl. Go in, wait in room. Wait in. Roommate doesn't know if took her. Says, I don't know what happened. Jeffrey Epstein, what doing? Why bringing me dark girl? Bringing young girl. Yeah, but not dark. Told her he just wasn't into her. Doesn't remember if he paid Bleep because he wasn't happy. Jeffrey Epstein paid her. Bathroom. One torso pink, vaginas and boobs near bathtub. He got in shower and told her, can't just bring girls he doesn't like. Told her, keep looking for girls. At one point, redacted witnessed them asking for ID to girl. Wanted make sure under 18 because he wasn't believing them, because redacted messed up by bringing more older girls. Holy So he was mad that the girls were potentially over the age of 18. Roommate, when still living with mom, they rented out rooms, just came from Brazil, was model older than. What is happening? Why is the name of the person gathering underage girls redacted? I don't know. 119-page grand jury document entirely redacted, according to MS Now. The reason why might be because they got immunity from the previous deal. Because, like, remember, the first time Jeffrey Epstein for pedophilia and numerous other illicit dealings, that they went through all the documents and redacted certain people's names, clients, high-profile people that were directly involved in the illegal acts, or at least were named by some of the victims and witnesses as being involved in this. And they're using the larger, they're using the valid redactions to also hide people who are affiliates as well. This is insane, man. Do you think the victims even want these redactions? I mean, I think the victims want their identities preserved, yes, but they don't want the affiliates to be able to shelter their names. And that's what Thomas Massey is presenting as well. There's a crazy painting of Bubba. No, this is a famous one. We've seen this before. Yeah, it's Bill Clinton in a blue dress. Yeah, this was known from before. It's just another angle of the same painting that we've seen before. It gets worse. What? Living the Good Life, Part 5, massage for everybody. And it's a baby massage training. Baby massage moves. One thing about babies, they're really, really small. You can tell how small when you try to massage them and one of your hands covers their entire back. Besides, there was a manual for massaging babies. I mean, that's also the least surprising. IDF sweatshirt. This one has a lot of Clinton. Yeah, I think it was in the files. It was a massaging for dummies book or something that they found in the files. Whole ass scrapbook with Epstein and redacted victims. Somebody made some kind of zine comic with the photos of Jeffrey Epstein and all kind of redacted girls. Yo, these motherfuckers were scrapbooking, brother. Oh my God. That's the other boomer angle, is that they loved scrapbooking. This is a thing that's part of the reason why they were like constantly in constantly taking photos or whatnot. But this is an entire scrapbook that they made. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. How do I look? Then, what is he doing? He wouldn't. Elastic. Can I even show this? This is like this is a pedophile mood board. Those eyes are blue. And the little teeth. I met you. How do I look? I played the cards I was dealt. First Christmas. Oh my goodness. I will be the first. Is my cover blown? What could this be? I learned and grew. I beautified. Took care of you. Before and after. Brazil, Dubai, Prague, Czech Milk, we traveled, Berlin, St. Bart's. You're the best. Oh, really? You're so sweet to me. I like Prague. I know. I am working on number 3. Paris. We fought. Then hugged. We laughed. One ham. Bleep, please, no mustard. I will get you. Now you drive. 2007, September 17th. And then it's just it's a photo of him and one of the victims. Looks fake as brother, this is literally from the government files. What are you talking about? The zine was a birthday card. Yeah. This looks like Prince Andrew's. Item was not scanned. Let's look at this one. Description photo frame. Oh, it is Prince Andrew with a bunch of victims. This I think that's the one of the pilots, right? Here's Ghislaine Maxwell in Russia. This is a redacted photo. Epstein on a horse with a victim. I don't even know what the f going on here with some fancy Not his cell, chatter, for the record. Many of the photo folders are named Clinton Place. Some others are redacted place, so they are likely redacting the names of people. Yeah. There is someone conspicuously absent from all these photos so far. Yeah. Where the is Donald Trump? At the 1201, you said there's like someone that walks in. Except the Jeffrey Epstein cell is actually on the opposite side of this. So this camera angle does not even show Jeffrey Epstein's cell, just so you guys know. So when people say, all right, 1201, what happened? It happens at 12:01:30. On the top left corner, you missed it. Oh, you're talking about near the stairs at 12:01. Oh, this. Wait, what the f? This isn't even his room. Yeah. Yeah, this is not his cell, chatters. There's no camera footage showing directly outside of his cell. That was a big problem because the cameras suspiciously were busted. But even in this situation, even in this footage, there's like cut parts as well, which people thought was also strange. This is edited footage. All right. Anyway, one of the only things that someone could find, I think, is like so far. What is this? It with Donald Trump's? Is that Donald Trump's signature? Oh yeah, that is Donald Trump's signature on a check, and that's it. Very few new information that's come out of this that I clipped it. Rick Astley, dude, you're funny, dude. Take a week off, okay? Take a week off. Bye-bye. What? Oh, come on, dude. That's a really good bit, though, chatter. Keep up the good work. Who are these? I don't know. I don't know who some of these people are. I mean, dude, he was homies with every wealthy person. Oh yeah, and then Donald Trump is in the Epstein files for some of these photos that Jeffrey Epstein kept of him in his drawer, in his desk drawer. They're dead. Walter Cronkite, Richard Branson. We've seen Richard Branson with him before. This is a new photo of him and Richard Branson, for the record. There's photos of him there's photos of a gun range, but that's not that unique. The picture in the drawer is a new unredacted photo of Donald Trump, but this one is famous. The other one with like Ghislaine and Melania Trump, that one is, all these photos and evidence, and Epstein is never working his big finance job. Yeah, I'm just surprised. I thought he was like such a prolific trader, and yet it doesn't feel like he has any time to trade because he's seemingly taking photos with underage and women over the age of 18 that he allegedly sex trafficked. Well, not even allegedly, confirmed to have sex trafficked. So it's very strange to me how he was making all of his how he found any time through his incredibly busy social schedule, taking photos with virtually every famous person on the planet, including the financial elite, including heads of government, foreign emissaries and things like that. Very busy social calendar for this guy. Another one of Clinton. I mean, the craziest one of Clinton is in the fucking hot tub, dude. Will we ever truly know how he connected with women for sex and who he connected? Oh, who he connected with women for sex and who he connected for children for pedophilia? No, I don't think so. The best you're going to get is maybe some of the alive victims who are who know who some of the clients were, but even then it's what the Former President Bill Clinton swims with unknown woman and Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted sex offender, a close associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. To some of the extended it to some of the criminals as well, and that is the suspicion that they engaged in. The suspicion that they did was there's some of the redactions are obviously victims. Many of them are obviously victims, but they obviously clearly hid other people that were engaged in illicit acts as well, making it seem like they're also redacting victims' names.
We find out about those 3 buckets, and I think that if people go in expecting that and not some smoking gun list, I think the world will be far more satisfied with whatever the Justice Department provides.
Yeah, although, Ellie Honig, you've been hanging with us throughout the hour, which I very much appreciate. I mean, the reality is everybody's looking for a list. You've seen so much of this kind of material in your career as a prosecutor. Do you think there's a list?
No, I mean, all the reporting is there's not in one discrete place, like a list, number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. To the bigger point about other people who may be involved here, let's remember the exceptions. This law does allow the Justice Department to hold back any information that might relate to an ongoing investigation or that might undermine our national security or foreign diplomacy. There's a lot of discretion, a lot of wiggle room there for Pam Bondi to hold things back in her discretion. That's point 1. Point 2, to Representative Massey's point earlier, that if we don't see sort of high-profile names, then we'll know they have not turned over everything. Guess what? We know they have not turned over everything because Todd Blanche has said so. He said, I know we were supposed to under the law. This is just some of them, and there's a lot more still to come. Look, I suppose this will give rise to theories that maybe they're trying to drag this out. If the documents are going to slowly leak out over the next 2 weeks, we all know what's happening the next two. It's Christmas, it's New Year's, people are going to be halfway paying attention. But it's a huge error. It's a flub by DOJ to not have these already. Now, maybe worse than that even. They did not comply with the plain language of a law passed by Congress, signed by the president.
And in the absence of a penalty for failing to comply with that law, Ellie, I mean, what does that part of this mean?
Yeah, there's not a heck of a lot that can be done. You've had earlier members of Congress suggesting they may sue, maybe, but that'll take time, and perhaps in that time this will get worked out. As you noted earlier in one of your interviews, Casey, there's not a mechanism built into this law that says if DOJ fails to comply, the punishment will be A, B, or C. It just sort of leaves it out there unaddressed. So ultimately, it's going to have to come down to political pressure and political will from Congress.
Yeah, this is like this is a big data dump on Clinton, and nothing even like technically super illicit about Clinton so far. But that's it. Like the most high profile, like new shit that we found out is just Bill Clinton. And that to me is somewhat suspicious. And I don't even mean that like there was going to be more Trump stuff, even though Trump basically made it seem like there was more Trump stuff in there. And that's the reason why he was trying to delay the release or just refuse to release it altogether. But there are obviously very clearly other people that are either close to Trump or just like bipartisan elites, you know, that the administration is protecting, the DOJ is currently protecting.
Here is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche this morning saying that all of the files are not going to be released today.
I expect that we're going to release more documents over the next couple of weeks. So today, several 100,000, and then over the next couple weeks, I expect several 100,000 more. There's a lot of eyes looking at these, and we want to make sure that when we do produce the materials we're producing, that we're protecting every single victim.
Okay, let's check in with the actual law that has required this release of the documents. It's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It passed 30 days ago with the support of every member of Congress except for one, Republican Congressman Clay Higgins. The law requires of the Justice Department and FBI, quote, not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials, unquote, that pertain to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other people or entities named in connection to them and the sex trafficking ring that they are alleged to have run. Now, you will notice in that law, it didn't say today was the deadline to release some of the records.
Yeah, it's supposed to be all
of the records, and it said with a searchable form, and if you go
because of my Epstein Transparency Act. We will see thousands of documents that we should have seen decades ago. 3 federal judges have ordered the release.
One of the craziest aspects of this, by the way, is the fact that like these people were sheltered and they were able to just like operate in polite society and potentially in positions of prominence long after law enforcement authorities, investigators knew the depths of their illicit activity. So that's what's so crazy about it too. It's like justice delayed is justice denied. This is an endless delaying of justice in this situation. And the Department of Justice is telling Congress that the release is incomplete. The DOJ acknowledges to Congress that Epstein files release is incomplete, expects additional disclosures by end of year. Yeah, they are. I think there were far too many documents. I'm not even kidding. I think there were far too many documents where they had to basically take an L on drip feeding because they refuse. They refuse to release it without like redacting everything. And I suspect that's the reason why they're saying like, sorry, we can't release it yet. Even though there was so much time, even though there was a 30-day period, and I guess the 30-day period was not enough. What is this? During one of DOE's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago where he introduced her to his owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing the 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump, playfully asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. This is from one of the court documents, I assume. They just released a bunch of Epstein files, and I scrolled through flight log documents for 5 minutes and found Donald Trump 5 different times. Yeah, Donald Trump was on the flight logs. We know that. Oh, this letter is admitting basically why Epstein was protected, potentially. Dear Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, I hate that you got into this mess with the girls over the years. These girls knew what they were doing. You didn't put a, what is this, to their hand, but you have to water it. You didn't put a gun to their hand, but you have to water it to all rich people are targets in this world. People are going to come at you to get $1. Women are really stinking, I assume, really sticking it to the men on every level. It seems a lot is justified in some cases. In your case, you really need to water or watch, not water, watch yourself. You are a target and you never should got yourself caught up in this bullshit in the first place. You knew these girls would come at you in the long run and mess up your reputation. You should have knew that and go after your pockets. I mean, this is a random person who sent a letter to a random misogyny tourist, I think, that sent a letter to Jeffrey Epstein from prison. I don't think this has anything to do with any. Hassan, I can't read. Remember when I told you guys like there's a concept such as misogyny tourists, like people who just look to instances of men doing sexual impropriety or illicit acts and whatever, and then they just like they lend unlimited support to those men for some weird reason. This is one of those men, I think. Like people who became Tory Lanez fans after Tory Lanez's there were criminal charges against them. There are redacted pictures of Ivanka Trump in the files. Does this imply she was a victim? There is suspicion that Melania was modeling. Like there's suspicion that like Melania met Donald Trump through Jeffrey Epstein by way of a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. He spoke to the doctor about your symptoms. It is Bratislavian various. It can be cured, but you have to move. It can cost empathy of the muscle, which can shorten your sex life. What? I think they meant impotency, or no, atrophy, but they wrote empathy. Atrophy, you suck at autocomplete? Bitch, what are you talking about? I'm trying to read the words that they wrote. Are you kidding me? This is IMPOTHY. Y'all are fucking making it my fault that none of these super wealthy dumb could actually write anything correctly because they were all dyslexic as shit. How the is this my fault?
As I'm speaking, dozens of lawyers on the
face. And I think this face might be recovered from the park. So maybe Donald Trump gave the steeplechase face to Jeffrey Epstein as a gift from the time when his dad actually demolished the park. But I don't know. Epstein threatening to burn someone's house down if they revealed the stolen photos of young girls and sold them and had other photos taken. Complainant staged that she is a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters 12 and 14 years for her own personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. Epstein at one time requested Bleep to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening Bleep that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. Yeah, this is Jeffrey Epstein, character of cases, child pornography. This is from 1996, by the way. Yeah, this is from the first. This is information that was also compiled, I think, in the first investigation. And for the record, they knew all this and he still got away with it. They knew all this and they let him out on work release. This has never happened. There's a photo of Ivanka in the Epstein files. Wait, what? Really? That's fake, lol. I mean, that doesn't really prove anything, even if he had a photo of Ivanka regardless. But what I was saying is the government is not going to put child sexual abuse material or upload it because they have a process where if they identify something as child sexual abuse material, they don't even upload, they don't even scan it. They just have a slip that says CSAM image. Like, it's not even redacted.
Or
Hassan disproves you wrong.
the
It's
financial
redacted.
world, they should be prosecuted.
So,
and
No,
we will
this
see
means that
what
they're not-
would obviously
No, this means they're
the
adults, chatter.
searchable database with hundreds.
Jeffrey Epstein had adult victims and child victims. This implies that the victims photographed here are adults whose identities were protected. If it was a child in a similar situation like that, in a photo like that, it would literally just say, it would have a slip that said CSAM.
Do
House
as
Manager's
well
report
at
from
one
David
point.
Copperfield show
She's not
noting
even
that
gonna
patrons
run for
found the show
re-election
sophomoric,
in the
amateurish, and the
House.
same as
Now
last
that
year's. A
there
woman
is an
also complained that she
opening,
couldn't find her husband
are
after
you going to throw
Copperfield
your
made
hat
him
back
disappear.
into the ring and run?
Also, here is Adam Schitt. Part of the consequences, I think, frankly, of Chief Justice Roberts giving the president absolute immunity when it comes to his instructions to the DOJ. He can pretty much order them to do what he wants and know he will never be held criminally liable. Under Trump mentioned in the second and sixth line under remarks, where is it? Oh, here it is. And then here again. Remarks, procedures, maneuvers, endorsements. I mean, this is old stuff, though. This is an extension of the flight logs. It's nothing new as far as Donald Trump's involvement goes. Like, I don't know how much Donald Trump would be all over these files to begin with, but his behavior made it seem like he was all over this. And the very fact that he's not in it at all, seemingly, like there is far more Bill Clinton in here than there is Donald Trump. That's suspicious because we know that Donald Trump was directly affiliated and directly a part of the Epstein stuff, at least leading up to the first investigation, which would absolutely be featured in the second investigation as well. So the very fact that there's nothing of Trump in here at all, nothing new, not even like old stuff that we know that's supposed to be here, is a little bit confusing. And certainly invites some scrutiny as to how much they redacted Trump out of this directly. And none of Trump's orbiters really are all over this as well. Also a little suspicious, a little weird. Maybe Trump's DOJ missed these photos of him in a desk drawer at Epstein's townhouse. Trump with Melania and Ghislaine, Trump with what looks like 4 scantily clad ladies. That's interesting too, because like the only new Trump photos that we have seen were literally in Jeffrey Epstein's drawer. And it almost feels like they just forgot to redact that because it wasn't the primary focus of the photo at all. And it just kind of slipped through. Bill Clinton was just closer to Epstein than Trump from everything we know. No. I know 100%. But Trump was pretty close too. Now, Thomas Massey might be able to speak on that. And maybe he'll say, no, Trump wasn't that involved here. It's These guys did not try to do OPSEC at all. Turns out all the 4chan QAnon was bullshit. Who would have thought that they were not even trying to remotely cover their tracks? They were very open about the pedophilia that they were engaging in. They would just straight up say, like, young girl sending your way, or even in certain instances say stuff like, this girl is not young. You lied to me. Dude, is this Trump? Is it Bill Gates? What the It's just a baby. What? Dude, what? I can't even show this. There's just a photo of a baby. Oh, a baby sitting naked in a sink. But they censored the baby's face, but I think the baby's face is the face of an adult, because I can't tell, but all right, whatever. I'm going to look away from this. That looks insane. But clearly the censors didn't consider that to be CSAM or something, so but they did actually censor the face. So that's strange. Anyway,
but also the Michael
Sky News is
Jacksons,
still
the
diving
Mick
into
Jaggers,
it.
all of these figures.
Also, before I forget, this is a good time to remind people, the
collected.
Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime is the only way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Okay, Candace. Okay, give me a break. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, for you. Thank you. Mary Socialismus. Yeah, I saw this. I just cannot believe that the Democrats really had Bill Clinton fly out to Michigan to explain to voters why they should vote for Kamala. Yeah, while also simultaneously lecturing them about how it's actually called Judea and Samaria, for the record, which is so insane. Oh, yeah, it's Judea and Samaria, by the way. And for the record, that is part of the reason why they didn't even attack Trump on his Epstein association. There was literally a story that came out from Michael Wolff, who was talking about was talking about how, like, Jeffrey Epstein was constantly chirping about how much him and Trump were still in contact with one another, and everybody kept asking, like, why are the Democrats not using this? Why are the Democrats not using this as a line of attack against Donald Trump? The Democrats are going to get pummeled if they don't actually use this as a line of attack against Donald Trump. Well, we know why. It's because they thought they would, if they thought that they, invited any sort of scrutiny around Jeffrey Epstein to the fucking conversation, they were worried that the Trump team would just go, no, you guys, you're besties with Bill Clinton. You're way more connected to Jeffrey Epstein than we are. What the fuck are you talking about? Except Bill Clinton wasn't running for office. Donald Trump was. So why the fuck did they just not drop Bill Clinton and go, yeah, you guys are both assholes? Instead, they held on to the carcass of Bill Clinton, even shipped his ass to Dearborn, even shipped his ass to Michigan to lecture the Arab voters there and the voters who care about Palestine there that it was actually Judea and Samaria. Great stuff. Well, here we have it now. Donald Trump is president, and the Epstein files are finally, being released in a redacted fashion. Pizzagate, if you replace the word hot dog with little boy and pizza party with child sex orgy, you will see the lengths these elites go to cover up their crimes. Real elite emails. Send me nude pictures of those 8th graders we abused last weekend. Post haste. I am the ambassador to Turkey. It's true. I mean, I made this joke as well yesterday. There is no hiding. If there's one thing we found out from the way that these guys communicate with one another, they're very open about their crimes. They constantly take photos of themselves doing crimes and sometimes not doing crimes. There's no instance where these guys don't, like, document themselves together because they felt as though they were untouchable. And to a certain degree, they are untouchable, especially considering the fact that we still don't know who some of these people were that were engaging in illicit acts with both minors and adults that were sex trafficked. So obviously, they are low-key kind of untouchable still to this day, to this moment, to this very moment. The very fact that this evidence has been in the hands of law enforcement for decades at this point, and they've just allowed these people to roam free and do whatever they want, potentially do more of the same style of crimes that they engaged in with Jeffrey Epstein, is evidence that they are untouchable. So the feeling wasn't crazy. I will say this much. I want to see how Fox is covering this, but this has been quite the advantageous data drop so far. So I assume Fox News will probably cover this with glee.
He looms large.
Never mind, they're not even talking. individuals and government officials in defiance of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The redactions, however, were not applied to former President Bill Clinton. Epstein files explode open as DOJ details discovery of powerful figures of more than 1,200 victims. More than a dozen politically exposed people and government officials' names appear in the hundreds of thousands of Jeffrey Epstein files made public Friday, sources said. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the DOJ discovered more than 1,200 victims and their families during the exhaustive review, explained the process behind determining which files could be released in a letter to Congress exclusively obtained by Fox News Digital. Sources told Fox News Digital that the new photos of Epstein with former President Bill Clinton are a part of the release. The Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of the victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. Oh. Fox News Digital exclusively obtained a letter written by Blanche to members of the House of Representatives regarding Friday's anticipated release of the files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We write to notify you that today the Department of Justice is producing hundreds of thousands of pages of responsive materials in compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi, this unprecedented disclosure highlights our commitment to following the law, being transparent, and protecting victims, except for politically exposed people. Blanche continued, noting that the production of documents comes within 30 days required. Never in American history, blah, blah, blah. He's just glazing Trump and Pam Bondi. The law allows the DOJ to omit or redact any references to victims and files that could jeopardize pending investigations or litigation, such as the probe Bondi recently opened in New York to Epstein's ties to Democrats. Information could also be left out in the interest of national defense or foreign policy, the law says. Well, that's why you don't see a whole lot of Israel in here, huh? Meanwhile, in the letter obtained by Fox News Digital, Blanche revealed that the Justice Department, through its sprawling internal process, learned more than 1,200 victims. This resulted in 1,200 names being identified as victims or their relatives, Blanche wrote. We have redacted references to such names. In addition to redacting the names of these victims, we have also redacted and are not producing any materials that could result in their identification. Blanche explained that all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials that relate to Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters, are being released. Also being released are records relating to Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs, or travel records. The DOJ is releasing any records or documents with individuals, including government officials named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil statements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. The documents would also reference any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein or his associates, except no, it's not, as long as those people are connected to the administration or profiles connected to the administration or I guess people that are of national importance. Blanche said the DOJ is continuing to review additional documents and other items for potential responsiveness. Blanche pointed to a ruling in the Southern District of New York requiring additional layers of review to minimize the risk of inadvertent production of protected victim information. We anticipate this ongoing review being completed over the next several weeks. Blanche explained that prior to the passage of the new Epstein law, the DOJ conducted a thorough review, including digital searches of databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as searches of real and personal properties. This review did not reveal credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. We investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing again. They found no evidence, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, nor did it uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. He added that judges in the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York have authorized the DOJ to produce materials previously prohibited from production by protective orders and grand jury secrecy laws. Blanche explained that the review protocol instructed attorneys to redact or withhold any material that contained personally identifiable information of victims, depicted or contained child sexual abuse materials, would jeopardize an active investigation or prosecution, depicted images of death, physical abuse, or injury, and properly classified national defense or foreign policy information. Protecting victims is the highest priority for President Trump, the Attorney General, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, Blanche wrote. Yeah, I don't think so. As a part of the review and production, the department solicited counsel for any victims of Jeffrey Epstein and invited counsel to provide us with names of victims, whether previously identified or not. Blanche said the Justice Department's review team consists of more than 200 DOJ attorneys working to determine whether the materials were responsive under the act. The review had multiple layers, including 187 attorneys from DOJ's National Security Division conducting a review of all items for responsiveness. Next, a quality control team of 25 attorneys conducted a into victims. They are very openly, according to the letter that Fox News Digital got from Todd Blanche, the deputy attorney general, also former Trump attorney. They're very clearly saying, no, we're not releasing profiles. We're also redacting people who have close ties to the administration or nationally significant profiles, in the exact same way that they redacted the names of the victims. So obviously, they 100% are chopping up all the Republicans and people who are close to Trump and financial elite perverts that are affiliates of Donald Trump. I could go so far as to assume that maybe even some people who weren't previously very close to Donald Trump making a couple phone calls to be like, Mr. Trump, I am your servant. Get me out of this. This could be a, art of the deal moment for Donald Trump, even, where he could just be like, oh, yeah, well, in the past, you've talked a lot of shit. In the future, you won't be talking a lot of shit. I'll get you out of there, for example. And the sacrificial lamb in this circumstance is basically Bill Clinton. There is 0% chance that if there are new photos that are coming out in these dumps and new mentions coming out in these dumps of Bill Clinton, but no new photos of Trump, that seems a bit suspicious.
Who were on Epstein's rape island, who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in the abuse of young girls and the sex trafficking. The reality is Pam Bondi has obfuscated for months She first said there were no more documents to be seen. Now she's admitting and releasing hundreds of thousands of documents, but it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massie and I are exploring all options. It can be the impeachment of people at justice, inherent contempt, or referring for prosecution those who are obstructing justice. We will work with the survivors to demand the full release of these files, to demand justice for the Epstein class and accountability.
Is this the guy who was just on Fox News? I don't know who this guy is. Epstein Maxwell Clinton Foundation. Leaked emails from Epstein's inbox show close ties with him and Maxwell with senior Clinton Foundation officials, including buying expensive watches for foundation officials. It was later feared that Hillary's 2008 run would bring heat to the issue. Ready to the bottom. I think he wants me to get a secondhand one. Tell me what to do. More concerned about lunch. Why do you ask? If it's for you, I'll tell you it's because he wants to buy me one. Then no one can. No. Then no can do. Any Audemars. Bought the watch for Doug for $35. Wiring the money today. Good. Make sure he gets it for Christmas. As soon as the money clears, they will let me pick it up, and I hopefully will get it in time to get it to him. What do you want the note to say? Is it also from you, from me, from us? Also spoke to Summers' office regarding charter flight to Jamaica, which is organized. What is Massie getting out of this? I mean, Massie is a big libertarian who's like anti-Israel and also pretty anti-Trump at this point. And it's the same, like, it's the Marjorie Taylor Greene angle, right? Where these guys are like very clearly saying, to the best of their ability, without ruffling too many feathers, very clearly saying like, hey, Donald Trump is pretty significantly compromised here. It's part grift, but I think, especially with Thomas Massie, this is literally this is more so a principled stance, I would say. The timing. Oh my God. Coming off the heels of freshly unearthed photos with Jeffrey Epstein, CBS News and Free Press presents Does America Need God? Steve Pinker versus Ross Douthat. This is what America is looking for. The premier event. Steve Pinker safe for work. There it is. Yeah, we need when Barry Weiss said America needs more Alan Dershowitz on the airwaves and we all laughed at her, turns out she was on to something. She's like, no, America needs to see more Jeffrey Epstein affiliates.
It defies logic and common sense. You know, I participated as a young lawyer in these types of document reviews and discovery, and I've redacted information that's confidential, that's privileged. This level of redaction is very significant. Again, you're talking about images, some of which only have a picture of
not new. It's from his profile. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, international money man and mystery. Terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. Yeah, this is from the New Yorker profile. I had not seen this one before. I mean, yeah, this is the famous one. And apparently there's a signed letter next to it. I wonder what the from the new Epstein file dump, what appears to be a framed caricature of Epstein and Bill Clinton hanging from the bathroom in his townhouse. That's from the profile that they did on Jeffrey Epstein. Lots of creepy art. We've seen some of this stuff already. I had not seen this one before. The infamous painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress has some kind of signed letter hanging next to it. Can't quite make it out. Yeah, that's... there's no way to read that, brother. Oh, my God. Why didn't they take a special... They take a... Why did they not take a photo of just the thing? AOC calls on Attorney General Pam Bondi to resign. Now the cover-up's out in the open. This is far from over. Everyone involved will have to answer for this. Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, whole admin. Protect a bunch of rapists and pedophiles because they have money, power, and connections. Bondi should resign tonight. Oh, my God. This is interesting. Photo from a bedroom at Epstein's Little St. James Island. New York Post, his safe of evil. Epstein kept lock stash of underage pics in Upper East Side house. Pics from the Epstein LSJ temple, which appears to be under construction. Very strange. Maybe Trump's DOJ missed. Yeah, this is everyone is coming to that same conclusion that the DOJ was heavily redacting all of the Trump involvement in the files. At one point, remember, Pam Bondi said all the CSAM was just commercial CSAM, like he got it off the internet and there was nothing to see there. How can she explain that now? No, I know. There's no random feedback sound. It's just sound from the outside chatters. There's like sound from industrial equipment that you are hearing from the street. It's a airplane 727 letterhead. I assume Boeing 727 letterhead, but I don't know what is actually written on it. I mean, it's most likely Bill Clinton that wrote that letter. So we'll see. Yeah, there's Chris Tucker as well. Obviously, that's not surprising. Chris Tucker was known to be on Lolita Express. We know this already. He's one of the few guys that has been able to get away with like just being one of the most famous people that has for years that we've known was on Lolita Express, by the way. According to The Guardian, around 90% of the released Epstein files are redacted. Jesus Christ.
Congressman Robert Garcia. So, Congressman, you posted on X saying that you and your team are doing a major review of the documents, adding, quote, "It's clear that this is not a full release." What stands out to you of what's been released or what has not?
Well, first, I think we should be very clear. This is absolutely breaking the law. I mean, they have not...
It should be read as 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. 90% of the Epstein files is redacted. Because 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. I'm kidding. It's not just all Donald Trump.
So
I'm reading through the Ghislaine Maxwell's habeas petition. There's some fascinating stuff in there. The most interesting to me, Maxwell claims that Jeffrey Epstein's victims' lawyers reached secret settlements with 25 men. Oh my God, that same number is what Thomas Massey talked about too. Who are these people? This is also really odd. Apparently, trial victim Carolyn Andrano's mother signed an affidavit saying she was coerced into giving evidence. Having seen Andriano's testimony, I find that hard to believe. Take a look, y'all. Black large square. Yeah, basically. Hey, yo, check this out. All in black squares. Oh, man. Crazy amounts of information here. Wow, they really done did it this time, boys. They really done did it this time, boys. You already know. Take a look at this. Yeah, there was some really fucked up stuff in there, too, by the way. This is the one that was the most fucked up. This is where Jeffrey Epstein's racism potentially saves a Brazilian underage victim from being raped. Like literally, this is one of the most insane things I've ever read. We read it earlier today. Friends of and we don't know if like we know that the victim is not identified here, but there is also some other information here that's redacted that leads me to believe that it might not have been just victims that are redacted here, but other affiliates, like people who are who should have been criminally charged, but were separately not charged. At one point, redacted witnessed them asking to ID girl wanted make sure under 18 because he wasn't believing them. Clintons actually kept, the Clinton Foundation kept connections with Ghislaine Maxwell, even if they weren't directly hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, at least in public. They absolutely kept up close relations with the other Epstein affiliates. And yes, the reason why I believe this is a real statement is it's from the Deputy Chief of Staff for President Bill Clinton, Angel Urena, and Isaac Dover reposted it. So that's the reason why, yes, I think this is a real official statement. Yeah, here it is. Ding. And that was not that long ago. This is far, far after, like many, many years after, Jeffrey Epstein was already a known pedophile. And not only that, is it 2010? Thank you. And not only that, but leading into 2016, when Hillary Clinton was running, they were worried about their affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell being known to the public. Dropsite today reported on this. Epstein and the Clintons, as Hillary launched presidential campaign, Epstein feared exposure. Since Jeffrey Epstein's second arrest in 2019, the Clintons have spent considerable effort distancing themselves from the enigmatic financier, and they're currently fending off House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, who threatened contempt proceedings after the political power couple refused to testify this week regarding their relationship with Epstein. Epstein first came into public view after accompanying former President Bill Clinton on 2002 tour of Africa aboard Epstein's infamous Boeing 727 plane, later dubbed Lolita Express. Abundant photos from that Africa trip with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker have just been released by the Justice Department. Through a spokesperson, Bill Clinton has acknowledged traveling on Epstein's jet during a humanitarian tour of Africa in 2002, but has said he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes, never visited Epstein's properties, a lie, which we know is a lie, and ended contact in 2005. In a Justice Department interview in 2025, Ghislaine Maxwell downplayed Epstein's connection to the former president, telling Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, President Clinton was my friend, not Epstein's friend. Yet, as Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential campaign ramped up, it was Epstein looking to duck the Clintons. Epstein was facing increasingly dire legal consequences in South Florida, stemming from his years-long sexual exploitation of young women and girls. The glare of a presidential campaign risked unraveling what Epstein and his friends and ally Ghislaine Maxwell had so effectively constructed over the years, as they were increasingly associated with the spectacle of Clinton World. In a May 26 email, 4 months before signing his sweetheart deal to avoid federal sex trafficking charges, Epstein predicted to Maxwell that Clinton's opponents would attack her friends in any way they can and warned her that Clinton's presidential run could bring unwanted attention to Maxwell. He wrote to Maxwell, you can see the papers are starting on Hillary's friends, Vin Gupta, he wrote, adding, I think you're better off not having your name associated. For those of you who are under a rock and unfamiliar with what took place, Donald Trump is currently giving a speech about, why we had to bomb Caracas and Caracas, capital of Venezuela. The reality of the matter is we do it because we can. We do it because we want their oil. We do it because we want their gold. We do it because we want to attack. We want to decouple anyone in our backyard, right? From collaborating or cooperating with other countries that we've declared foreign adversaries, specifically China, specifically Russia, specifically Iran. We do it for the love of the game. We do it because we can. And it's really funny when they try to come up with justifications for it, as though there's any legalese that justifies this kind of nonsense. But yes, last night we bombed Caracas. After months and months of bombing fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela, we bombed Caracas and we invaded it militarily, but technically it wasn't a real invasion. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I made a prediction that America was not going to invade Venezuela. And then literally after I ended the stream, I think approximately an hour after, they did do technically a special military operation, not an invasion, but a special military operation. We'll talk about the distinction in a second. And they arrested Nicolas Maduro. Overall, I know that for a lot of people, their only assessment of the world revolves around what their least favorite content creator is saying and doing, right? Someone like myself, they'll be like, oh, does this trigger Hassan? Then it's probably a good thing. I just need you to understand, this is not a moment where I'm like, oh my God, triggered or whatever. I'm just frustrated. I'm always frustrated. Nothing is going to change. But you have to understand why I'm frustrated. In your mind, you might assume that I'm frustrated because, I had this unlimited loyalty to Maduro, right? Or Maduro is a socialist, he's a communist. You're triggered because a communist is getting their comeuppance or whatever. No, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. What I do care about is exactly what I'm saying, okay? As an American taxpayer, I want these contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. The President of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and, oh, no, he is saying corrupt and brutal dictator Maduro. Okay. I need you guys to understand something. I don't give a how dog shit Maduro is. I need to make this very clear. Okay. The moment that you turn around and you go, oh, well, it's a corrupt and, tyrannic rule of Maduro. Brother, we're the American government. Do you understand how much more corrupt and tyrannical we are? Even just by like our unlimited allegiance to Israel, right? Like, what are we talking about here? If we're looking at like, if we're looking at pound for pound, like corruption and tyranny, I mean, the very fact that we just kidnapped the head of a state, that's insane. We just kidnapped the head of a foreign nation state, brother. That's like, you're trying to be like, oh, Maduro is really repressive against like student protesters. He's like killing protesters, right? Like, it's like, oh, wow, I can't believe he's doing that. Is that fucked up? Absolutely. Absolutely. What we do is infinitely worse, even in this argument. And when you bring shit like that up, all you're doing is basically get people to read that and go, okay, if he's actually a corrupt and brutal dictator, why should I feel bad that Donald Trump arrested him? Because the reality of the matter is, why should you feel bad, right? Why should you even remotely feel bad? Why? Because you care about like process? Really? That's the reason why we're against intervention in Venezuela, because process was not applied? It's stupid. And this is exactly why Trump wins on these arguments, right? Because liberals don't ever talk about this from the perspective of like the average American. They never talk about this like, why the fuck are we bombing Venezuela, dude? What? Fix the potholes, Why are we bombing Venezuela? Give us free healthcare. Spend the money on something good, right? Instead of making sure that Exxon generates higher profits next quarter. Like, this is unacceptable. That's all you need to say. You don't need to do this like, oh, Donald Trump is not following the legal process here. That's all. If this is the best we have on the Democratic Party, we're cooked. That's it. The president of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end this illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. I mean, the rest of this stuff is good. Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States and the world less safe. It's true. This brazen violation of international law gives a green light to any nation on earth that may wish to attack another country to seize their resources, to change their governments. Also true. This horrific logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack on Ukraine, also true. Trump and his administration have often said they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, claiming that the United States has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. I mean, we kind of haven't really let go of that principle, if we're being real. Maybe we've just like escalated it a little bit more, but they've spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves, the largest in the world. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be. Europe is comprised of cucks. I'm sorry to say this. I apologize to the European chatters in here that know this reality. I hate to say it. I mean, obviously, we're Americans, right? We're doing the evil here. But the reality of the matter is European leadership is unimaginably cucked. This is funny. If we leave dictators like Maduro unchecked, we will pay the price down the line. Do we really want an egomaniac like that in the Western Hemisphere? I've also heard that Maduro might have actually been hanging out with elite pedophiles. We can't let that stand. What if he begins bombing civilian vessels in our ocean, or invades or abducts our president with no approval from his voters or government? This is scary behavior beyond what we could ever accept. I agree, chatter. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah. What if there was a country in the Western Hemisphere led by a corrupt psychopath who was just bombing civilian ships? Also, that's the joke. The chatter is doing a joke. For those of you who don't understand, this is a joke. He's saying the things that we have done. I don't disagree with your take, but it makes me wonder, do you think there's ever a point where invasion is justifiable? Yes, Israel. It'll never happen, though, because it's a nuclear armed nation state and also an extension of America. It's also pretty funny because, like, even the Trump administration didn't try to present that argument, really. Like, they didn't even do that. They didn't even do that, like, liberal oh, we're actually doing this to save the Venezuelans. Like, they just straight up were like, I want the oil. You have oil, it's mine. And there are still people that are trying to do propaganda after the fact when the administration is not even doing it. The administration is like, we're pirates, you have bounty, we will plunder, we will rape, we will pillage. And there are still people in the chat being like, no, you don't understand, actually. They're doing this to save Venezuelan democracy. It's like, who is this for? Is this for yourself? Do you think someone is going to hear your statement? Doing this because you're the world police and you're installing democracy in Venezuela, right? And the Trump administration is like, nah, not really. I just want the gold. I just want the oil. I want the land. I want to rape and pillage. I'm bored. I want to rape and pillage because I'm bored. And liberals are like, no, 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 no. You don't understand. The dominoes will fall about the dangers of socialism. Everyone will learn about the dangers of socialism if we actually, dethrone this corrupt autocratic dictator. And Trump still turns around and is like, nah. Like, he might as well openly come out and be like, you guys were talking too much about my best friend who recently passed away, Jeffrey Epstein. And I did this because I really was bored and I didn't want you talking about that no more. And liberals would still be like, actually, this intervention was justifiable because the people of Venezuela have spoken. Do you like Maduro? I don't care. Like, my opinion or my dislike for Maduro is not pertinent to this conversation. Like, do you guys understand why it's not relevant to this conversation? Like, my own personal criticisms of Maduro or whatever is not relevant to this conversation. It's kind of like the but Hamas equation, right? Israel be doing a genocide and people will be like, well, what about your criticisms of Hamas? It's like, bro, they're being genocided. You know what I mean? It's like, what are your opinions on Maduro? I don't know. He shouldn't be kidnapped. How about that? That's my opinion on Maduro. That's the only one that matters. There's no reason to be like, I don't like the way that he repressed a protest in his country, or I don't like the way he mismanaged the Venezuelan currency. Like, what difference does that make? Do you think that plays a role in why America kidnapped him? No. So it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. And that's why when people say like, well, actually Venezuelans are celebrating, it's like, well, okay, it still doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. They're already spinning the narrative that all Venezuelans are happy. Yeah, I mean, they did the spin in Iraq as well. I mean, that's why that's where they will welcome us as liberators come from. That's unironically where it comes from. Do you see what I mean? The they will welcome us as liberators is a statement from Iraq. That was at a time when the American government was actively trying to propagandize a lot better than this one certainly is doing. It was trying to touch on the cultural attitudes of, you know, the white savior complex that liberals have. Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld said it. George W. Bush said it. And they also showed the toppling of the statue of Saddam, right? That was like a big deal. They were like, see, this is working so well. This is working so good. And of course, what ended up happening in the aftermath of that was obviously 20 years of rape, pillage, death, destruction, a torture regime, and just awful, just overall pain and a power vacuum that came from that led to the creation of ISIS as well, and numerous other issues such as that one that still plague even the Western world and certainly is a massive issue in the Middle East. So I guess like the only aspect of this that I think is more redeemable in comparison to George W. Bush is that at least they didn't do a shock and awe and full-blown invasion, and instead they did a kidnapping, I guess, if you want to look at it from like the lesser of two evils perspective. But of course, for me, how about no evil, right? Okay, why'd you get frustrated whenever people mention that Maduro's a dictator? Because it just gives righteous cause to Trump. Because Americans hear that and they go, okay, so why should I care that a dictator got kidnapped? That's why. That's number one. Number two, as far as like the shit that Maduro has done, right? Okay, our leadership, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, they've done a metric ton worse shit than Maduro, right? Does that mean that they get assassinated, they get kidnapped? Like, what are we talking about? Obviously, that will never happen because America's the hegemonic superpower. But the notion that like those guys are dictators, but we have process is idiotic. Actually, police brutality is a great example of this. When people do that, when they talk about like, well, look at the criminal, you know, look at the track record of this guy. That's the reason why he got shot. Everybody understands like you're saying that because you're giving credence to why this person got shot, right? And that's the same principle here as well. Not to say that like Maduro is good or whatever, but it's just not relevant to the conversation. You know, if Maduro is bad, then Donald Trump is worse by a million times, including because of what he just did to a leader of a foreign nation. It's not even comparable, you know? It's not even on the same playing field. Do you think this ended with one strike and kidnapping, which are illegal, or it will be indeed another Iraq war? I don't know. I don't think so, but we innocent Twitter. Like I was in bed doing the same thing that these assholes were doing. Like they were looking at that classic Arma footage that they play always with like the tracers trying to take out one of the Warthog, and they were like, "Oh my God, I thought they didn't have any air defenses. What's going on?"
That was unbelievable what they did there, and this is something that, gee, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries but no death on our side is really amazing.
Mr. President, critics will say that strong action can risk escalation, but history has shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos. And this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism.
Like, think about this being a good reason to arrest a foreign leader, like kidnap a foreign leader. Oh, we felt kind of insecure. Sorry. We felt kind of insecure for a little bit when Joe Brandon was in charge. And so we had to flex a little bit, you know?
And you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the bravery, everything about it. And you almost couldn't hold them back. It was like they wanted to go so badly. And most people would have said, I'll take a pass. I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person. But I know a lot of other people would have said, I think I'll pass on this one. Let's watch it on television.
Trump was repeatedly lying here, probably for psychological effect. The Russia story was fake too. VP Rodriguez is speaking now, and she keeps referring to Maduro as the president. She's demanding the immediate release of Maduro and Celia Flores. Rodriguez mentions that Maduro left instructions that if anything happened to him, the people should take to the streets and all the popular power should be activated in their places to defend the national independence and sovereignty, which was savagely attacked today. Yeah, the VP situation is confusing to me. I don't really understand it. General Kane is talking about how amazing the operation was. I'm mostly tuning it out because he does mention that he used over 150 aircraft for the kidnapping operation. Kane, there were multiple self-defense engagements during the withdrawal from Caracas. Incredible way of rephrasing this attack on a sovereign country. Yeah, they put themselves, our soldiers tactically put themselves in a kinetic engagement in a self-defense style situation on foreign soil in a nation's capital. Self-defense? The f do you mean self-defense? You kidnapped the leader of a foreign nation. What are you talking about? Self-defense. Trump, we are going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure. It's going to be paid by the oil companies, and they will be reimbursed for what they're doing. Again, openly admitting it. Trump, we are not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to. We had boots on the ground last night. We had to make sure this country is run properly. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We are going to run the country right. Trump on Gustavo Petro, he's making cocaine and they're sending it to the United States. He has to watch his ass. Trump, we are going to be selling large amounts of Venezuelan oil to other countries. You can't stop talking about how they're straight up taking over Venezuela. Trump keeps claiming that Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as president of Venezuela and that she's in contact with Rubio. Haven't seen this reported yet. Trump, Cuba is going to be something that we are going to end up talking about. Cuba is a failing nation. Rubio steps up. Cuba is a disaster. If I lived in Havana, I'd be concerned. And the press conference was concluded. It's pretty crazy because it's basically everything we said, like everything I've been saying in the build up to this incident about like what the real reasons are as to why the administration is doing this. It's kind of an interesting predicament because back in the day, I had to duke it out with liberals a lot when I would be like, Venezuela is not about democracy. Venezuela, if I were to say like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you know, this kind of situation is not about democracy. It's about, you know, stealing the resources, specifically oil, but gold as well. Like all this liberals would argue seriously about how like, no, you're wrong. It's not about that. It's actually about democracy, all this stuff. And what's crazy is nowadays it's just the Trump administration is openly stating it, openly saying like, nope, we're doing it specifically for oil. They're just giving the game away. We're doing regime change for oil. We're doing regime change for oil. They say it over and over again. And yet seemingly there are still pliant people or people that are manipulating themselves, I guess, that want to believe in an alternative goal here, an alternative ambition here, that still make it seem as though there is a separate reason for why this is happening. And that reason, as a matter of fact, is not oil, it's just democracy. Yeah, there's also this from Wall Street Journal. Wall Street is perspective is, if you're going to tell me that, like, this time the narcissistic pedophile that is trying to extract as many super profits for his pedophilic elite is actually doing a good thing in this circumstance, even though all the previous narcissistic pedophiles that were doing the exact same we're actually doing it in the wrong way, but this time it's actually good. I'm sorry. I'm going to treat you like the moron that you actually are. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And I know there's going to be hella clips off of this. Oh my God, there's going to be so many motherfuckers who are like, excuse me, I know that America obviously wants to destabilize an entire region as it has done historically under the Monroe Doctrine that they're relitigating at this very moment. But have you considered what my personal perspective is? I didn't like Maduro, and it's actually awesome that it will be an American puppet. It'll be awesome that it's an American puppet that actually leads the country inevitably that will rape and pillage the land. It's going to be good. Meanwhile, Trump is not even saying that. That's the funniest part. Trump is not even, he literally just keeps saying, I'm doing this for oil. I'm doing this for plunder. I'm doing this for plunder and oil. I'm doing this for oil and nothing but oil, 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 oil. And still there's motherfuckers in the chat being like, well, hold on. The question I have is this. Why are you doing propaganda for Donald Trump in a way where he's not even doing propaganda? Like, it makes no sense. You're arguing a position that the Trump administration is not even taking. Like, they dropped it. They didn't even felt the need to even say those words. And you're still like, nope.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
It just doesn't make sense. Like, if you are even in any way, shape, or form, remotely like a liberal person or invested in like human rights or whatever, why in the ever-loving would you be like, yeah, this psychopath is actually doing this for this? I'm going to imagine an alternative reality where this psychopath is openly stating what his desires are, but I'm going to assume he's actually doing this to liberate me. Right after he called me a rapist drug dealer who needs to be sent to a slave labor colony in El Salvador. Like, at that point, if you still can't understand that this isn't for you, okay, then I guess, have fun in CCOT, all right? Like, what do you want me to say? I'll still fight to make sure you don't go there. I'll be on the streets, but good luck, I guess. Chuck Schumer finally gets around to commenting on Venezuela, saying the administration has assured me 3 separate times that it was not pursuing regime change or taking military action in Venezuela. Oh, no, not Chuck. You fell for it again? Oh, come on. And for the record, if you believe that Chuck is being sincere here when he says, oh, shucks, I got duped again, you are the bigger dupe. He loves this straight up, he loves it. Today, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer released the following statement after President Trump launched military action against Venezuela without congressional authorization in his announcement that he plans for the U.S. to run Venezuela. Let me be clear, Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate dictator, but launching military action without congressional authorization and without a credible plan for what comes next is reckless. He's like, bro, why won't you let me in on it? I want a piece. He's like, come on. I just wanted a piece of the action and you wouldn't even let me in on it. The administration has assured me 3 separate times that it was not pursuing regime change or taking military action in Venezuela. Clearly, they are not being straight with Americans. He's mad that he couldn't put a Calci bed in. He's like, why won't the administration tell me ahead of time that they're going to do this stuff? I was going to put a poly market bed in, and it's really fucked up that you didn't do that. The idea that Trump plans to now run Venezuela should strike fear in the hearts of all Americans. The American people have seen this before and paid the devastating price. Yeah, we were the ones who suffered from our endless occupation of Iraq. I mean, it's true, we did, but like also at the same time, I feel like there was some other people suffering there too, but who knows? What do I know? The f do I know? Also, Chuck Schumer supported the Iraq war, didn't he? And he's kind of supporting Venezuela too. So what are we talking about? Hey, last time I supported this exact same thing that's going on, but in the Middle East, that was really bad. And this time, it's also not very good, but I'm still kind of supporting it. The administration must brief Congress immediately on its objectives and its plan to prevent a humanitarian and geopolitical disaster that plunges us into another endless war somehow justified. It isn't. Our behavior against Venezuela over the last few months has been illegal. None of it has been authorized by Congress. None of it is being done in accordance with international law. Just 1 month ago, there was a vote in the Senate that would have required congressional input on any military action against Venezuela. It got voted down 49-51 because Susan Collins cast the deciding vote against the resolution that would have blocked President Trump's illegal actions today. So in the coming weeks and months, wherever this goes, just understand that this is a failure of the American political system. It's an absolute failure of our government and another crack in our fragile democracy. We are allowing an out-of-control rogue government to invade countries and kidnap their leaders. And Republicans in the House and Senate are doing nothing to stop it. Holy f***, this is, God damn it. Why did it have to be Graham Plattner? I mean, this is near perfect. Actually, not even near perfect. I'm gonna be honest. This is a perfect statement. This is a perfect statement. From Iraq to Venezuela, you can count on Susan Collins to continue to enable illegal foreign wars, and we need to all turn out in opposition to this egregious failure and our government to stop it. We have a lot of administration deploying American military to kidnap foreign leaders and a Senate that refuses to do anything about it. This may soon breed chaos on a scale we can only imagine. At least the last time the United States went to war over oil, they sent the Secretary of State to lie to lawmakers and sought congressional approval first. This is not the behavior of a government that cares about the American people. This is the Trump administration lashing out with military force because Republicans are afraid that its domestic failures are going to result in political failure in the 2026 midterms. Yeah, not only that, not only is it a perfect statement, none of this like, well, Maduro is a bad guy and I hate him and he is worthy of being owned or whatever. But also on top of that, it just straight up ties it back to Susan Collins. It ties it back to like the power of your vote, because it directly just says unconditionally that the false framing that the Republicans are half-heartedly leaning into is just false. And it's good that people are saying it.
A little over 48 hours into 2026, around 2 a.m. Caracas.
What the
Fireworks had lit up the night sky for New Year. But now the place illuminated by a series of never-before-seen U.S. strikes on military bases and airports. Military helicopters, including Chinooks, a U.S. Special Forces operation caught on camera phone. Their mission, capture the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores. Chances are the couple were inside one of these helicopters. The U.S. was forcibly deposing a Latin American leader for the first time in this way in over a quarter of a century.
It's honestly incredible that they didn't have any handheld anti-air ready. They could have destroyed those choppers. I know. Which leads me to believe that there is more to the story than we think, specifically with respect to like who gets to be in charge once the exchange of power takes place. Because not even man-pads, really. I mean, not even man-pads. We're talking about Chinooks. Like, dude, those things literally already explode on their own. Like, no one was shooting at the helicopters. Like, what are we doing? There's a video of a helicopter on top of a building. And it's just standing there. It's just hovering over a building as they're like getting out of the helicopter. As they're like, are you kidding me? You're not even gonna shoot at that with like small arms, you know? I don't know. I think there's something suspicious about it. Like they showed it. I think they showed some of the helicopters flying. Like there's no way that they didn't have any man-pads. They didn't have any rifles. There are stories of people taking out helicopters with like a bolt action rifle. Can't blame me for taking the Reuters word on it. Yeah, I talked about it. The Reuters literally said that sources revealed that I didn't come up with this on my own off of Twitter. I was showing you the Reuters coverage. It's right here. That also is like suspicious because like Trump was also talking about the VP. Like Trump was making it seem like he was in contact with the VP or something. And it was strange because like, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to like invite suspicion? You know, they were saying that she was in contact with Marco Rubio, which I think is odd. What do you think of liberals who use instances such as this to demonstrate why leftists should have voted for Kamala Harris? I have no respect for them because in this moment, if they are not out in the streets protesting against the Trump administration and using this as an instance to left bash when the left was objectively correct, when their criticisms were on Kamala Harris dropping the ball because they knew that this would happen, or at least in my circumstance, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't hate Republicans as much as I do. Okay, they love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But like, dude, you don't hate very frustrated. More so than the youth. Let's be real. The youth are super checked out.
Go fuck yourself! Pussy! Pussy, I'm talking to you, bitch! You're a fucking Nazi! You're a fucking Nazi! Pussy!
Another thing that's like totally up here is that the Democrats are not even capitalizing on this to win easy political points. Like, look at this. During the moment of silence, the Minnesota Timberwolves held before their game with the Cavs tonight, a fan yelled, "Go home ice," and everyone else started cheering. Understand something. This happened the night that Renee Good was shot and killed, right? By an ICE agent. If you want to understand how little the average person or even corporations give a about the administration's messaging on this, think about that. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is the day after. Think about that. The administration at this point have spent 24 hours calling Renee Good a domestic terrorist. So technically, if anybody actually took what the administration is saying seriously, what is going on here is doing a moment of silence for basically like ISIS, right? Like, we're talking about doing a moment of silence for a domestic terrorist. You realize that, right? Like, you understand that no one is actually taking what this administration is saying seriously. And this is yet another indication of that, because clearly they tried to go along with this, like, this person is domestic terrorist narrative, and no one gave a shit. Even corporations don't give a shit. The people clearly don't give a shit. Like, this is like doing a moment of silence for Hamas.
Please join us in a moment of silence.
Democrats love ICE, bro. They literally agree with what they're doing. That is the only conclusion. No, this is not Democrats. You're talking about Democratic Party politicians, okay? Until they show us that they're with it, until they show us that they're willing to go out and take it to the streets, until they show us with their actual legislative line items that they're against ICE, that they want to take away ICE's funding, that they want to stop ICE, that they plan to punish ICE agents and this administration for doing all of this like unlawful fascist nonsense, they are complicit in this. But the Democratic voters themselves are not on board, okay? Please make no mistake. There are a lot of people out there who are lifelong blue down the line voters, blue no matter who voters, who are very frustrated with this. And not only are they very frustrated with this, but they're also waking up to the reality that the Democratic Party's representatives are not even representing their anger and frustration. That's precisely the reason why there is an unprecedented level of unpopularity for the opposition party at a time when there's an even higher level of unpopularity for the administration. That's the big difference. Dems right now are not even doing 2016 style resistance liberalism. I do not know where they go from here, but it's crazy to me that they're not even trying to get ahead of the momentum that is building. I said this earlier. Look, I said, I'm going to say it one more time. The liberals are waking up while the Dems are being weirdly timid here. No organizing, no party funds. It's the midterms too. I know I shit on the Dems a lot, but this is a totally new level of incompetence. Not even 2016 resistance liberalism. It's crazy. And I low key, I think AOC is also not doing enough. And the only people that are aesthetically doing things is like Gavin Newsom, for example. Gavin Newsom knows what time it is. He obviously is not going to be the change, right? He is going to be just as ridiculous, just as ineffective as, like, you know, a Kamala Harris presidency would. He's basically just going to be the guy who siphons all of those voters who want some sort of change, right? He's going to siphon all of that angst and animosity that people feel towards the current administration. And his job is to just like mog people, right? That's basically all he's doing. He is not going to represent a serious change. He is not on board with any sort of significant change. He's not showing us that he's on board with any significant change. He's just simply doing like posts on Twitter. And what's really frustrating about this is that you either are going to get people who funnel into Gavin Newsom because at least he's the only one that's like, you know, seemingly fighting back through posts, or they're just not going to have anything at all. Like, that's the two options that we have in the Dem leadership and the future of the party right now. Is the Bernie-crats not actually really stressing the importance of the moment, not actually coming out and swinging and saying like, hey, this is illegal. We will punish these people. You need to remember that you are not going to be in power forever. And when you are out of power, we will arrest you. We will prosecute you. That's what AOC should be saying right now. If she wants to be the new leader of the party, she should be out there organizing. She should be out there going to Minneapolis. There should be demonstrations. There should be protests. And yes, once again, don't let liberals try to do revisionism on Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party. This is how they campaign against Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris has spent decades fighting violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control
It was a one-man operation. It was this lady who was behind
For
it.
years, we exposed hate, pressured institutions, and delivered consequences. But after 10/7, the scale of threat and the urgency of our mission changed dramatically overnight. Since that day, we have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Not theorized about them, not quietly documented them, feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves. Approximately 400 of these Jew haters have faced real consequences, including firings, suspensions, and expulsions. More than 300 of them remain in an active investigatory state across universities, corporations, DEI departments, unions, hospitals, nonprofits, and yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, like she's literally saying getting random nurses fired from their jobs for like wearing a keffiyeh or like a Palestine pin is the most effective tool that Israel defenders have at their disposal. It is so idiotic. And especially in this day and age, I don't even want to give her tips, honestly. Yeah, keep at it. Keep at it. Ironically enough, this is a major part of the reason why Americans fucking hate Israel. Like I said, over and over again. Americans are hyper individualistic. They do not care about dead children overseas, especially dead brown children. Some do, but most don't. Americans are conditioned into thinking that's just collateral damage. That's just the cost of doing business. That's a sacrifice they're willing to make. But when some Americans think, why the fuck is the money going over there when it should be staying here? And you turn around and you say, you can't say that. You're actually going to jail. You can't say that. You're losing your job. That's when Americans go, what the fuck are you talking about? This is one of the major reasons as to why that snap, that major sea change took place in such a rapid fashion. Because in the old days, you did actually have a lot of motion if you were tasked with combating anti-Semitism, when in fact, in most circumstances, you were not actually combating anti-Semitism at all. You were simply invested in anti-Israel sentiment, stamping out anti-Israel sentiment, and very successful in stamping out anti-Israel sentiment. Nowadays, that actually invites additional scrutiny to how much Israel is involved in our domestic affairs. And all of this, like, Jewish supremacist sentiment being expressed is seen by people, like this is what I'm talking about, Christians owe Jews everything. This kind of sentiment also creates anti-Semitic theories. It leans into the anti-Semitic conspiracies and it turns them into reality in the eyes of a lot of people. So it's doubly,
fortunately, federal government agencies. And yes, 5 arrests to date tied directly to threats and violence of anti-Semitic conduct we helped expose. This is what accountability looks like. This is what action looks like. This is what pushing back hard looks like against the tidal wave.
I'm telling you once again, I've warned over and over again about this. You're priming people into becoming the most insane anti-Semites. That straight up, very, very dangerous narratives that a lot of pro-Israel people are entertaining, thinking that they can still get away with saying like this. A lot of people, especially a lot of people under a certain age, do not have this level of investment in Israel. They do not have this level of investment in harmonious existence in a multicultural world with non-Christians, and yes, that even includes Jews as well. A lot of WASPs, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Christian Americans don't already have this pre-existing notion of living in a multi-faith, like pre-existing investment, living in a multi-faith, multicultural country. When you prime them over and over again like this, they're going to respond negatively, especially when you tie your existence on U.S. soil back to defending a foreign nation state that you call a Jewish nation state, when all they see is death and destruction. kind of systemic form of discrimination against Jews, you literally go, what the fuck are you talking about? People want easy to understand narratives. From the perspective of the common folk, they look at what Jews have been able to do in the Western world as an example of success, right? But that means that they see Jewish people overcoming great adversity. But now in modernity, in modern Western society, Jews are not being systematically displaced from positions of power, right? In the same way that black and brown people still are systematically displaced from positions of power, or even from never getting a leg up. So when they see that kind of systemic discrimination in their day-to-day existence, with the media constantly going back and forth on whether or not that's real or not even, but then the media is in unison talking about anti-Semitic discrimination as like the number one thing that's happening in American society. And this is different, for the record, than actual instances of anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic violence like Bondi Beach, the Bondi Beach massacre. That is a real, obviously very real instance of anti-Semitic violence. Make no mistake. I'm simply talking about like what she is criticizing here, which is like when you talk about Israel, when you say Israel is an apartheid state or Israel is a settler colonial apparatus or whatever. From the perspective of a lot of marginalized groups, they look at this and they go, why the should I care about this? Like, what are you talking about? They look at the situation. They're like, what do you mean? Jews are in positions of power in many different industries. Like, the are you talking about? There's never been a moment of consideration for my interests at all in this regard. It's like if Christians were consistently yelling and crying, with the exception of like, you know, conservative Christian nationalists. Like if all Christian institutions were consistently, not just during the holiday season where they talk about how there's a war on Christmas, but they were consistently talking about how Christianity is under attack. White Christians were constantly talking about that over and over again, more so than they do. Like this was the leading organizational principle for every white Christian, seemingly, in the media. Then yeah, people will go, what the are you talking about? Shut up. You kind of help push their agenda though. Whose agenda? Oh, hell yeah. I love this kind of commentary. I have said this from the start. A lot of the Zionist argumentation, a lot of the Hasbara is identical to the ways in which white supremacists and far-right reactionaries, white identitarians conduct their commentary. It's always a all lives matter to a black lives matter. It's always my feelings. What about my feelings? What about my feelings? And obviously the difference there is that Jews have been historically marginalized and oppressed. So there is a more valid claim for such a thing, right? As opposed to like in the Western world, Christians have never been systematically eradicated, right? In the Western world, in the last like 400 years, there's never been a moment, with the exception of like, you know, Catholic, Protestant, sectarian infighting. There's never really any deliberate attempt from a non-Christian government to like purposely eradicate Christianity in the Western world. So like that's not a real, there is no valid historical claim you can associate with, but it's very clear that a lot of modern Zionist argumentation revolves around leaning into the historic pogroms and the historic anti-Semitism to make it seem like it's happening in the same exact way in the Western world right now, when that is obviously not the case. It's so far removed from observable reality that people look at you when you say that and go, what the fuck do you mean? That's why the argument is like so captivating for people who are tapped in, people who have tremendous investment in the continuation of Israel due to social conditioning. And it's so insane for everybody else. When you come out and you say, as a Jew at Columbia University, I'm under attack. As a Jew in the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side of New York City, I'm under attack. It's like, it's basically the most threatening place on the planet for me. Every person that hears that goes, you are an insane person. Why are we allowing this insanity to go unchecked in mainstream media? That is an insane statement to make. It is an utterly hysterical statement to make. Yeah, black people not only see you as, black people see you not just as delusional, but insanely okay? Or like Z-Zir style, what was it called? Neo-pronouns, and like making that the forefront of your advocacy. They're totally bubbled in.
Anti-Semitism is...
Who's doing that? No one is. My point is, there was a point. No one is really doing that. Nobody serious is doing that, and no one now is doing that. But there was a time during like peak woke where people would get mad at you if you didn't say fucking Latinx and shit. Obviously, I never fucked around with that stuff. I always said, I'm not participating in this kind of thing. But the reality of the matter was that there was some need from people. There was this like lack of understanding of where people were at and what the best kind of advocacy looked like. Anyway, exclusive. A new poll confirms that a growing divide among Republicans on U.S. support for Israel. This is especially true for younger voters. In 2026 and 2028 elections, will Democrats try to court their votes? The answer is no. The IMEU Policy Project and YouGov poll shows that a majority, 51% of Republicans aged 18 to 44, said they would vote for a Republican candidate who supports reducing the flow of U.S. taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel. The poll also shows that some Republican voters flip to the left, preferring a Dem candidate who prioritizes American economy instead of funding Israel's military over a pro-Israel GOP candidate. There's a full breakdown of it. We're going to take a look at it, but it's definitely something to consider. Of course, the Democrats are not going to lean into that at all because they're charlatans, and that's not their primary goal here. Their primary goal is to advance American empire. I'm sorry. The poll surveyed 1,287 Republicans nationally from November 14th to 24th and has a margin of error minus plus 3%. 65% of all Republicans and 74% of Republicans under the age of 45 agree that taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel should be reinvested in lowering the cost of healthcare for Americans. A majority of Republicans under the age of 45 wanting to reduce taxpayer-funded weapons funding for Israel. President Trump has advanced over $18.5 billion in weapons deliveries to Israel this year, while he slashed support for programs like Medicaid. These policies are deeply unpopular with Republicans. 65% of all Republicans and 74% of Republicans under the age of 45 agree that taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel should be reinvested in lowering the cost of health care. Unconditional funding for Israel is an electoral weakness, both in the Republican primaries and in general elections between Republicans and Democrats. Here is another poll that will be ignored by the Democrats in general, or at least they'll look at this poll and try to find a way to message around this without actually calling into question their allegiance to Israel. It reminds me of the 37 polls that came out in the lead up to the election defeat of Kamala Harris, where there were alarm bells. There were people that were ringing the alarm bells, myself included, saying not addressing this issue is not only morally repugnant, as at the time the Democratic Party was directly responsible for Israel's continued genocide, but also simultaneously, you're going to lose the election. 52% of Republicans would prefer a nominee who supports prioritizing lower prices for Americans over funding Israel. 51% of Republicans under the age of 45 and 44% of Republicans overall prefer a 2028 presidential candidate who supports reducing taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel, while just 27% prefer a candidate who wants to maintain or increase weapons. And for the record, that doesn't mean that they're making like a calculated risk assessment here. This doesn't mean like, oh, someone who actually advances a full-blown weapons ban is going to actually be punished, as opposed to someone who is giving you like a modest decrease of weapons transfers to Israel. I need you to understand that's not how voters operate. Okay, when called into question, when they have these sorts of opinions, any kind of anti-Israel sentiment that is expressed means that the maximalist anti-Israel position will still be beneficial for the Democrats or for whoever wants to seize on it. 51% of Republicans under the age of 45 and 44% of Republicans overall prefer a 2028 presidential candidate who supports reducing taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel, while just 27% prefer a candidate who wants to maintain or increase weapons. A majority of Republicans, this is again, Republicans, a majority of Republicans under the age of 45 and a plurality of all Republicans oppose renewing the 10-year agreement to provide Israel with $38 billion in taxpayer-funded weapons. As I've said over and over again, this is the way that Americans care about issues. They do not care about the actual victims, right? Well, some do, but many Americans care about it from their own personal perspective. They only care about it as I'm suffering here. Why the fuck am I giving Israel money? You can make a better argument if you're talking to your relatives who are, in the middle here somehow, who might be hopped up on Islamophobic fumes. One way to bring them back into reality is by simply saying, Israel has Medicare for all. Israel has socialized medicine, which is true. They get
guns down, though? Can you put the guns down? There's kids in this house. There is kids in this house. Show the warrant first. Show the warrant. Show the warrant.
Bro, all it takes for one of these Gestapo pieces of shit, as we've seen this past week, is to have a bad day, or to feel like their authorities threatened, or to feel like their ego is harmed, for them to pull the trigger too. Because like a lot of people are such badge eaters that they see guys that wear this gear, that see guys that LARP as though they're cops, and they assume, oh, they must be there for good reason. No, they're not. You have to literally pull yourself out of the situation and realize that these are people, some of them have been trained for 47 days total, that are Proud Boys, that are fascists, that are white supremacists, that got a $50,000 signing bonus, very little training, and are not actually doing something that's appropriate at all. They're doing something that is utterly illegal. Okay, they are terrorizing the masses. For what purpose? Do you feel safe when you see images like this? Because I certainly don't. This does not actually give me safety and security at all. This is giving chaos and panic, lawlessness and disorder, not law and order, not safety and security, but instead mass chaos.
Daughter's here. There's kids in this house. That's it. Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
How is raiding a home with a warrant illegal? So there's two different kinds of warrants. There's an administrative warrant that is a ICE warrant. Okay, that means nothing. It has no legal basis for entering someone's home, but they use that as a lie oftentimes to say like, oh, well, we have a warrant here, right? And then there's a judicial warrant signed by a judge. If you don't have a judicial warrant signed by a judge under the Constitution, you have no reason to allow ICE agents or any cops to come into your house. Who signs the administrative warrant? An ICE agent, like an administrator at ICE. So it's a real, like, you know, make work bullshit piece of paper that you use. I've described it before, obviously, when we were talking about the DoorDash woman who ordered DoorDash and then had the dasher run into her house, and then ICE agents were like surrounding her home, and they were lying and saying they had a warrant. I don't know why this is not showing, but here, this is the difference between a judicial warrant and an immigration warrant. Okay, a judicial warrant will say United States District Court. An immigration warrant, an administrative warrant, okay, will say Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, warrant of removal and deportation. A judicial warrant also has to be signed by an actual judge. Aren't there different levels of judicial warrants, even like an arrest warrant versus a search warrant? Yes. I don't know if this is a judicial warrant at all. And no, the key doesn't work. This is the only thing. Oh, wait, hold on. This may be a little bit clearer. Let's take a look. What does it say up here? Oh, it says Homeland Security. Yeah, it's an administrative warrant, right? That's Homeland Security, right? Yeah, if it says, if up top, it says Homeland Security in any part of the piece of paper, then it is actually an administrative warrant and not a judicial warrant. So it's not a real warrant at all. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. U.S. Department of Homeland Security. This is the sample. This is a U.S. Department of Homeland Security warrant. It's not a real warrant. This is bullshit. This is exactly what they're showing here. Yep. Look, it says a U.S. Department of Homeland Security warrant for arrest of alien. Any immigration officer authorized pursuant to sections 236 and 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of Part 287 of Title 8, Code of Federal Regulations to serve warrants for the arrest of immigration violations. This is not signed by an actual judge. Know your rights. This piece of paper does not give ICE the authority to enter your home. This piece of paper does not give ICE the authority to enter your car. It's nothing. It is utterly irrelevant. And the fact that they have like little holes on the top means that they just have like a bunch of these papers that they sign off in their car and they just like rip it off to be like, see? It's irrelevant. This is bullshit. You need something that says at the top, the United States District Court. You need to make sure that the address is the correct address. Okay, you need to make sure that when you look at a judicial warrant before they enter your home, you need to make sure that the address is the correct address. You need to make sure that the date is the current date to make sure that the warrant is not expired. You need to see if only the person and property in areas specified may be searched. Sometimes it could be the whole house. You need to actually see if it's signed by a judge, and you need to see what the actual, who the actual judge is. If the answer to all of these is yes, then it is likely a valid judicial warrant. Okay, how do you fight this warrant? You just tell them, F off. You don't have the right to get into my house. but an even a slave in even worse conditions. People do not have the capacity to understand this, where they go, oh, just comply or die, comply or die. It's ridiculous.
Get the paper. Please get the paper. He's not coming out. He's not coming out until my sin. He's not coming out. My daughter's here. That's a dog.
Yes, don't answer the door is the best legal advice, except in this circumstance, there is no door to be answered because they broke the door, which was illegal, by the way.
You should have the paper before you hit the door. That don't matter nothing. You come with a warrant. You do have to show a warrant. You guys see this all on live. He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. There's nobody in here but my babies. Sugar, stay in your room and shut the door.
Like, that's illegal. They can't do that. It's just ridiculous.
I'm not even touching nobody. Get your hands off of me. I can record. I can record. I am back. Get your hands off of me. I'm not in your way and I'm not stopping nothing. You're also not checking to see who's in this house. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off of me. I don't give a f about your taser. Get your hands off of me. Oh, you're real big and bad.
Oh my God, look at how fat he is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The absolute monstrosity over here. Jesus Christ, they are so rotund.
I don't give a f about your taser. Get your hands off of me. Oh, you're real big and bad. Where's the warrant? So you can't answer, but you can flash a light? Where's the warrant? Where? Where is the warrant? Back up. Back up, because he's asking me to do something, so now you back up. Can you tell him to back up with this taser? She's in her room, sis.
Why you bending my hand like a box like this? I'll put this over. Look right on it.
Big and bad. That's what they are. 49th and Russell. 49th and Russell.
This is the worst warrant execution I've ever seen because there is no warrant to be executed. It's an administrative warrant, so they're illegally entering someone else's domicile. They're not supposed to be inside. They broke the door illegally, and then they entered the home illegally with guns blazing, and they're terrorizing the person that lives there and their children that live there because they're terrorists. They are Nazi terrorists. This is Nazi shit. I don't know how else to explain it to you. And anyone that looks at this and goes, this must be justified, is a servile little worm, a cattle, okay? Yeah, sure. Explain to me how this is in any way, shape, or form legal or constitutional without saying, well, those people scare me, so I'm glad they're being terrified and terrorized. That's it. All of this stems from, as Matt Christman calls, the dual sadisms of American politics. Oh, well, my enemies have harmed me. I have decided that my enemies have wronged me. They've harmed me. It's liberal women with blue hair. It's black people that have, it's black teenagers that bullied me in high school. And all of these are the real villains in society. And it's the liberal elite that prop them up and never give me what I am supposed to get from society. So at the very least, I can vote for a guy who's not going to improve my material circumstances in any way, shape, or form, but will actually destroy my enemies, will harm them, will terrorize them, will hurt them. That's it. That's it. That's all this is, because you have nothing going on in your life. So you just have to imagine enemies that are at your doorstep and an administration that will punish them, because it's not like they're going to give you free health care. They're not going to make sure that you can actually own a home at any point in your life. They're not going to make your work conditions better. So you just have to sit there like the servile little cuck that you are and imagine that at least there's someone else in the crosshairs, so that makes my life better in comparison. That's it. You're cattle. You I mean, he has done a lot of stuff. Yesterday, the president of Sonoma State University aligned with the campus with BDS, a movement whose goal is the destruction of Israel, home to 7 million Jews, all this stuff. Like, he has been a pretty active supporter of Israel throughout this entire process. Like, pretty vicious. Yeah. AB 715 threatens to censor Palestine in schools. AB 715 is a dangerous bill that threatens free speech and curriculum in California classrooms, championed by Jewish Legislative Caucus member Senator Scott Wiener, and Assembly Jesse Gabrielle and Rick Spoor. This bill is a coordinated effort to stifle any criticism of Israel and censor Palestine within California public education under the guise of combating anti-Semitism. Last week, I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizations. This was in 2014. Okay, this was in the month of February in 2014. So make no mistake, this was very deliberate. This was on purpose. He did this after Israel had, or am I saying 2014? 2024. God damn it, not 2014. I apologize. 2024. This is after October 7th. And during this devastating time of war and violence, we met with a variety of leaders, he says, and the variety of leaders includes the president of Israel. So he gets yelled at, understandably. Cries of free Palestine can be heard. People wearing keffiyehs. And I suspect that, I'm glad, trigger warning, by the way, a heinous act of anti-Semitism took place here, of course. This is, trigger warning for everybody. Obviously, probably the most anti-Semitic thing that you've ever experienced, that you've ever seen, is taking place, unfolding right in front of your eyes, where you have someone who wants to be a representative refusing to recognize that Israel's committing a genocide, a foreign country is committing a genocide, and then people, of course, say free Palestine. I mean, basically, this is what happened in Nazi Germany. I think, you know. They say, answer the question, Scott. And then they say, shame on you, which once again, only doubling down on the unimaginable maximum anti-Semitism. Sorry that I had to put you guys through that. Obviously, you know, this is a heinous act, an act so heinous that the entirety of the New York Democratic Party should probably come out in unison and speak out against this heinous act of anti-Semitism, even though it's happening across the nation. I mean, I suspect that there will be a coordinated statement coming any moment now, because I can't. This is traumatic. Okay, but one thing that I think is good here is that after that experience, Scott Wiener literally turned around and was like, "Hey guys, just wanted to say, actually, genocide is happening. I'm now officially recognizing the genocide. I've had an epiphany." Now, do I believe this? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Okay, but bro switched up on Israel. No new friends. If I am the president of Israel, right, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I never believed in magic until all my dogs turn into snakes. I'm just saying, Scott, I thought you were a real one. I thought you were a real combater of anti-Semitism, and now you are disseminating anti-Semitism. It's really messed up. I love Israel, bruh. Me too. 2026 is the year where I pivot. I switch up on everybody. I'm pro-Israel now. AB 715 wasn't just bad because of his content, but it was rammed through the last day of the session where they gave notice of the Senate committee hearing at like 3 a.m., 6 hours before, giving no time for the opposition to organize against it. Talking to people at the Capitol, they said they'd never seen anything so flagrant. Yeah. I mean, the way I can't even think of anything more anti-Semitic. I guess like sometimes when I think of Miss Rachel, that's like, it makes me so mad. I think children learning. So Scott has this take. Let's take a look.
For those of you who saw the debate clip from last week, I want to clarify that I do believe Israel has committed genocide in Gaza, and I want to explain why I hesitated at the debate.
This motherfucker is 6'7", by the way. Don't even meme about that. It's not even on some meme shit. Literally 6'7". What the fuck are we doing? Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing in Congress? What are you doing in California? think that Scott knows what he's saying. I think this is so baked in to the consciousness of people who get a lot of Zionist indoctrination early on that he's having a, like, even when he is having a conversation about like recognizing the Israeli genocide, he just automatically drops a couple lines in there that you know the trained ear can pick up on, and this is one of those things.
I am deeply aware that the word genocide was created in the wake of the Holocaust, which was the industrial extermination of 6 million Jews. For many Jews, associating the word genocide with the Jewish state of Israel is deeply painful and frankly traumatic. But despite that pain,
like the gall, the audacity, you know what I mean? Like think about the like even this assessment, even this statement in and of itself betrays the severity, betrays the real death toll that Scott is supposed to recognize here, or rather the real violence that he is supposed to be taking ownership over in terms of his recognition, right? And in terms of his own actions that he is supposed to be saying, my bad, over, right? There is no other world where you can say, oh, well, like this would be akin to a German person saying like, well, you know, Germany suffered tremendous hardships in the wake of World War I. So I felt some type of way about taking ownership over the Holocaust because like we had been wronged, you know, like, so it's just it's very difficult for me to take ownership over this in some way, shape, or form. Like not even a German in Germany, by the way. I'm talking about like a German in America, right? If you were to say something like that, because of the severity of the crime itself, the Holocaust, people would look at you and go, what the fuck are you saying? But here in the United States of America in 2026, because of our mutual understanding that like genocide is just a word, basically, you can kind of get away with saying something like this, where you're like, yeah, my personal feelings on this issue are far more important as a Jewish person. Like the importance of the word genocide for me and the severity of that word overrode my you know, clear and calm assessment of what Israel was doing. Like this is not a very good way to make up for all of the advocacy that you did for the last 2 years against those who had arrived at this position far before you did. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? Like, I think this is the reason why I think this is already insincere. The good and the bad is this. It's bad because obviously fucking insincere. He has a lot more to do in terms of making up for it, and I don't even know if he would be able to make up for it in time for the actual election. But the good thing here, the silver lining here, is that he even feels the need to come out and say that this is, you know, a real recognition of genocide, because he understands that now, if you want to win an election, you have to say that. You have to say the truth. He has to do this. And to me, that actually is another clear indication of this massive sea change, this massive tide shift.
and that trauma, we all have eyes, and we see the absolute devastation and catastrophic death toll in Gaza inflicted by the Israeli government. And we all have ears, and we hear the genocidal statements by certain senior members of the Israeli government. And to me, the Israeli government has tried to destroy Gaza and to push Palestinians out, and that qualifies as genocide.
Performative male behavior? That's funny. True. Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously like the whole, oh, it's just like some members of the Israeli government are doing this, and it's not like being loudly fucking cheered on or anything like that. And this is the worst of both worlds for someone like Scott, because when he comes out and says this, he's not going to get any grace from the anti-Zionists, obviously, because we all know what he was up to for the last 2 years. He's also not going to get any grace from the Zionists, because they're going to be like, how dare you betray your own people? Like, this is what the how dare you recognize that there is a genocide at all? There is no genocide. That's blood libel. It's utterly preposterous. And yesterday's video, but quickly deleted it after receiving even more pushback. As you can see, she plays the victim and fishes for sympathy that did not come. This comes after she raged out and accused her own fans of being boss when criticized her in the chat during the live stream. She panicked so hard that she went live on Instagram, dude, to her more loyal following in a more personal setting, to a smaller audience. Yes, including myself. Okay, I'm a bit frustrated by the comments here. Foremost, I was only given the option for a closed door meeting. I obviously agreed to it. It was almost 5 hours long. I need time to digest. I just wanted to present the facts to you, all of you today, of what they said without any of my own innuendo, because there is a lot to digest and pray about. I think she thought she could basically massage the narrative into leaning off. As I clocked yesterday, she thought she could basically back away from Turning Point USA's money bags a little bit and thought that she had motion like that, not realizing that this would actually invite a lot of scrutiny because people are coming to her for maximalist conspiracy theories. Yeah, she overestimated her fans' loyalty. And like I said, the people that come in for whatever the most base boosted, maxed out, Jews did this conspiracy are going to turn on you when you don't feed them that. How many people can even say they watched a friend of theirs be murdered in cold blood over politics and then has to consider the possibility that the entire government's colluded to make it happen, and maybe even people close to him, all while being attacked from every media group and influencer in the world? It's very heavy stuff, and on top of it, I have to deal with how fickle the audience is if I make one mistake on pronunciation, God forbid. She thought she could cave.
Well, for me, answers to the questions of trying to understand why there were so many Turning Point lies and why, instead of people acknowledging that these are lies, I felt that there was this billion-dollar psychological operation to convince people that Candace is just crazy. These aren't lies. These are made up. And so I was very refreshed that they owned up to the lies. That was a great first step. And I think, what motivates that? Maybe.
Bro. She is so self-involved. Everything is Candace this, Candace that. Not realizing that the reason why people are tuning into Candace is not because of who you are. It's because of what you represent. People want to know the truth. People are suspicious. They want you to entertain conspiracy theories. I went in and had a private closed door meeting with the people that I've been blaming for everything, and they agreed to everything I was saying, and they basically said my feelings are valid. Check this TikTok. People in the comments for real believe Charlie's alive. Skip to 120. Oh my God, that's awesome.
This is about midterms and the next election and moving forward. So if you think that your vote matters and that your vote counts, you are sadly mistaken, okay? Because these people have plans in place for years. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of development plans, expansion plans, tactical plans, military plans. And if you really think that us peons are going to get in the way of their plans by our measly little vote by the two people that they give us to choose from, you're wrong. I'm so grossed out by this whole thing. And like I said, we all just need Jesus. Okay, because no man, woman.
Bro, Americans will believe anything but the reality, the objective reality that capitalism as an economic organization of society is responsible for the exact things that they're complaining about. They will believe in any conspiracy, no matter how far-fetched it is, no matter how silly it might be. When you say, is she wrong? It's like, she's not entirely wrong, but once again, she's so close yet so far away. She's so close yet so far away. Obviously people like Candace Owens I put in a different category, but the average person that's duped by Candace, I think is unironically nearing a conclusion. It's like the people that say, lock up Hillary Clinton, right? It's like, yeah, I agree, but why do you want that to happen? Do you want that to happen because of what the crimes that she conducted and committed in Libya? Or do you want it to happen because you think she's running a pedophilia ring outside of a pizza shop in Washington, D.C.? Because even on the pedophilia stuff, I'm willing to concede. You could be like, well, she's an Epstein affiliate, right? In that situation, I could be like, okay, that's a little bit more valid in terms of lock her up. But the last part is far-fetched for no reason. You know what I mean? Another TikTok that says Candace
Can the real Candace please stand up? Because I'm sorry, guys, something is off. I just got home and I was watching clips of her recent video. We got no answers as to what they actually spoke about for 4.5 hours. Look, I get the whole hey guys, Shabbat Shalom. That's how she did the intro. Aha, funny. But there's something. Yeah, they're
come on. She gave us a little bit. She gave us some Jew jokes in the beginning. So but I'm woke. I'm wizened up to that now. So many people are saying she was told Charlie is alive. I love that. Hell yeah, dude. That's cope. Anyone that says that, well, first of all, they're clinically insane. But anyone that says that is saying that because they don't want to believe that Candace Owens, like they have a parasocial investment in Candace Owens and believe that she this, but I know that people really want like a well put together bow on this whole assassination stuff. But low Kirk, I think the official narrative is probably closer to the truth than whatever the everyone else is coming up with. Like, I'm more inclined to believe that Israel assassinated JFK than I am to believe that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk. Hassan Abi's compromise. I mean, the beauty about my audience is that I spend a good deal of time on conspiracy theories, even though I am fascinated by them, right? Ain't nobody's coming in here for the maximum conspiracy brain rot, unless it's to like make fun of it. So, you know, if that's what you're looking for here, you're not going to get it. I think that like the investigators up big time with their revelations early on. Explain his neck not exploding. Wait, what do you mean? His neck did explode. What the his neck, I watched it explode. Here, okay. Or a couple things that don't make a lot of sense. The gun and the bullet. 30-06. I'm inclined to believe, I'm not a gun pervert, okay? But I'm inclined to believe that Angel Colvin's theory that the 30-06 actually had no fucking exit wound whatsoever, and it simply just hit his titanium neck and dumped itself into the belly. None of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. Okay. I am in agreement with you on there, like on that front for sure. Okay. I don't understand like how the gun was actually a gun that he was capable of breaking down and then putting back together. And then he like somehow left it out in the wild and then couldn't return, and then literally Discord DM'd his trans lover like, hey, lover of mine, I don't want to make you an accessory to a manslaughter incident, but I do have a premeditated murder charge coming my way, Discord kitten. Here is my gun, you know, all that. Like that stuff was strange as hell. Okay. Yeah. What did he say? He said something that was so crazy. He was like, there's a squad car in the vicinity that I've tactically discertained. Like, remember how I was engraving bullets? I love engraving bullets. Haha. Yeah. There's a squad car near my automobile. So there's a lot of weird there. All of that stuff is strange. Yeah, cops on my 6, squad car too close to the vehicle. But my point is, the strangeness itself does not mean that it was Israel. Like, for it to be Israel, with the exception of how Benjamin Netanyahu, and I say this as someone who definitely does believe Israel has the capacity and the interest in assassinating a high-profile public figure on U.S. soil. I think they would do it. They probably have done it. You know, it would not surprise me one bit, right? Having said that, in this circumstance, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense as to why they would do it to Charlie Kirk specifically. And last but not least, there isn't a lot of evidence that they did do it, right? So that's the reason why I'm like, yeah, there's some questions that I have, but the questions that I have does not invite the grander conspiracy that Israel was somehow responsible for this, especially because like the only side of the evidence that's being presented I am very familiar with, which is Charlie Kirk's ideological public pivot against Israel. Like, I know that wasn't the case, but now that Dan Bongino is retiring, maybe we'll find out more.
And we won't know more because we're investigating and looking for more. And so that just made me go, why is everybody being so over the top and ridiculous and using words like the evidence is overwhelming? It was Tyler Robinson, when they don't have anything that's overwhelming to show that they don't have a video of him taking the shot, which I think was something that I assumed, like, okay, there's all these cameras, maybe they actually have that video.
Okay, in order to literally pin the crime on Tyler Robinson, there's enough evidence. Okay, there is. Whether he did it or not doesn't matter, and the rest is up to how convincing the prosecutorial team will be. They have a gun, they have the fingerprints, they have text messages. Whether a good defense attorney could chop through that and claim that evidence is not valid is once again going to be up to how skillful the defense attorneys are. But, you know, when you got the parents' admission, all this stuff, there's definitely a decent amount of evidence. Whether the evidence is actually concocted and totally made up, that's going to be handled by the defense. If they don't have a good defense team, which I think they do, it's a pretty solid case. There's definitely enough for conviction. Defense attorney here, that's not quite how that works, at least with Tyler Robinson's statements that he made. Those statements could be brought into evidence. Extravagant statements by the defendant are always admissible in a criminal case. No, I know. I'm saying, like, will they be able to scrutinize the way that they extracted that information and tackle the veracity? more conspiratorial than she is. Someone who's willing to be like, nah, it was the Jews and Candace is also sold out to the Jews, you know, that type of thing. Because like when she goes back to like the JFK stuff or even 9/11, she'll win favors once again with the same audience. For me, I think the main thing I want to find out is like if this had if I had any inclination that Israel had conducted this operation, I need more evidence for the motive, and more importantly, like I need more evidence in general. Like anything, simply picking apart the existing official narrative is not enough to implicate Israel. Because while there is definitely weird with the way that they've revealed details about this investigation, there is a lot of inconsistencies and there's a lot of weird stuff. It doesn't automatically implicate Israel. Hopefully Dan Bongino, though, will be the truth teller here and will give us some breadcrumbs to follow, you know? Donald Trump and the Republican Party, under the Republican Party's command, the USDA, the FDA, all of our federal agencies are actually serving not the interests of the public, but working against them. And one of the things that they tried to do was to suspend SNAP funding. Now, SNAP funding is slated to run out because the government is shut down at this point. But there is a $6 billion contingency fund for emergencies for when SNAP funding dries up. Emergencies such as this circumstance. Because if SNAP, the nutritional assistance program, the supplemental nutritional assistance program specifically, were to run out, 42 million Americans that rely on SNAP to be able to purchase food every single week would now no longer have this additional assistance and would not be able to eat at least one meal, maybe two, depending on whether they have children, depending on the number of dependents. Wealthiest country on the planet, by the way. Wealthiest country on the planet, just want to remind you. And yet, even though there was a 1 month contingency fund, because that's how much it would cost for a month, around $6 billion or so, the government tried to say, no, we're going to starve the American population. We're going to starve 42 billion people on U.S. soil. American citizens, by the way. Remember, these are almost all American citizens. Like the only marginal assistance that like somehow some undocumented person could get from SNAP is if they have American citizens in their houses. Oh, did I say 42 billion? I'm sorry. 42 million Americans that rely on food assistance programs, specifically SNAP. And to fund that for at least a month is $6 billion. Now, these funds exist. The administration tried to stop using the contingency funds. And then, of course, they were sued. And a judge ruled that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP funding was unlawful. Think about how insane this is, by the way. Let me pull you back for a brief moment. Why is this happening? Why is the government shut down? The government is shut down because the funds, the government to fund itself, you need to pass a bill. And in order to pass a bill, you can't have a simple majority. You need 7 additional Democrats to be able to pass this bill in Congress, pass this spending bill in Congress. This is a point of leverage that the Democrats have, one of the few points of leverage that the minority party has. Democrats have used this as an opportunity to try and force the Republicans to concede on funding Medicaid subsidies, ACA subsidies, so that people's health care for tens of millions of Americans, their health care prices are about to triple, okay? Their premiums are about to triple. And the Democrats say, we can't do that. We have to make sure that healthcare is still somewhat more affordable than it used to be. Obviously, it's already very unaffordable. It's already very expensive. But the fact that healthcare prices are about to triple and the Democrats are trying to stop it and using the government shutdown as a way to bargain with the Republicans to save majority Republicans, by the way, because when you look at the actual percentages of the population that rely on ACA subsidies, is 58% Republican. And not only that, but there's also a secondary impact, which is that a lot of places that have rural hospitals rely on these Medicaid subsidies because that's the only way that poor rural areas can even go and get the necessary health care and fund these hospitals in general when they're already in a dire state. So the Democrats are trying to save Republican voters from their own party. for Donald Trump in spite of the fact that he fucked them over time and time again, whether it be the ranchers that are experiencing the same as the Trump administration is now slated to flood the markets with Argentinian beef. I have never seen a group of individuals that are so servile, so unhuman. I don't know how else to describe it. Like so excited at the prospect of being humiliated, being destroyed by this godlike deity that they've cultivated in their minds. It is crazy. It is straight up a cult, an entire nation of cuck fetishists.
The judge dismissing the administration's explanation, saying, "I want agency action, not lawyering. We're not going to make everyone drop dead." The judge could compel the administration to release the funds, but whether the Trump administration will comply remains to be seen. And even if it does, the emergency funding available would still fall short of the monthly SNAP payouts. Back on Capitol Hill, Democrats digging in, refusing to open the government until Republicans agreed to extend Obamacare subsidies to prevent health care insurance premiums from skyrocketing next year. A Utah woman we spoke to says even with the subsidies, her premium next year will rise from $495 to $753. And without the subsidies, it will more than quadruple to more than $2,100.
I want to also give you guys a better understanding of how fucked this structure is. Are you ready for this? Because a lot of people go, "Oh, why are my tax dollars paying to I don't know, feed the people who are hungry?" Which is, if you're an evil villain like that, if you are straightforwardly an evil villain such as that, the average American taxpayer spends $36 per year for the SNAP program. $36 comes out of your pocket if you're an average tax-paying American citizen. The average American taxpayer, however, spends $670 per year on corporate subsidies. $670 on corporate subsidies, $36 to feed people. How fucking insane. And there are still people out there who act as though these people who desperately need the additional funds, which are modest, which are meager, they are tiny. There are still people who complain about that. Incredible. Also, just like the secondary impact of refusing to fund ACA subsidies will cause rural hospitals to collapse completely, what remains of the rural hospital system will completely go away. But when you cut SNAP benefits to 42 million Americans, you're cooking the grocery stores, because they also, like, those SNAP benefits are being spent on groceries at the grocery stores. So it's basically another way that you are cooking an entire sector.
Republicans argue the Affordable Care Act, which set up Obamacare, was a bad law that drives up premiums and strains doctors. President Trump last night posting, quote, "Obamacare is a disaster. Rates are going through the roof for really bad health care. Do something, Democrat."
His alternative to that is just complete chaos and complete bedlam. It's not like the alternative he's suggesting is Medicare for all, by the way. His alternative is just make it even more costly, because that's what this is. That's what's going on. Oh, God. Everything sucks so much ass. Oh, my God. SNAP makes up around 12% of grocery sales nationally, according to the National Grocers Association, a pro-business trade group that represents grocers. Any extended gap in SNAP payments is likely to see layoffs and possibly even store closures. Remember that. This isn't just cities. Rural areas benefit from SNAP, per the Conservative American Enterprise Institute. SNAP reduces rural poverty. Unmet needs still high in rural areas. Despite robust support from SNAP, food hardship is still higher in non-metro areas. Just like with Medicaid helping fund rural hospitals, SNAP helps fund grocery chains that are in rural areas. Who lives in rural areas, you might ask? Republicans. That's who. Republicans are dangling the starvation of their own base of support against not giving them the proper healthcare subsidies. Okay? It's f***ing insane. This is what happens when you are so successful that you just have to figure out exactly how cruel you want to be, in which direction. Why not both?
Good morning, everyone. President Trump says enough is enough. It is time to nuke the filibuster and reopen the government. Here's what he posted last night on Truth Social. It's now time for Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. That would allow Senate Republicans to reopen the government on their own, even though Senate leaders generally don't like the idea of ending the filibuster. But pressure is mounting. Troops
to take away food from people all around this country.
And in Michigan, families also bracing for the worst. With more than 1 million SNAP recipients in this state, too, food pantries asking for donations to meet demand.
We have over 1.4 million recipients on the program here in the state of Michigan, so there will be an influx of more people coming to our food pantry lines.
On Capitol Hill, no end in sight to the stalemate. Democrats digging in, demanding Republicans negotiate on expiring Obamacare tax credits before premiums skyrocket for some 20 million Americans. Republicans largely united, saying they won't negotiate until...
Oh, nice. No, that's chill, man. Republicans showing that they are refusing to negotiate with the Democrats when the Democrats have any leverage whatsoever. That certainly gives a lot of assurance to the minority party that you guys will, in good faith, negotiate with the Democrats when they have zero leverage. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, but that's populist Josh Hawley, chat. I like that in the United States of America, while our foreign adversary China is building massive bridges, inventing new types of bone glue, creating flying cars that they're actively trying to commercialize, we have the majority controlling party refuse to offer healthcare subsidies to tens of millions of Americans in an effort not to triple their healthcare premiums. And the only point of leverage here is whether or not 40 million Americans can be fed. Like, the only reason why the Democrats are making a big stink about this is unironically so that the Republican voters don't get cooked by triple the cost of their healthcare premiums. and just get kicked out of coverage. That's what this is for. It's one of the very few instances where the Democrats are actually doing the right thing. And even then, if they were to successfully pull this through, it's still a Band-Aid solution. Yeah, the USDA's own lapse of appropriations guidelines said it was going to pay out SNAP and WIC. They removed that guidance. Trump is directly starving people. Reminder that there's, in fact, an additional $5 billion in contingency SNAP funding put aside for this exact kind of situation that Republicans are refusing to use. I don't know why they're doing this. I'm being honest, because like they're already seen as the responsible party for the shutdown. The Republicans are. So I can't comprehend why they would further entertain being vilified. Maybe they just think that they can outmessage the Democrats. Paramount to cut 1,000 jobs. Amazon to cut as many as 30,000 jobs. Wonderful. Someone in the chat, as I'm in the process of describing 40 million people starving, turned around and said, well, let's not point the finger of blame at our politicians. I assume that was a take on the drama, right? Like that's what you were trying to do. This is what I mean. You're like a very unserious person. Like we're talking about 40 million people on the verge of hunger in the wealthiest nation on the planet. And you think you're going to get a own here. SNAP isn't replaceable by food pantries. It is a joke to act like hundreds of dollars a month versus expired bakery items and canned beans. Yeah, no, it's absolutely not a replacement. The Trump admin found $20 billion to bail out Argentina, but refused to tap into $6 billion reserve fund to provide vital food assistance to 42 million Americans. They're using food and hunger as leverage as they hold the government hostage. It's sickening. You said, let's just start stealing. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? I think it's a mix of three things. One, they think they can out-message on it. Two, they hope the pressure from this in blue states makes Dems back down. Three, they hope it will incite violence and they can progress their plan. Yeah, I can see that. It's just cruelty politics, man. That's what this is. It's just cruelty for the sake of cruelty. That is what the modern Republican Party is. One might even say that's what they've always been. I would say that. But it's crazy that this is just melting the poor in principle. It also harms like capital as well, because this hurts farmers in the long run. This hurts grocery stores in the short term, because when you don't have SNAP, you don't have the additional assistance to go and purchase stuff that you normally would from the grocery store. So like this literally is cooking a whole bunch of different sectors as well. America's hunger crisis is growing. We're choosing to look away. States are sounding alarm bells that SNAP benefits will run out as soon as next week. And I can't stop thinking about Ruben and many others in his position. Ruben De Silva, a 79-year-old retired accountant who lives alone in New York City, experiences when he tries to prepare a meal or go to grocery shopping since his cerebral hemorrhage. His story reflects what I see every day. Older Americans are going hungry behind closed doors. And while we're focused on the immediate crisis the government shutdown posed, we're already lost something far more subsidy, an additional subsidy for wages on the back end so that corporations can secure profits while underpaying its wage laborers. That's why people say Walmart is the greatest recipient of welfare, because not only does Walmart receive subsidies, but it also relies on its workers getting SNAP. And when that goes away, well, then it's crime time. Because people think, oh, it's the lazy poor that have EBT, that have SNAP, not realizing that it's actually the working poor that have SNAP. As of 2020, over 1/3 of adult SNAP recipients had at least some college education, almost 20% held an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. People don't realize this shit. It's not even just that. It's also the majority of SNAP recipients also have a job. It's not their fault that their wages are dog shit. Those in need, including older Americans, are hit hardest by these cuts. Yeah, not just a job, but full-time jobs, exactly. Our neighbors who are physically or cognitively impaired, homebound, and socially isolated are unable to access additional food. They can't travel to the local food pantry or supplement what they have. On fixed incomes, every price increase means skipping a meal or cutting a prescription in half. We estimate that nearly 13 million older Americans face food insecurity. With an aging population, that number will only grow. And yet, at the very moment, we need to understand the hunger crisis better. We're eliminator at best tool for tracking it. This is just talking about how the USDA survey was abolished, or not abolished, but like stopped last month. I wonder why the administration chose to no longer track who needs food assistance or who is at the precipice of complete hunger. Yeah, here's a map that shows which states rely on food stamps. 14% of the population in the state of California is a SNAP recipient. That's 5.3 million. 10% of the population in Texas is a SNAP recipient. That's 3.1 million. 13% of the population in Florida are SNAP recipients. That's almost 3 million. 7%, 5%, 8%, 6%, 10%, 21% in New Mexico. 12% in Arizona. 5% in Utah. 15% in Nevada. Some of these states have lower percentages of the population for SNAP recipients, not because they don't have poverty, but because their state is already made it virtually impossible to get it. They have additional hurdles to qualify. So just remember that. That doesn't mean that it's a sign of prosperity. Far from it. If you look at the percentage of the population, Wyoming has a 5% SNAP recipient population percentage, but it's not low because, I mean, I'm willing to bet if I looked into what the additional hurdles are to receive SNAP, this doesn't mean that like Wyoming is doing better overall. It just simply means that these states have extra hurdles. And Louisiana, in spite of those extra hurdles, still has an 18% rating. And New Mexico has the highest at 21%. I'm literally hearing my dad getting told the exact opposite of what you're saying from Fox right now, Law. I know, Fox News is lying. Fox News' primary purpose is to basically get people like your dad to abide by a false narrative. The exact opposite, the exact inverse of reality. Fox News is billionaire news, baby. Its primary purpose is to get the working poor to feel as though others that are even less fortunate than they are somehow cynical money grubbers. You know, they're taking advantage of the government programs. That's the whole point, is to divide the working class further.
The people who receive SNAP benefits and EBT are just lazy. Hi, my name's Lacey. I'm a single mom to a medically complex child, and I work full-time. I also have to pay my rent. I also have to pay her medical bills. I also have to attend IEP meetings, which I have to go to a meeting about how IEPs are no longer. Hi, hello? I have to get another job. I have to pay for childcare. Do you want to know how expensive preschool is? Do you? I have to apply to programs to help cover. Oh, wait, those programs are no longer. Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I am afraid for the children. I am afraid for seniors who are older than me. I'm afraid for people in general. We need to eat.
The USDA notices blaming illegal alien gender mutilation. What? Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times not to fund the food stamp program, also known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Bottom line, the well is run dry. It's not true. There's $5 billion that they're not tapping into. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. I mean, I don't think anybody goes to the fucking USDA website. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do. But like, not only is this a fucking obvious violation of the Hatch Act, it's also an abject lie that the government is presenting. The reason why fine. But some of these states will then add additional requirements that make it so that you have to go to the office multiple times. And let's say you live in a state you live in a rural part of your state and there's no public transit. Let's say it's very difficult for you to travel to the state office and then stand in a line for 3.5 hours because they specifically undercut the state government caseworkers because they don't want to handle all of the extra paperwork. They make it difficult as possible. We saw this during COVID. Many of the states purposely designed incredibly complex websites to offer people additional subsidies. So in order to receive the additional subsidies during COVID, you had to go to the websites by the states, and the website would brick half the time. So you couldn't even apply on the website. That was done deliberately. That was done so that people would not have ease of access. There are many different bureaucratic hurdles that the state governments place in front of people getting this aid on purpose, so they can basically eliminate as many people as possible from receiving this life-saving aid. I'm a case manager. SNAP is insanely hard to receive. You need an ID. You need to diagnose disability. If you're working SNAP, you need a social security number. You need to go to the office at least once. Usually you need a phone or some way of being contacted. You need an address. There's lots of hurdles that are not even physical barriers. Dude, you are so right. It is intentionally difficult to fuck over the most vulnerable amongst us. Exactly. They don't openly say we want to kill the working poor, at least yet. They don't say that yet. They might in the future, but they don't say that right now. They say, oh, a lot of people are taking advantage of the expansive welfare state, which we don't really have an expansive welfare state regardless, but they say a lot of people are taking advantage of it. They're lazy. So we have to ensure that people aren't cheating the system. Meanwhile, because of all of the limitations that I described, there is no problem with quote unquote cheating the system. The real problem is that people who need this assistance can't even get it already. To echo the other case manager, it's very frustrating the amount of times that I've been to SNAP or to benefits office to try to help. It's an all-day process. Many times my clients got frustrated that they just left. I can't blame them, but now when I was on SNAP, I had to attend bi-weekly meetings that were an hour from my home. The meetings were about finding a job. I had 3 jobs at the time. If you missed one, you lost your benefits from the month. I missed them all the time because I was working. You know, the thing they said I needed to do to qualify. It's all on purpose. After 5 missed classes, you lost benefits and couldn't apply for 13 months. The amount of social torture that you have to withstand to get a crumb of assistance in this goddamn government is so insane. And many people are utterly oblivious to that reality, unfortunately. And those who are fortunate enough to never have to deal with this shit don't understand what it takes and are also negatively polarized against it, because the television, Fox News specifically, is constantly saying these guys are broke monsters. They're poor because of a moral failing, and they're actually cheating the government. They don't want to work. They're lazy, and they're taking advantage of your tax dollars. Or in the case of this government, they just straight up lie and say it's the undocumented migrants that are doing this. Undocumented migrants can't even take advantage of any of this shit. I spent time working in fraud investigation for SNAP too, and it might legitimately have been the worst experience I've ever had in my life. Nobody's trying to cheat the system on purpose. People are trying to defraud SNAP are in a situation so desperate that they've determined that it's worth the risk of lying. That's where we're at in the United States of America, baby. And of course, when you're starving, you're gonna do crime. It's like the most basic principle. Like, if you're starving, what are you supposed to do? Like, I can't fault them. I can't fault people for trying to steal shit. They're starving. And then we can talk about how crime is out of control and it needs military intervention. Meanwhile, those veteran families also receive SNAP. I cannot think of a more insane analogy where the psychotic billionaire-backed administration is building a fucking ballroom while 40 million Americans are about to lose the marginal assistance that they get to eat food every day. This is the richest nation on the planet. And then we wonder to ourselves, like, why are people becoming more open-minded towards socialism? I wonder why, dude. Why the fuck do you think? Yes, I have thought about putting on a drive for a food bank. Yes, I'm working on it. So some people cheat the system or no? Exactly, that was my point. Listen to him. You told me that 0 people cheat the system, lol. And Hassan said the complete opposite. Sit this one out. Fake lib. Yeah, you're right, dude. People actually are becoming millionaires by cheating the SNAP system. No, dude, it's because the fiscal cliff that exists, like the benefits cliff that exists, makes it so that they have to fucking cheat, as opposed to having no benefits cliff whatsoever. if you were even remotely competent and understood how any of this stuff works. As opposed to receiving a total with your benefits, $34,000 a year. That is what is known as a benefits cliff. And the greatest elimination of said benefits cliff is universality. Universal policies, universal health care, universal child care.
A series of staffing shortages Sunday prompted a temporary ground stop at LAX, with additional delays reported in Newark, Chicago, and Washington, D.C.
We had 22 staffing triggers. That's one of the highest that we've seen in the system since the shutdown began. And that's a sign that the controllers are wearing thin.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture also issued a dire warning about the food stamp program SNAP, which covers more than 40 million Americans. The agency bluntly stated on its website, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be...
I guess technically this is universal when you think about it. The only time where there is universality is when they just shut the faucet entirely and they over the working poor unconditionally across the board. 40 million Americans. I work in healthcare regulatory policy. I can attest that the big bill work requirements will remove caregivers from Medicaid benefits that otherwise allow them to be full-time caregivers for their children or completely dependent parents. That means patients relying on 24/7 caregiving by a relative will no longer have them at home. With excruciating home healthcare costs, patients, mostly kids, will die from preventable complications. Former dependent of a vet here. My family relies on SNAP, myself and my 2 kids. I am unable to afford childcare, so we rely on SNAP, $725 a month or so. And I just got a bill for $4,000 for 10 fucking years ago for the birth of my son from when I was on TRICARE. So now no SNAP and new debt looming over our heads. I have 2 autistic kids who only eat very specific safe foods. Food banks are not an option for us. This is the reality of many Americans. There are 40 million Americans like that. Okay, 40 million. I work for a government contractor and they sent out a whole sheet of resources, aka loan programs to help workers during this unprecedented time, loans to live. Don't worry, dude. We got Klarna. We can use Klarna to pay for your groceries. Klarna for all. I've literally never heard of that. Klarna is a credit company that famously partners up with like Postmates and shit. So you can actually take out loans, like micro loans, to pay for your pizza delivery. It's awesome. Yeah, Lamau, except they make you pay a quarter up front. Yeah, put your fucking burrito purchase on a payment plan, dude. Motherfuckers used to finance houses, and then we started financing cars. Now we're financing burritos, dude. We're financing Taco Bell, and no one looks at that and goes, I think this system is fucking broken. It is so insane to me that we're just out here being like, America, the wealthiest nation on earth, unimaginable amounts of debt. So much debt that motherfuckers are taking on debt to eat burritos. What are we doing? Oh God, the GDP though, man, that's called innovation. Yeah, that's that beautiful GDP growing innovation right there. You don't understand. Burrito debt. Now we have another company. I've been financing gas and it's awful like my bank figured me out. The money that doesn't get used to pay the burrito can be put in a Roth that beats the stock market, then use those earnings to pay it off. Why hasn't anybody just said that they're Argentina so they can get bailed out? Hello, Mr. President. I'm Argentina, the beautiful nation state. Please give me $20 billion. Otherwise, if you do not give me $20 billion, I might default on my debt. And you have some very powerful Americans who have purchased my debt. Oh, wow. Thank you. You're doubling the money for no reason, and you will now give me $40 billion? Yeah, yo soy Argentina. Speaking of dumbasses, let's get back to Joe Rogan. Let's see if today is the day where Joe Rogan finally pulls the ripcord. Joe Rogan reacts to the Minneapolis shooting and ICE riots. Now, first statement out of the gates is, let's see if it's complimentary to the administration still, or maybe he's finally pulling off the exit ramp.
It's complicated, obviously, but it's also
okay, never mind.
Very ugly. To watch someone shoot a U.S. citizen, especially a woman, in the face, right? Where it's like, I'm not that guy. I don't know what he thought. And again, this is a guy who'd almost been run over, but it just looked horrific to me. I mean, when people say it's justifiable because the car hit him, it seemed like she was kind of turning the car away. It seemed like she was out of her fucking mind to begin with. That lady seemed crazy.
He is still in the cult, dude. 6 years ago, Joe Rogan, even 5 years ago, would look at the situation and be like, nah, this is completely up, straight up.
By the way, I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time. I don't want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him.
The night is still young.
Yeah, it is suicidal empathy to allow Gaza to exist in the Western world. Honestly, that is true. He should go live in his favorite country, Israel, instead.
Achieved. I just don't know how it gets done, because I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people that got in and send them back to where they came from, or do something, because if we don't, they're going to keep doing it if they get in office again in 2028, and it's going to accelerate. And you're going to have to take away some of the damage that's been done to a true democratic system, because you've kind of hijacked it, and they kind of have. And then
Does being bald cook your brain? I mean, how do you explain the existence of Northern Lion then? Anti-bald advocates have no justification or explanation for Northern Lion, who is a wise sage, wise beyond his years, and yet he is bald, okay? Or Slime, or Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, famous balds. Just saying. As you guys know, I'm a bald fetishist, so don't come at me with bald slander. Joe is just a regular old dumbass.
I also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Yes. The answer is yes, dumbass. And a big part of the yes is because you knew that was going to happen. Donald Trump campaigned on this, and you endorsed him. So yeah, that is where we're at, and you endorsed him. It's not like he was hiding this. He kept saying it.
When I'm back in the White House, the very first reconciliation bill I will sign will be for a massive increase in Border Patrol and a colossal increase in the number of ICE deportation officers.
He kept saying it over and over again. He kept saying, oh, we're going to do the Bracero program reversal just like old administrations did. We're going to deport every Mexican. How the do you pull that off logistically? Of course you're going to do papers, please, over and over again in American streets. You wanted it, Joe. Now that it's happening, it seems like you don't like it. But instead of recognizing that you have buyer's remorse, you still try to find like a wishy-washy both sides attitude here, somehow finding a way to blame this on the left. God damn, dude.
That's a problem on our city streets, right? Because you could also pretend to be an ICE agent. Right. So I saw this terrible story about this family that was killed, where these guys pretended to be a UPS driver, and they showed up and they made their way into the house and killed people because they were dressed up as a UPS driver. If you could pretend to be a UPS driver, for sure you could pretend to be an ICE agent, especially since they're completely anonymous. So think about how many people can get arrested or robbed or by criminals.
Wow. What? Wow, Joe, he's figuring it out. Now he's realizing why it's bad to have public servants that are in plain clothes going around asking people for their paperwork. Oh my God, wait till he finds out that this has already happened. There have been cases of people claiming to be ICE agents trying to rape people, as a matter of fact. You're a big boy, Joe. Next week, he's going to figure out that this is actually bad. He's showing signs of intelligence, guys. I mean, it took him a while to get here, but hey, he's getting here. Wow.
They're going to get doxxed, and people have actively doxxed them and threatened their families.
Local police too, they're public servants. Suck my dick. They're public servants.
Defund the police. And boy, did they change their tune as soon as they started getting riots and their buildings burned down. They're like, where's the police? Well, you fucking defunded them, stupid. Most people believe that crime is awful and you can't have murderers and armed robbers roaming the street. You should arrest them. And you're going to need police officers to do that. But those same people that believe that might also believe that once someone...
I love that Joe Rogan literally admits, in defense of ICE, in the process of defending ICE in the stupidest way possible, he just admits that ICE actually doesn't serve the same law enforcement purpose that cops do. That's awesome. He literally realizes exactly why people are frustrated with ICE. Now, obviously, in the same process, he ends up saying a whole bunch of nonsense like, oh, the police were defunded, blah, 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 all this that's not real. But like, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's the point. Police have always been there, so no mask is so stupid. Why do you even pay attention to idiots like Joe Rogan and his ilk? I don't know, brother. Maybe because he got thanked personally by the president for winning the election.
And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that
strength in numbers. A Somali mob rushed ICE agents in St. Cloud, Minnesota. These guys are way outnumbered. They need National Guard support. The terrorists cannot win. I want to reiterate something here that a lot of people do not understand, and I briefly talked about this with Mustafa the Poet when I was live with them as well. People see black people from the African continent ethnically and assume that they're migrants. Somali Americans, by and large, are American citizens. 90% of them are American citizens. 60% of them are American-born U.S. citizens. So when you see like a crowd of Somali people, if you're a racist piece of shit, or maybe even if you're not like a Republican, but I understand like why people look at the Somali population on U.S. soil and it just automatically assume that they're immigrants. Like, you're wrong. I'm just explaining this to you. They are no different. They are no different than like an Irish American or a German American. Like, they've been here, many of them second generation. Like I said, 60% of them are natural born U.S. citizens. So when a lot of Republicans look at this kind of stuff, they think, oh, this is unacceptable. You look at this, a bunch of criminal immigrants like surrounding a police officer. Like, that's not the case. This is no different than a crowd of white people doing this. And the reason why I consistently stress the importance of this is because if an ethnic group of people on U.S. soil are 90% American citizens, why the fuck is ICE there? Why is ICE there? I mean, why is ICE anywhere, really? It's the same reason. But this is one of those instances where you look at a group of minorities and automatically assume, because of the way that they look, that they are not American citizens at all, and therefore Department of Homeland Security apprehensions and ICE traffic stops are perfectly justifiable. It's not. It's ridiculous.
Bomb you, you're a and if your wife is not bombing her too, you guys are all bitches. You can't do shit. You can't do a thing. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid. Get the fuck out of here. You dumb. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking coward. You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking... Hold on, baby. I'm on the phone to you. Get the fuck out of here. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the shit out of you. Take that fucking badge off. You're not a gun and see what happens. You shut the fuck up, man. You're a bitch. Get the fuck out. You pussy. White boy. I'm filming. Get out of here. Get the fuck out. Easy.
We have power in numbers, okay? You just have to remind yourself of that. We have power in numbers. Border Patrol confronted by a crowd after questioning man at a Minneapolis gas station.
How do I know you're a citizen? If you know two ways, I can take
Like, what's going on here? Like, what do we think is happening here, guys? What the fuck do we think is happening here? Why is this good? Why is this normal? Why are we normalizing this? What the fuck is happening here, brother? Oh, you just have random dickheads roaming the streets, walking up to every black or brown person, being like, show me your papers. That's what we're about now? That's America now? That's what we're doing? And before people say, oh, this is what America's always been about. Yeah, not to this degree and never to this. Like, there have been periods throughout history where it was there was an environment of repression, an environment of like racialized hatred, animosity. Oftentimes it was actually delegated to like the Klan or non-government entities in general. In modern day, in this day and age, in 2026, this kind of attitude is identical to the Nazi regime. And the very fact that there's still 20% of the population that doesn't realize
Okay, good for you. Good for you. You want to make damn change out of people?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that little piggy. He's leaving. The little piggy's leaving. Oh, his feelings got hurt and the little piggy's leaving. The church going aunties are out in the streets, dog. It's crazy. Yes. Anytime we see these sorts of incidents take place, anytime we see like mass protests and whatnot, I look at the crowd, and the very same liberals that wore pussy hats in 2016 are the liberals that are out there, man. It's not more often than not, it's not the youth. It's not the youth at all. It's the boomers. You have to recognize that. This is why I said the Karen Vanguard is here. This is why I said the Antifa is here. They are the people who are taking it to the streets. You cannot deny that. Yeah. Current day liberals are like, there's a freaking orange Cheeto in the White House and we're going to kill him. No, literally, the average liberal's position nowadays is basically like, we must water the trees of democracy with the blood of tyrants that happen to be a dang Cheeto in the White House. People love to talk a big game about dark woke, but the dark woke is the fucking aunties out there, dude. Straight up. It's the radical wine moms. I don't think we realize like where this discontent is coming from. At least like who is willing to take it to the streets. DHS was forced to respond to this because they're growing more callous. This was literally a U.S. citizen. Huh? Border Patrol attacked the U.S. citizen teenager, beat him up, drove him away, and then dumped him.
I'm not doing all right.
What's that?
I'm not doing all right. I'm not doing all right. Back up. Yo. See that? Yo, they're recording. They're here. What y'all doing? Yo, back up.
You good? What's that? You good? Oh,
Greg Bovine Bovino in the streets.
absolutely. Oh, back up. I'm walking here. Back up.
Bro, if our governments, our local governments, and our state governments can't protect us against this kind of like federal action, it's going to be complete chaos. I urge even the likes of Mayor Frey or Tim Walz to wake the fuck up, okay? Deploy the National Guard to protect the citizens. Order local law enforcement to protect Minnesotans. Because if you don't do that and people realize even local law enforcement and the state and the government is not on their side, it's bedlam from that point on. People are going to start taking matters into their own hands in an act of self-defense. This is where we are barreling towards. What the would it be better to wait strategically until after we win the midterms? What midterms, man? What midterms? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm here to learn. Okay, brother, they're doming people on the streets. They're busting through their doors. It's Gestapo time, and you're talking about the midterms. There will be no midterms to be had if this keeps going. What do you think happens? They keep doing this over and over again until someone says enough is enough. And then they actually get into an armed conflict. Okay. An ICE agent gets shot in the process. Okay. Boom. Mass suppression. Like an ICE agent in every corner. Trump tries to federalize the National Guard and deploy it in against the population. Then people grow even more angry. There's more pushback because they realize that the state is not there to protect them. So they treat every member of the state as an as an enemy, because in some ways they are. Where do you think that goes? More suppression, more repression. There's no more midterms at that point. It's martial law, which is what the administration wants. They want martial law. The American government wants to implement martial law. That's why I keep saying over and over again, they're moving like there's not going to be any elections whatsoever. And I know a lot of people will say, Edinger Mentum and many others have said, well, if that was the case, then they wouldn't be trying to gerrymander, and they wouldn't be trying to engage in like new redistricting initiatives in an effort to at least like make up for the numbers that they're losing in the midterm elections due to their tremendous unpopularity and all this shit. I think both can work at the same time. I genuinely think it's both. They're trying to at least like create some kind of fake democratic process by engaging in these acts of like redistricting over and over again in an effort to be like, well, see, we still have control. But I think that's just hedging their bets. I don't think that is their game plan. I think their game plan is this: keep pressuring. There will be no legal pushback. There will be no like local government pushback whatsoever that will entertain some kind of like constitutional crisis, because Democrats always are too fearful to actively defend their own constituents. And eventually people recognize that reality. People recognize that there is no more defense. There is no
If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it. I've spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully. I marched without Sharpton. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
Yeah, he needs to be arrested and thrown in prison. The tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants from time to time, but you're not the patriots here. You're the tyrants. Yeah, you're right. The tyrant in this circumstance is the random guy who's fed up with the unconstitutional Gestapo force busting down people's doors and like murdering them at certain points. That's, you know, famously throughout history, those guys have been the real patriots. You know, the SS, the real patriots, and not the people who were resisting against the SS. Those were the tyrants. Yeah, the real tyrants were the Jewish people that were thrown in concentration camps, the socialists, the communists, the trade unionists. Those were the real tyrants. And the real patriots were the fucking Nazis. Is that the argument you're presenting here? Holy fuck. Anyway, let's watch Greg Bovine Bovino pull off this nonsensical bullshit again.
Like that. Good show.
Hey, that's not a nice guy. Good.
What is this?
You and all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Huh?
American citizens?
None of your business. That's what.
There's a wall there. All right.
See that? You're blocking traffic. Look at that. Bunch of y'all right there. Every single one of y'all. Look at that.
Just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Why are they taking pictures? To put it through the database. So a lot of it is, so here's one of the things that they're doing. So they're working with Palantir, right? So they already have like AI facial scanners, which are not exactly super useful, but I think like as long as you change the standards of what decides someone is definitely the person, as long as you can like tweak the algorithm, you can use that as a justification for detainment. Okay, that's the goal here. They're using facial recognition software to see if the person that they're apprehending or the person that they're encountering is apprehendable. And because it's AI, it's not supposed to work. It's not like a direct, 100% success rate. It's just supposed to give you probable cause. So they are starting to use this as a probable cause to say, oh, you're going to be detained. Okay, sorry. This is a 67% facial recognition match in our database for a criminal migrant. We had to beat the fuck out of you and we had to detain you in the process because that's what's going on here.
Go ahead, take a pic right there.
All right, let me get one of this guy here. Right here. Appreciate that.
Huh? Come on.
Hey, don't touch him. Don't touch him. What are you doing? Come on. Yo.
I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works it. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got like the target shit on him too.
Look at that. Look, they're grabbing him. Look, they're grabbing him. Yo, let him go.
Border Patrol attacked the U.S. citizen teenager, beat him up, drove him away, and then dumped him. Why do they not care about getting caught in their lies? If he was arrested for assaulting law enforcement, why was he released and found battered in a Walmart parking lot?
This guy right here, they let him out of the vehicle, they tortured him. This guy right here, yeah. Tortured.
You okay, man?
No, I'm not okay.
Bro, it's crazy. My man's bleeding.
They slammed me on the ground.
I can't say what must be done here, but you can't stop me from thinking it. The teenager, dude.
We got to be able to call somebody. This is ridiculous. You got family around? You got somebody here, man? Come on, we in here. Come on, man. You work here, don't you?
No, I work at Target.
You work, bro. Come on, bro. It's okay. That is so crazy. Man, slam this man up in the parking lot. Torture this guy.
I can't say how I feel right now, but God, I'm thinking it. 1 hour ago, Neon Neck. ICE agents detained a U.S. citizen legal observer in Minneapolis, smashing his car window, dragging him out and placing a knee on his neck. Conduct banned under widow of Renee Nicole Good. The force of reaction in this country are very evil, very cruel, and they do not seem to care much about making mistakes. But take heart, many more of them than us are total idiots. I'm telling you, dude, this is rank desperation. These guys keep pressing. They keep pressing. It's over. I'm telling you right now, woke is back. Okay? Woke is back. It's insane what these guys are doing. The way that they're moving right now is so dangerous. The way that they're moving right now is like there's no tomorrow. Not a care. Not a care in the world, okay? Pissing against the wind over and over and over again. They're basically making it so that the rallying cry is abolish ICE, and maybe not even abolish ICE, but also jail every ICE agent. New Q poll, majority say the murder of Renee Good was not justified. I talked about this. I tweeted about this before as well. This is another poll. Obviously, the majority of the voters do not find it to be justified. You know who the majority of voters, you know what majority? What majority population in this country actually thinks it is, though? Care to guess which group actually thinks it's justified? Do you want to know who? The Nazis? Yep, you're getting close. But what do we call those Nazis? What do we call those Nazis? That's right, we call them Republicans. 61% of Republicans think it's okay to shoot a mom in the face if you're an ICE agent having a bad day. You do not hate the Republicans enough. I do. So don't come at me with this fucking bullshit to the liberals out there who try to do this song and dance about how, Hassan, oh, you let Donald Trump win the presidency. You love Donald Trump. Suck my fucking dick.
We're not stupid. Direction, unless it is to vote for Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it.
Obviously, you didn't vote for Trump, you know?
Yeah.
You don't hate the Republicans enough. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, but I'm not going to fucking entertain some centrist bullshit right now in this very moment when we've been here and you're just coming to the fucking table, only now with the recognition that this administration is dangerous. I took the threat of fascism seriously. You didn't. Look at this. 61% of Republicans think it's okay to shoot a mom in the face if you're an ICE agent having a bad enough time. It is ridiculous, dude. 61% of Republicans. What the fuck are we doing? Higher number than Kent State massacre supporters, genuinely psychotic group of individuals. Even then, it's 60% of 28%. I know. I'm just saying. It's not the majority. They don't have the fucking numbers. It's just the majority of a fucking minority. It's the majority of a tiny group of people that is getting smaller and smaller every day. Just remember that. That's why I don't entertain any reactionary bullshit around these parts. Okay? None of this like, oh, we got to hug and kiss the Republicans. We got to smell them. We got to be Republicans. Suck my dick. No, Nice Bathroom is saying 28% of the country at any given moment is like self-IDing as Republicans. It's 61% of Republicans, and Republicans by and large in the broader population is representative of like about 28%, maybe even less. Now back to the American regime collapsing with unlimited cruelty. These are sites that are becoming more commonplace as we found out that ICE's internal memos have shown that they are very aware of the discontent that's brewing, but ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security officers actually feel emboldened because Kirsty Noem, according to Ken Klippenstein's reporting from an anonymous Customs and Border Patrol officer, that Kirsty Noem lying her ass off, according to the reporting from Ken Klippenstein, Kirsty Noem lying her ass off to defend Renee Good's murderer has made ICE feel even more emboldened. Now they feel like if they end up killing someone, if they're having a bad day, Kirsty Noem and the Department of Homeland Security will not hold them accountable, but instead will go out to defend them and will lie to defend them.
The first thing you said was, quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened.
That's how fucked up the situation is. Yesterday, I showed you the Target employee that they brutalized and then dumped in a Walmart parking lot because they were annoyed. And today they're continuing this. And yesterday, I showed you the administrative warrant that they used to bust down through the door of an American family with babies there. And this is where we're at. ICE agents in Minneapolis violently detained, threatened, and arrested a U.S. citizen for one reason only. He refused to prove his citizenship. In this video, agents immediately escalate. This fucking country, if the people's wishes were actually expressed by whichever administration comes next, a lot of people will be going to fucking jail. You can keep fantasizing about how much popular support there is for this kind of activity here, where you just get to have some of the most insecure man children hopped up on fumes, ego tripping over random American citizens that they detain and apprehend unjustifiably and in an illegal manner in what is supposed to be a immigrant enforcement operation. You can all share your collective singular IQ here and decide, oh, well, if ICE is doing it, it's all right. You can also refuse to recognize that this administration that's doing this, the random people in Minnesota, will inevitably do it to you or your loved ones as well. And you'll sit there and you'll suck the barrel of their fucking guns because you're a servile little piggy. But at the end of the day, if you personally believe that this kind of action is actually supported by broad majorities of the public, you are delusional. You are deluding yourselves. How much you want to bet that fucking piece of shit is not even American, by the way? I know that's a fucking European Asmongold supporter. I have even less respect for the Euroid LARPers who LARP as though they're fucking MAGA. It's disgusting. No laughing at idiots. Yes, we did win. The majority voted for this. The majority voted for this. We voted for this, you idiots. Yeah, no, totally. Yes, all these assholes are impeding federal officers is disgusting. Saltwater 90. I voted for this. I voted for this. You deserve what's coming next. The majority did. The majority didn't vote. Shut the fuck up. And there's a reason why the Fell for it again awards is the most common thing that people slap on every single fucking moment. You want to know why? You want to know why it's so goddamn common? Because you're stupid. That's why, okay? I know I shit on the Democrats a lot, but a big part of the reason why I shit on the Democrats a lot is because they cave and capitulate to fucking right-wing reactionary framing on issues for no goddamn reason whatsoever, and they end up failing.
We need a leader with a real plan to fix the border, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
But make no mistake, the amount of smoke I have for you mouth-breathing, single-digit IQ morons is endless. You are advocating for your own demise. You are not a part of the pedophilic billionaire cabal. You are not going to be spared for what comes next. You are going to be on the receiving end. What is this? He stole your take on white women? The left needs to accept and learn to weaponize white women? Oh, no, I've been on this. I've been on the Karen brigade for a long time now. Weaponized Karens.
What we're dealing with on the
white women are the most powerful force in this goddamn country, okay? This is, I stand on that.
dealing with what we're dealing with on the ground. All over. That's right. Actually, I'm very respectful. And you're not respectful at all in any way. I just want to ask, do you believe
white women vanguard, dude? Everybody talks a big game about revolution now, okay? None of y'all have that energy. White women do. Just weaponize the white ladies.
in illegal immigration? Do you think U.S. taxpayers should be funding housing for illegals and medical care?
Smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say.
That woman makes a mean ass dessert salad. Yeah, respect.
He's got nothing to say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big man. He's a big man.
Now I'm a Nazi.
I love these. I love the tactical Y moms, man. Holy, oh, they're so amazing. They're so amazing.
What they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You're gonna observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you see
back.
me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, he is. That's why he's covering his mask, covering his face, and also wearing glasses.
Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
Loser, dude. No, I do this for free.
How long did you go to school for that?
Dude, we need to arrest every single one of these motherfuckers. Straight up. Every single one. Every single one needs to go to jail. Come on.
crimes in the city of Philadelphia, you will be accountable. The law applies to all of you. And I know that there are honest, decent, moral law enforcement officers out there by the bushel, including in ICE. This is not for you.
Boom. Bro was farming aura and had to bring it back. He was doing aura edits, dude. He was having me say, go birds over and over again. God damn it. You're also against law enforcement? Buddy, this guy is a literal top cop. I'm over here talking about how much aura the goddamn Philadelphia district attorney has. What do I always say? I want cops to do their jobs. Cops are in this country. I mean, ICE agents are even worse somehow, so it's like kind of crazy. But cops are some of the biggest babies in this goddamn nation as far as any job goes. They are constantly complaining. They constantly want respect. They never do their fucking jobs. There is no other industry with the exception of like CEOs. Okay, there's no other job, and CEO isn't a job. Like it's where you get to in your place of business. It's not like a specific industry. But it's just like cops and landlords and CEOs are the only people in American society that just can constantly demand more and be the biggest babies of all time. And they never have to do their jobs. They never have to do whatever the fuck they have to do. It sucks.
That's a lot of numbers you just remember. Good job. I'm not breaking the law. You know it.
Yes, you are.
Not breaking the law, and you know it. Never got in front of everyone. Never.
One more time, and I will put you in handcuffs.
Bro.
I need you guys to understand something. Annoying a cop is not illegal. Annoying an ICE agent is not illegal. And anytime dumb, whether they be Asmongold or any number of different right-wingers try to make it seem like it's actually not only illegal, but criminality that reaches the point of like state-sponsored execution, they're bootlicking and they're wrong and they're creating a permission structure for this administration to continue murking people. Okay, there are rules.
As cops, we're responsible for every single round that leaves our.
This is the thing that we watch. This is a former ICE agent, actually.
Eric Ballier is a 25-year career federal agent who most recently oversaw use of force investigations for Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI. We asked him what to make of the tactics used by federal
They deleted it? We watched this. We watched this yesterday. They deleted it. It didn't air on the actual show tonight. CBS did post it to YouTube. It has nearly 800K views already.
Agents in the fatal Minnesota shooting.
In my 25 years, I've done hundreds of vehicle stops. If someone is fleeing, that is not a justification for the use of deadly force.
In this moment, the officer crosses in front of the vehicle. He opens fire on the driver, 37-year-old Renee Good. The government says the officer shot the driver in self-defense.
She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over.
But the footage tells a different story. In this clip, we see Good waving cars by, and one car drives past her stopped vehicle.
Yeah, and like I said, I pointed out that it's a legal gray area. Here's a sheriff calling it straight up, made up law enforcement.
I'm Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff for the city and county of Philadelphia. And I say her name. Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good. Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
This should not have happened, but we're here today. Let know that law enforcement professionals, real ones, not the fake made up ICE, probably Trump's new army to attack citizens of the United States. Did you hear what I said? No law enforcement professional wears a mask. None.
Well,
None. Those that come into our communities wearing a mask to commit crime, thank God for our district attorney, Larry Krasner, who say he...
We're going to have cops using ICE as a reputation builder for the rest of the admin, huh? I mean, low key, yes. Because as the situation worsens on one side, the other side is not as bad, comes across as better. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. ICE is so bad and so illegal in their conduct that unironically, they make cops look better in comparison. It's also entirely dependent on where or how police officers conduct themselves on the streets going forward. Like if the local Minneapolis Police Department actually stopped Jonathan Ross and arrested them, okay, I would have been thin blue line all the way, baby, because that's what they should have done. it in this moment where I'm actually talking about who's at fault here in a murder case. Okay? Shut the up. What a lot of you are doing is coping with the reality that there are a ton of people out there who are power tripping because you want to lick the boot and you want to defend it. And now you're using the illegal misconduct that sometimes even might escalate into a point of execution to justify cowering in fear in every single circumstance. Get the out of here. Another one. ICE threatens a citizen. Yeah, Minneapolis. Border Patrol agents warned 2 white women in separate SUVs to stop trailing them and not to impede. Don't make a bad decision today. And that's the whole point. This is the reason why the Trump administration is not backing away from this, because they do want to create an environment of fear when they do not have the law on their side. They are just telling their Gestapo agents to threaten people, okay? But that's all they can say. Don't make a bad decision. And that's precisely the reason why I'm saying we can't let this one get away. We cannot let Jonathan Ross get away with murder, because if they do get away with murder, then yes, the precedent, albeit not on legal grounds, but the precedent is set that they could just shoot and kill people and get away with it. And if the law is not going to do it, we have to do it. We have to pressure the government to do it by protesting. It's ridiculous. How is this so difficult to comprehend? That's why I say it's us versus them in this situation. And unless you are a part of the billionaire pedophile club, you are not a part of that group. You will not be protected. Okay. So it might not come across. It might come across like I'm just some dumb commie, okay, that's really emotional in this moment, but I'm actually trying to protect your rights for you. Whether you cannot put this through your dense ass skull or not doesn't matter.
Interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today, okay?
I think I'm making exactly
I'm not.
the right decision.
Oh, then why are you giving her a warning? I'm giving her a warning to not interfere with what we're doing, to not make a bad decision today and ruin your life.
Whoa, bad
Okay,
decisions.
thank you.
That's funny.
Bad decision and ruin your life.
Thank you.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you. Have a good day.
I hope you have a terrible day.
Okay, thank you.
Like, that's a BORTAC guy, man. This is special weapons and tactics for Customs and Border Patrol. You guys understand that, right? Like, these guys are trained overseas. This is the most militarized unit that the Customs and Border Patrol has. They're not supposed to be doing like regular detainments. What the point of why they have special weapons and tactics or spec ops for Customs and Border Patrol is for like drug apprehensions, like massive like cartel operations. Like that. Yeah, IDF trained. They're not trained for crowd control. What the you can put BORTAC on any vest, bro? No, I think they are sending BORTAC units out there, for the record. I don't think they're just like LARPing as BORTAC. I think they are actually BORTAC, because if you look at their gear, it looks like they are BORTAC.
Don't make a bad decision today.
Like, that's a threat. This is after Renee Good was killed, by the way. What these guys are basically doing is threatening all of the other people. It's not even a veiled threat. It's a very clear-cut threat. And this is how they're behaving. They are not supposed to be on the Minneapolis streets to begin with, especially not BORTAC. BORTAC was the one that was doing the black bagging and kidnapping in Portland. Last time there was, the BLM protests that were taking place, if you remember, they would go in unmarked vans, come out, go outside, and just literally kidnap people in the streets. It was one of the most insane things I've ever seen, and we didn't say anything about it at that point. And now, look, they're processing regular detainments on the streets, and not even regular detainments, but like they're basically just going around threatening random people. Like, I genuinely don't get how you think this is appropriate. I don't understand it at all. I like, something must be broken in your brain to not realize what this means, to not realize like how far we have moved in a particular direction. Like, this is a military dictatorship style situation taking place right now. You have militarized units that are illegally conducting operations that are specifically designed to strike fear in the minds and hearts of regular ass people, your neighbors. And you sit there and you justify it. It blows my mind, dude. You are not Mr. Freedom at all. Live, we're with Border Patrol as they're being trailed by at least 2 SUVs in Minneapolis. Yeah, Fox News is also live with Border Patrol. They're trying to do state propaganda.
This is a blue Rivian, an electric truck. It's been trailing us now for miles. What are you guys going to do?
Well, we're going to observe the situation, and if that individual does anything that would indicate that they're going to impede
out for yourself. You're not waiting on ABC, CNN, CBS, any of these guys. You go ask questions. After asking questions yesterday, I believe was it HHS, Rob, that came out yesterday? If I'm not mistaken, they came out yesterday and they stopped $185 million of funding to Minneapolis.
Yeah, big W's all around, dude. Big W's all around. Also, it's pretty funny that this guy is talking about, I mean, his entire operation, his entire business is comprised around conducting a multi-level marketing operation. So
allegedly, was it today that CNN came after you, or was it yesterday?
Yeah, today they put a hit piece out on me.
And when did they interview? When did CNN come and interview?
Yesterday.
Yesterday they did.
Yesterday I showed up at Quality Hearing Center.
Is this the one?
Yes.
So this is you. You show up. You're in Minnesota yesterday.
Yes.
At the Quality Hearing Center. We got to say it correctly. By the way, his sweater he's got on. If you guys want to purchase the sweater, we're going to put the link below as well.
Yeah, he immediately made a fake sweater. I mean, he's just grifting the off of this. Journalism, by the way. How long till hogs demand general inspection at daycares? Photo evidence of what exactly? Brother, they already did do that in Ohio. They did do that already. Obviously, it never got like fully implemented, but that was unironically in the books, okay? If there's any suspicion that there is a trans athlete on the opposing team, you can demand a genital inspection, or you can demand proof that the student is actually not trans.
For you doing their work, when they first came up to you, were they friendly? Were they nice to you? What was the approach that they took?
Yeah,
that's $9,736 per child just for the state of Minnesota for childcare. I believe they said that that's over the span of a decade, so that's barely $900 a year. I mean, yeah, you're paying for people, you're paying for the staff, you're paying for the food. It's subsidizing a lot of.
Lady came up to me very friendly, and then she kept asking me these questions. I'm like, ma'am, you're defending fraud. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the issue wasn't what time I showed up to the daycare. The issue.
Dog, if I went up to your home and with a camera and a security team and put a camera out on you and said, hey, I demand to see the children inside of your house. I believe you're a pedophile. You said, I'm not a pedophile. Off and slammed the door in my face. This all of a sudden became a major news story about your pedophilia. Okay. And everyone was like, nah, that seems really suspicious that you said you're not a pedophile. Statistically speaking, white men are more likely to be pedophiles than any other group in this country. You're a white man. We're just going to assume that you're a pedophile. And then the next day, someone was like, hey, where did you get the evidence that this guy's a pedophile? I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, you're interfering in a pedophilia investigation. Why do you actually want pedophilia to continue? Obviously, the story is now about your inconsistent standards of reporting. Like, you can't do the, oh, I guess you love fraud then counter narrative here. You can't just be like, oh, you're questioning my reporting, my quote unquote reporting on this. Well, I guess you love fraud then, because all I was doing is trying to uncover fraud. Okay, no, you weren't doing that though. That's kind of the whole point of contention here.
Giving $1.9 million, and it's not even operating. And they're showing face right now while they're literally shuffling in kids, while the commissioner of children is saying the daycare was closed last week.
That's pretty wild. Okay, so play this clip, Rob. Go ahead.
This is MAGA YouTuber.
Why are we giving millions to schools? I've been outside one all day, Hossie. Let's stop giving them our taxpayer money. Yeah, what the hell? I went outside to this public school and there were no children there. I kept demanding to see the children at this public school. Here's a note that I found from the local right-wing weirdo that tells me this public school is funded by, get this, your property taxes. Why are we giving property taxes to this public school where they won't let me ogle the kids? We shouldn't even be joking about this. I just realized that's probably the next meta. Like, once they unironically destroy the welfare structure, they will inevitably also continue demanding to remove any sort of funding initiative from the public schools anyway. And then they're just going to do that. They're going to be like, actually, public schools are fake too. They're faking gay. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. You would have loved dehumanizing Somali Americans.
Shirley, back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. Over here.
Bro, I'm sorry. Like 2017, 2018, when this kind of story would happen, most people were like, yeah, that's a little gross. Like, but it's still a large enough social media platform. It's still a large enough social media platform that it actually, and especially because it's one that is interconnected with all the other social media platforms, that like discourse that pops off on Twitter ends up making its way to Reddit, ends up making its way to TikTok, ends up making its way to your friends that don't use Twitter. Reddit is another one of these websites that's also obviously heavily botted and heavily influenced by people who can brigade and like that. But this is yet another great indication that Twitter does have the capacity to intervene in real life affairs. Trump administration is freezing federal child care funds to all states now. Yesterday it was just Minnesota. Now it's all states.
So I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon.
Like, what do you think is going to happen here? Affordability is a major problem. Now the government is shutting down one of the elements of affordability in childcare for all of these like new parents and that are working class. On top of that, healthcare premiums are going to triple. What do you think is going to happen? Eventually, the dam is going to break. People are going to feel the pain. They're already feeling the pain, and it's only going to worsen. There's only so many minority groups that you can throw under the bus in an effort to shift people's attention away from your own ineptitude, right? That's it. What happens then? This is precisely the reason why I get really frustrated with people who claim that they are invested in like healthcare for all, or claim that they actually care about taxing the rich, and they present themselves as like left on those positions, but then spend 99.9% of their time talking about how undocumented migrants are responsible for everything. Well, you clearly don't care about it then, because you're using the current government that you support and their lack of interest in fixing any of these problems, and they're using their own personal distraction mechanism to foment hatred against marginalized groups and to redirect people's attention away from their financial circumstances back to the anger and resentment that they feel towards random people. If you were serious, if you were genuinely invested in fixing any of these problems, you'd be calling the administration to account all the time. You'd be criticizing the admin, asking why they're so assholes of the super wealthy and defending the interests of the super wealthy, but you don't.
J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
They got blacked out doors at the daycare facility. I wonder why they don't make it easier for a guy like me to see children inside. It's really up. I need to see the kids. If I don't see the kids, then it must be fraud. Freak.
I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a daycare.
There should be a reception.
It is? No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on.
So funny. They're defending
for
Trump
years.
now.
Why did I show up one day in Minnesota?
No, you idiot. They're defending the rule of law. These investigations were not conducted under Donald Trump. You're so stupid, Patrick. At least the guy in front of you genuinely does have like I'm trying so hard to just like use a fancy term for saying he's intellectually stunted or has like a intellectual disability, but like he does, right? You, on the other hand, Patrick, are a adult. You've done your own schemes growing up. Yeah, medically stupid. That's what I'm going to keep saying.
You went back to Minnesota because you just told me that you're working on a part 2 yourself.
Yeah, because there's a lot more fraud.
How much more did you find?
Oh, we found a lot more businesses that don't exist. There's millions of dollars. We found a lot. We found daycares with more $1 million daycares. I mean, there's literally hundreds of daycares receiving millions of dollars in Minnesota at this moment as we speak.
So from the first one, you guys were over $100 million of fraud that you found, right?
This guy's a
With the
daycare
second
annihilator,
one, now
bro. He's like, this is like when a content creator hits like a really good bit, like a TikToker or something, and then they just keep pressing that button over and over, and then you know the bit runs.
You go, and he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car.
David was like, I must see the kids. I must see Somali children. I need to see it. And then that's it. That's what sparked his interest, his curiosity. He's like, where are the children? Why can't I see any children? This is the guy.
Is that true? That genetics is, that's genetics right there? Is that mom?
Yes, that's my
good.
mom.
So now, good for you. You got great genes. You know, she's very comfortable doing this as well. Very cool. So the largest fraud in the world.
Patrick's gonna your mom, Nick. Watch out, Nick. He said, unbelievable.
Bottom of this. So you and David get linked up, and then you just said, why don't we just go interview? That's kind of how it started.
Yeah, I thought when we go, like, we'll walk to these daycares, we'll talk to them. But the first daycare we go to, all the windows are blacked out. And I try to open the door.
Brother, because of people like you, they do not want peeping Toms. What the is this? I think the other part of this is that like this dude has never seen like a low income childcare facility in general, a childcare facility in like a low income neighborhood. Like it's not gonna look great. I'm gonna be honest. Like they don't get a lot of funds. Well, they're getting no funds now. Shouts out to your bitch ass for that. That don't look like the Four Seasons, okay?
And how much money are they getting?
This one together over the past few years, they have it right there. But combined, they received over $5 million.
Stop it.
Just that one building alone.
And so what is the business model? Somebody just stays there all day, no kids, and they just take the cash?
Yeah, that's why all the windows are all boarded up, or why they're all blacked out.
Now, let me ask you, Nick. There was a
why are you asking this idiot. He doesn't know anything. This guy's making money from destroying childcare for the entire country. How does this not result in a pogrom of content creators? Because everyone's stupid. And it's much easier for them to hate on random Somali people than it is to be like, that's crazy that this insane bottom of the barrel slop propaganda and the mass hysteria that it caused allowed the government to do something that they've always wanted to do without any sort of scrutiny whatsoever, which is to eradicate payments for childcare subsidies.
And then they're then just leaving after a few minutes of being inside the daycare. And I don't know if this is the same video where it shows the guy giving the cash to the ladies working.
Do you have the audio on there? So there is one that says they're showing that.
Oh, there it is.
From that same case,
He's handing the
shows a
cash.
man handing out envelopes of what are believed to be kickback payments to parents who are in on the fraud.
Where was the money going? I don't know exactly where it went, but
I'm so confused. Okay. Notice how they have surveillance footage for this. I suspect it came in the aftermath of a concluded fraud investigation. I don't know the details of this, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like fraud never happens. But how is that in any way, shape, or form related to the current thing that's going on? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is evidence from a 2015 incident that I guess finalized, like the court ended up convicting and charging people in 2019, maybe? I don't know. If it even is a real instance, like I don't even understand.
Just the millions of dollars. And if you talk about why they're just giving them cash, it's because the money they receive is tax exempt, CCAP funding, and then these women that are working inside these daycares, they're not. My assumption is that they're not actually on payroll, and that's why 81% of the Somali population's on welfare inside the state of Minnesota, is because they don't actually receive a W-2 or 10.
Oh my God. This is, bro, he's just like, he's not even hiding that he's just making shit up as he's going along. And I suspect he didn't come up with this on the spot. Let's be real. He's too stupid. He's half remembering something that someone told him to say. But it is wild. That's great. I guess, you know, we have to operate off of the whims of Nick Shirley and what he can and can't remember about what, like, David told him.
99, whatever it would be, to claim that they're actually receiving an income. Because if you're running a daycare of $1 million, you should be able to pay your person a salary of at least $50,000. You know what I mean?
But none of that is documented.
No, not that I know of. Because it doesn't make sense why there's so many people on welfare if they're making millions of dollars.
If you have any questions and you want to...
Does this guy think all the funds that are coming to the daycare are going directly to staffing? And does he think that every single Somali person just works in a daycare? What the is this argument? Also, if every Somali is staying at home and is on welfare, why the do they need to put their children in the daycare? Oh, wait, they're not.
Don Jr. had you on, I think, last night. You were on a show last night with him. People simply want to see if anyone's going to be held accountable or not going into 2026. Do you think with the work you're doing, you're almost forcing them to have to make a decision of people getting arrested? And if that, have you started seeing people getting arrested? Like when you went to Minnesota, did you see the government there as well?
keeps relying on clips from the YouTube video instead of just like interviewing the guy is because he very quickly realizes that Nick Shirley is incapable of crafting entire sentences. So he's like, come on, find that clip. I can't listen to you anymore.
Straight up, he's like, no, I've never seen anybody here before. I'll find a time for you, Rob, if you want to look for it.
It's timestamped on my YouTube.
Okay.
Just go to...
On your YouTube.
Yeah, go to his YouTube channel, so...
It's about at the... What do you guys... that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Go to 1630?
I don't think any.
Okay.
And, but basically, this guy's been living there for 8 years. He's never seen a single child.
Press skip, Rob. To the right, okay. If you go...
I wonder how Patrick Bet-David has been able to avoid the scrutiny from all the like anti-Brown right-wingers. I wonder if it's because he mogs. Maybe he's got the halo effect because he's so sexy. So that's the reason why like all the people that like hate Vivek and like Dinesh D'Souza and all the other like brown conservatives, they don't really on him that much because he's anti-Iranian. Yeah, but these guys don't think Iranians are. I guess he kind of looks like he could be Italian, you know. But I always assumed that like the Groypers would hate him is because they would have assumed that he's Israeli. Patrick Bet-David is the most Israeli name you can have. Like it's not even a question. Like there is not a more Israeli name that you can achieve than Patrick Bet-David. So I just always suspected that they would assume he's like, I expected them to say like, oh, he's Jewish, he's Israeli, you know, that's, I guess they're all value attained.
And then Rob asked the question, said, if they made a mistake, why'd you put them in the first place? And then they said they went back and they were going to change it.
For 8 years.
For 8 years. They made the mistake and it was going to get changed. But what happened, Rob?
It was too cold outside for them to come in.
For 8 years. What? They just didn't give a shit. I don't understand why it matters. Like, yeah, it gets the job done. It's I don't know. I don't even want to defend this one. This is the one that people got mad at me earlier for saying like, I am a little bit sussed out by that one because like there is is it closed or is it not closed type situation going on with the government. But then again, it's utterly irrelevant to whether or not there's children there or like the fraud or... There was a school shooting that took place in Brown University, and then shortly thereafter, there was another MIT professor that was shot and killed outside of his apartment that was, like an hour away in Brookline. And it was odd that it happened in such close proximity, but I guess many people, myself included, thought these two things can't be connected because it's the United States of America. Shootings happen all the time. Well, then the FBI first found a person of interest, okay, and then released the person of interest. The name of the person of interest got leaked in the process. So then there was a manhunt for like, some random white dude with a bunch of guns at a hotel that had traveled from Wisconsin. That's already suspicious to me. I don't know what the was going on there, whatever, right? And then they were like, hey, by the way, we lied. We don't actually have a suspect at all. Please help us. And the absurd incompetence did not stop there. And it turns out the way that they actually found the shooter was because of a random guy, a random bystander who actually confronted the shooter and then posted about it on Reddit. So it was an actual we did it Reddit moment because the FBI is that incompetent nowadays that they unironically do rely on we did it Reddit moments, it turns out. Okay, while there was a lot of scrutiny over the FBI's mishandling of yet another high profile investigation, Twitter went crazy with it. And it wasn't just Twitter, but it was also a bunch of mainstream outlets as well that went crazy with this. They immediately shifted the blame over to a random queer Palestinian student from Brown University, which led to Brown University actually deleting this person's profile off of their websites because he was getting doxxed for no reason. It was completely made up. The notion that the shooter actually ran around saying Allahu Akbar, also completely made up by Laura Loomer. Shouts out to Laura Loomer for the record. Apparently the shooter was like barking or something. I don't know. We don't know the full details, but like they were so adamant that the shooter was saying Allahu Akbar. The shooter was actually Muslim. The shooter was doing this for Palestine, all this. And not only that, but also even the MIT professor that was shot and killed outside of his home that was working on like nuclear fusion technology, a lot of Israeli outlets, including Jerusalem Post and many others, misreported as being Jewish and that he was shot potentially for his pro-Israel stance. It blew my mind. There were people in this chat who were like, well, don't you think this guy is Jewish though? Like, what's happening here? And I was like, I don't know if he's Jewish or not, but it's insane to immediately assume that a nuclear scientist from MIT is being killed for being Jewish and not potentially for being a nuclear scientist from MIT, right? Especially at a time when, Israel is right? And then, you know, Laura Loomer was saying this is a byproduct of like Islamic migration into the country and we need to put an end to it, all this stuff. These seemingly unconnected two different instances of violence was actually connected to one another, apparently, according to officials confirming that the Brown University shooting and the MIT professor being shot and killed was actually conducted by the same person. They revealed this information yesterday, inviting even more scrutiny, inviting even more suspicion. And then they found him. Last night, they found the guy who apparently had died in a New Hampshire storage facility where he, according to the officials, had killed himself. Now that smells weird. That is a very strange situation. It is crazy that these two seemingly unconnected shootings were actually connected to one another. And then also on top of that, it was the same guy that did it. And we can't even establish like a decent motive for why he did both, except for his background. It turns out that he wasn't, the shooter for both of these incidents wasn't actually an Islamic refugee, but seemingly a Portuguese former student of Brown University, a high achiever who was very resentful. That's the official narrative that they're giving right now. But let's take a look.
This morning, the man who authorities said killed 2 Brown University students and then an MIT professor is dead after killing himself inside a storage unit where he may have hunkered down for days.
Our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier.
The body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente was found Thursday night in a storage unit he rented in November. Officials say he was born in Portugal, became a lawful permanent resident of the United States living in Miami, and for a time studied physics at Brown.
He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in a Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003.
Authorities say this is Neves.
What connects this shooter to Brown is that he went there for a year and then dropped out. And what connects him to the other Portuguese nuclear scientists is that they went to undergrad together in Portugal. But that's from 20 years ago, or even longer than 20 years ago. Why would this resentment carry over for 2 decades plus, and then one day he just snaps and decides to conduct this fairly sophisticated operation? Because this wasn't like the Brown University shooting, with the exception of being able to get away, with the shooter being able to get away and like casing it ahead of time, knowing where the cameras are, knowing that the place where he was conducting the shooting was didn't have as many cameras in the specific part of the building that he did the shooting in, and then only to immediately leave and then go to Brookline to identify and target another Portuguese professor that he despised that was working on like nuclear fusion technology. It's insane. It just, I'm sorry, that seems so grand. People hold grudges their whole life. I just don't understand how this was what was the breaking point.
At some point while he was in Massachusetts, he switched the plates on the Nissan Sentra to an unregistered plate out of Maine.
Investigators said the killer also used credit cards in someone else's name and technology to prevent his phone from being tracked.
He was sophisticated in hiding his tracks.
That's what I mean. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. And then he just still himself at the end of the day when he seemingly had gotten away with it, you know? That's what's so wild, because the only tip that they got was from a homeless dude who was a Redditor, okay? That's the tip that they got. A guy who planned this out. I mean, it just, I'm sorry, man. It's just, even with that tip, they had no way of figuring out where he was. He could have gotten away. He swapped his license plates. He apparently had some way of shielding his phone from surveillance. I don't even know how. The tip led them to a car and license plates that matched in Boston and Providence. Yeah, no, I know. And before people say Faraday cage, a Faraday cage means you can't use your phone, chatters. If he had a Faraday bag, then he can't use his phone at all. The moment that his phone turns on, it pings. Like, I don't even know what it would be, for the record. Like, I don't know how you could actually avoid that level of surveillance, unless he just had a totally separate phone that he was using that wasn't his like main phone, and then his main phone was in a Faraday cage or something. But that's not how they made it seem. They made it seem as though the phone had like some kind of anti-surveillance tech in it or something.
He killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area
There is a lot here that does not add up. I'm sorry. You know, I like to do critical analysis. I'm not Mr. Conspiracy Theory. As a matter of fact, it gets quite boring around these parts whenever like this happens. The official narrative here just, it doesn't add up. Like, here, I'll tell you like this. If he actually went to Brown University, to a specific building, to a specific room, and opened fire, and then, you know, went to another college, or if he went to Brown University and he shot a bunch of students, right, and he killed 2 of the students, and then went to another university and then shot a bunch of students and killed a bunch of students, that is at least in line with what he did at Brown University. They both tie together. Oh, this guy hates, you know, Ivy League institutions. He has a deep resentment for Ivy League institutions because he felt like they never truly understood him, something along those lines, right? But one act of violence is very different than the other act of violence. If it was a targeted assassination in one school and then a targeted assassination down the street, then that still makes a little bit more sense. But the very fact that the level of sophistication involved in this, okay, the level of sophistication involved in the first shooting, even though the victims were seemingly random, okay, which doesn't make a lot of sense in and of itself, because a lot of these people that do pre-planning when they want to do like a school shooting, they oftentimes are not factoring in like getting away with it, right? It's a suicide by cop situation for many of these guys. They're like really up in the head, and the common profile in mass shootings like this is like there is a level of pre-planning involved with like getting the guns or maybe looking at the blueprints of the school or something like that. But in most circumstances, like, you're not factoring in how you're going to get out. Even if you have a plan for it, you don't actually succeed. That's why it was kind of unique. The Brown University school shooting was unique because it's one of the, if not the only school shooting that I can think of where the shooter was able to do a mass shooting, kill 2 students, and get away. Like, you could say Tyler Robinson is a similar instance, but that was an assassination allegedly in the hands of Tyler Robinson. 1 person was shot. It wasn't like a random spray and pray situation in the way that a lot of these school shootings normally work. Happened in Parkland, right? Yes, but they very quickly figured out, guys, he didn't just get away with it. Okay, Nicholas Cruz did not get away with it. They knew who he was instantly, and they were able to apprehend him. We did not have any clue who this guy was, and we still wouldn't know who this guy is if it wasn't for a homeless guy who like was suspicious about him casing the area and talked about it on Reddit about like connecting his car to the scene of the crime. Do you not understand how different that is than like the Nicholas Cruz incident? Anyway, like, I'm willing, if there's more information that's revealed later down the line, perhaps the official narrative will make a little bit more sense. But the difference in matching this to previous school shootings, random acts of violence versus the pre-planning, and also the fact that he was able to get away with the crime and then go and conduct another one, that is different. That's different than most school shootings that take place, and that's also certainly different than like even assassinations, high-profile assassinations that take place.
Slipping down life. We used to call it in the terrorism world loser to lion, because he wanted to make his mark in the world. He wanted to be somebody. ISIS knows how to play on that. I'm not suggesting he was in touch with ISIS, but that's the same phenomenon. And I think that he just came up here to lash out at something he felt failed him.
What does ISIS have to do with this? He's just saying that ISIS knows how to lean into people that are experiencing like specific gripes to activate like lone wolf style shooters. That's what he's saying. He even admits that ISIS seemingly had nothing to do with this. You keep talking about meticulous execution, but that's because the only thing you can empathize with is the goal of survival. This guy wanted to kill specific people, and it's clear no one at Brown was his actual target. Yeah, I know, which is that's the reason why I'm saying it's just like confusing. If he actually killed a specific person in Brown and then killed a specific person from MIT, then it makes more sense. Or if he actually did a school shooting style like random act of violence in Brown and then did a school shooting style random act of violence at another school down the line, then that also makes sense. But the fact that he did a random act of violence and then did a very specific assassination, that's the reason why I'm confused by the details of this. I don't know why you think it's so crazy that someone could do both. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Usually you wouldn't mix things up like that. Yeah, Zoran, let's start here. He did the Aria home stream on Sunday. It was awesome.
It is such a pleasure to be here. We got just 2 days. 2 days left in this election. Can you put your hand up if you've already voted? You got anybody here?
This morning, actually.
But I'm here because at the heart and soul of the arts that we love so much in our city is the ability
took a long time. Schumer still has not endorsed him. Are you concerned about Republicans using him as a lightning rod so as to hurt your ability to win back the House in 2026?
No, the lightning rod in terms of what's going to impact the ability of either side to win control of the House or hold control of the House in 2026 is going to be the failure of Republicans to actually deliver on the promises that they've made and to actively make life worse for everyday Americans.
Yeah, Jake Tapper's an op too, obviously. That's why he's like, whoa, do you think Zoran is going to hurt the Democrats, the National Democratic Party? Dude, wake up, crack open the window, look outside. There is unimaginable amounts of real grassroots energy. It is not an accident. I cannot believe it. Like, oh man, what if the Zoran wing of the Democratic Party make the Democrats too popular? It's like, bitch, the Democratic Party's popularity is worse than the Republicans right now. What are we talking about? They're in the gutter. And you got real grassroots energy trying to claw back some semblance of momentum for the Democrats and for anyone that will oppose the Trump administration. And it's insane that there are still people who are like, nah, I'm holding out, actually. I don't want that. It's this kind of energy that they hate, though. Let's be real. They don't like that grassroots momentum in this direction threatens their power. It threatens the institutional vice grip that they have. And they hate that. That's the reason. That's the other reason why they can't simply lean into this. But Zoran had a really funny response to it.
I respond.
Here, I mean, I guess we'll just watch. Holy shit, it's got 60K likes. CNN approached Zohran Mamdani in one of his campaign stops.
Hakeem Jeffries was asked this morning if you're the future of the Democratic Party. He said no.
Good to know.
Do you have a response?
No, I'm focused on the next 2 days.
Do you think you're the future of the Democratic Party?
I don't dare predict the future. That's why I'm out here canvassing to deal with my anxiety to get through the tape of the future of 9 p.m. on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's what his response was. Pretty perfect. Here, we'll watch
the club
whole
last
thing.
night, 6 of them in Bushwick, right? At church this morning, more church this morning, now the marathon.
Look, we've got 2 days left. We have to try and speak to every single New Yorker we can find, whether they're at the club, whether they're here at the marathon, whether they're at church. They're all New Yorkers who are struggling to afford this city. They deserve a mayor who sees them for what they are, which is the people that should be served by City Hall, not actually sacrificed by them in the pursuit of personal freedom from the Donald Trump administration.
You talked about the need to run through the tape. Are you feeling confident? And are you feeling confident that you can break that 50?
I am feeling confident, but I'm not feeling complacent. I can tell you that having run this marathon, the final miles are the most difficult ones, and I am thankfully in a better position than I was when I was running it in terms of this race. But we know that today it comes down to how many doors do we knock? How many calls do we make? How many people go out there and vote? And so, as incredible as this is, the best parts of the day so far have really been speaking to canvassers, because those are the people who are on the front lines of spreading our message that the most expensive city in America doesn't actually have to be this hard. It can actually be affordable.
Last question. Yeah. How will you try and unite the community, unite New Yorkers? This has been a somewhat divisive race. There's been divisive rhetoric.
Yeah, not on his end. The fuck has he done? No, actually, like, this is what's so frustrating about this conversation is, like, he doesn't talk about how he's gonna be only a mayor for, like, specific New Yorkers at all. As a matter of fact, he constantly says, I'm the mayor of all New Yorkers. I love New York. I live in New York. This is what I care about. I want to make the city more affordable for everyday New Yorkers so they don't have to leave the city. The only reason why Zohran is divisive is because he's Muslim. That's it. That's it. He's a Muslim dude who holds, remember, the majority opinion on Israel. And not just like the majority opinion for the Democratic Party, because he owns the overwhelming majority opinion on the Democratic Party side. He owns the overwhelming majority opinion on the independent side.